Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 6 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Certificate of Nomination of Nancy Belanger to the position of Commissioner of Lobbying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies appears to be wearing a very nice Christmas tie this morning. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be back. I presented a number of petitions on this subject dealing with firearms reclassification. My constituents are concerned about the fact that firearms reclassification decisions can be made arbitrarily, creating a situation where someone's property might have been legal today and then becomes illegal tomorrow. This is, as I've said before, a firearms issue, but it is also a rule of law issue. My constituents call on the House to reverse the 10-round magazine reclassification forced by the RCMP and to remove the power for the RCMP to arbitrarily make classification decisions on firearms. Thank you.
Any petitions? Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government bills.
Stage of Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act, and on the motions in group number 1.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, it's great to be here this morning. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague, the member from Winnipeg North. And before I begin, if this is the last occasion that I rise in this House to speak this year, I do wish to wish all my colleagues a wonderful and Merry Christmas and all the best for the new year. Mr. Speaker, during earlier debates on this bill, a number of speakers spoke to the importance of Canada's regional development agencies. They expressed concern about the impact on the regional development agencies of the proposed removal from the Salaries Act of the ministerial positions associated with them. I rise to speak to that point today. Bill C-24 does not dissolve the RDAs. They to continue to exist as separate organizations and have not been consolidated. They will remain strong local. They will remain a strong local presence in the regions they serve. Nothing in this bill will change that. The regional development agencies are essential delivery partners in the government's plan to foster economic growth. They will continue to work with communities and economic development organizations to promote local growth. Mr. Speaker, in this 100th year of Confederation, it's worth reflecting upon what has made Canada the modern, prosperous nation it is today. Canada is a nation of strong people and big thinkers. Our identity is shaped by our heritage and our geography. The Government of Canada recognizes that each region of our country has unique strengths. We also recognize that innovation doesn't just happen in the big cities. It happens in every region of the country. Where innovation happens matters because that's where the best jobs are located. Innovation happens right across our country in communities from coast to coast to coast. That's why Canada's regional development agencies are central to the government's plan to create well-paying, quality jobs. And that is why under this government, one minister, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, is the responsible minister for all of the regional development agencies. This change is a positive for the regions, be it in Eastern Canada, the North, or in Western Canada. It doesn't diminish in any way their regional focus and local presence, but it enhances their ability to work together, to share best practices with each other, and to learn from one another's experiences. When all regional development organizations are able to work together in the same portfolio and under the same minister, it facilitates knowledge sharing and best practices. regional and national expertise working together for the benefit of all Canadians. Together, the regional development agencies have a national footprint with offices in every region of Canada. This regional presence enables them to connect companies, communities, and Canadians with each other. And with the programs and services, they need to grow their businesses, attract global investments to their communities, and yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, create jobs. The regional development agencies serves as a focal point of contact for outreach and engagement to better understand the needs of Canadians and the challenges they face. With their strong regional presence and well-developed local relationships with stakeholders and communities and other levels of government, regional development agencies strengthen the government's ability to support innovative, inclusive growth in every part of this great country. The government supports the regional development agencies. We are investing over $1 billion each year through the regional development agencies into support of community and business growth in every part of Canada to support a more innovative, clean, and yes, inclusive economy. For example, the regional development agencies are key partners in delivering the Accelerated Growth Service, which brings together key supports including advisory services, financing, and export support to help propel entrepreneurs to success across Canada. The regional development agencies are also taking action to boost the growth of Canada's clean tech sector and increase financing support for promising clean technology firms. Starting in 2016-2017, the regional development agencies doubled their combined investments in clean tech projects to $100 million a year. This presents entrepreneurs and innovators in every part of the country with an immense opportunity to showcase their ingenuity while encouraging sustainable prosperity for all. It is this kind of strategic alignment that can be accomplished by having a whole-of-government approach to regional development agencies, working together to strengthen our country as one country while preserving the diversity of our regions. This is what this government is doing. This is what our government is doing to the benefit of all Canadians. Regional development agencies also deliver programs and initiatives tailored to specific parts of Canada with their own unique identities. In Eastern Canada, the Atlantic Canada's Opportunities Agency, or ACOA, is a lead economic development organization with its flexible programs and on-the-ground presence. ACOA is well-positioned to help grow the economy, foster innovation, and assist in the creation of new jobs, new technologies, and new export opportunities. ACOA has built a strong network of collaborators, including other levels of government, business, academia, and community leaders across the region. The Atlantic Growth Strategy has been implemented to improve business development, advance workforce skills, and increase collaboration among both levels of government to help create a stronger Atlantic Canadian economy, something we can all be proud of, Madam Speaker. The strength of Canada's economic development for the regions of Quebec, or CEDQ, lies in its community presence through a network of 12 regional offices that work directly with community stakeholders. This allows CEDQ to understand local needs and issues to provide timely, adapted solution to those socioeconomic realities and to align programs and actions with the government priorities and the Innovation and Skills Plan. In Southern Ontario, FedDev, Ontario's core programs support the productivity, export capacity, and scale-up of firms and help accelerate the commercialization of new ideas and innovations. FedDev Ontario contributes to building public-private partnerships and supports communities seeking to diversify their local economies. In Northern Ontario, FedNor's flagship Northern Ontario Development Program focuses on delivering Government of Canada priorities to communities, businesses, and First Nations in the less populated but very beautiful northern portion of Canada's largest province. The government's prosperity and growth strategy for Northern Ontario will focus on ways to build on Northern Ontario's unique strengths and competitive advantages in such sectors as mining, resources, and agriculture, among other sectors. In Western Canada, Western Economic Diversification, or WED, invests in programs to help build on Western Canada's strengths, Madam Speaker. WED's on-the-ground presence in the West supports the Western Canadian innovation ecosystem through strong relationships with regional stakeholders, the provincial government, and other federal organizations. WED is helping to strengthen innovation networks and clusters by supporting innovators to develop the next great technologies, product, and services, creating better jobs for the middle class by assisting Western Canadians to obtain the industry-relevant certification and skills they need to compete in today's global and highly competitive economy, and generating more trade and foreign investment opportunities by providing entrepreneurs with the tools needed to grow their companies into globally competitive successes. The Government of Canada is committed to building a sustainable, diversified, and dynamic economy in Canada's north. The investments of Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency, or CanNor, helps create jobs, support community economic development, and brings real and tangible benefit to Northerners. CanNor plays a key role in the North's inclusion through its relationships with Indigenous organizations and businesses. It creates opportunities for small and medium enterprises, which are the backbone of the Canadian economy, by investing in renewable energy, clean technologies, supporting the growth of Northern businesses, and partnering with Indigenous groups and companies. These are the examples of the work of regional development agencies do every day on the ground on behalf of all Canadians coast to coast to coast, in communities, large and small. And the regional development agencies will continue to do this important work, Madam Speaker. The RDAs will continue to fulfill their mandate in the regions. The voices of the regions will continue to be heard. The work being done in the regions will remain in the regions. What they do is essential. That's how and where economic development takes place. They will continue to help Canadians start and grow globally competitive companies, and they will help those companies turn their research and innovation into business opportunities. They will continue to promote regional advantages to attract global companies, and under one minister, they will work together to better coordinate government-led programs for entrepreneurs and innovators. Madam Speaker, while each regional development agency meets the needs of local and regional populations differently, together they are the story of Canada, be it in the East Coast and the Atlantic provinces, be it on the West Coast, and be it in North and in Southern and Eastern Ontario. Together they are the story of Canada of innovation and dedication and a celebration of what makes our country unique. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Adam Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened with interest to my colleagues' remarks. And I'm wondering, and he mentioned southwestern Ontario, of course, that's the region of my riding, Chatham-Kent Leamington. I'm wondering, I remember in the past when the Conservatives were in power in government, there were quite a number of announcements in that regard in southwestern Ontario and indeed throughout the country. And I don't want to catch him off guard. I don't expect him to know these answers, but I wonder if he would commit to me to supply me with some of the monies, some of the grants, some of the agencies working that's being done in my region, and because I'm not seeing any of these announcements anymore, and I can certainly tell them in my riding, we're not getting those grants that we had in the past. So I wonder if he'd make a commitment to go to his government and to supply me with the money that's been coming into southwestern Ontario. Good.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague from the wonderful riding of Kent Leamington for that question. What I will say is that our government, every RDA that is undertaking and where applications are for grants, I'm certain that a list of those grants are available that have been announced for every region here in Canada, and that they continue to look on a obviously a marked system or a prudent system of where each grant is going to, and ensuring that all grant applications that fit the needs of the area and fit the needs of the employers and the employees are being looked at prudently by all RDAs across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague spoke about the importance of economic development. And there are three levels of government, whether it be federal, provincial, or municipal, that must be involved in the economic development of our regions. However, our regions are all different. We live in a big country, and there are unique characteristics to each one. And I really don't understand why in this bill they're being so arrogant as to appoint one minister only for all these regional development agencies. If economic development is so important to the government, then how can they just appoint one minister from Ontario to be responsible for the economic development of all our regions? Does my colleague not think that it's important that the minister responsible for economic development truly understand the issues that are specific to the regions? How can one minister be responsible for all these diverse regions and the economic development in them?
On Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. What I will say is that within the minister's portfolio, nothing has changed on the ground. Nothing has changed with each of the RDAs. They continue to look at each of the regions that they have their particular mandate, whether it's the lovely province, La Belle Province de Quebec, or the East Coast or the West Coast, and whichever RDA we are looking at. Those RDAs continue to do an intake of applications and continue to look at, on a merit system, each of the applications that come in, fulfill their mandate. I know in my wonderful riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, there was an announcement of a $3 million repayment loan to a manufacturer that made components for commercial aircraft, and that I know will create 60 full-time positions over the next 2 to 3 years in the area that I live in, and I know those wonderful stories are being repeated across the country from coast to coast to coast, including in the honourable members in her province, the La Belle Province de Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? A very brief question. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite. My question has more to do with why we're spending time talking about this bill C-24 when all the actions that would result from this bill were already taken 2 years ago. At the same time, we've got issues like the taking $500 million of Canadian taxpayer money to spend on Asian infrastructure instead of on Canadian infrastructure, which they shut down debate on. So why is this government shutting down debate on important things and spending time on these things which already have had the actions taken?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, a brief answer, please.
I thank my friend from across the aisle from the riding of Sarnia-Lambton for that question. What I would say is that this bill allows us to continue to do the great work and allows the RDAs to continue to do their great work and brings them under one roof to support those small and medium enterprises across Canada. With regards to the Asian Infrastructure Bank, Canada is a multilateral and bilateral partner with a number of organizations around the world. And if you look at that specific entity that we are partnering with, a number of countries, a number of our allies, be it in Europe or in the Asia-Pacific region that we trade with, that we invest with, and that we create good middle-class jobs with, are also involved in that. And we should be at the table as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am happy to be here to speak in this House. I have the intention to oppose this bill. This bill, which is an act to amend the Salaries Act. Well, we're talking about salaries today. Mr. Speaker now, another change. And good morning to you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to confirm what I was saying to the other speaker, is that I intend to oppose this bill, which is another demonstration of this government's improvisation. Now, when they bring bills in, it's not necessarily to the advantage of Canadians, but it's to save face and to improve their image. I think we should remember that when this Liberal government was elected, they tried to dazzle us. It was the government of sunny ways, so they wanted this image, all these photo ops, and then we saw a photo of the cabinet where there was gender parity, as many women as men. Yes, it was a lovely photo. It's holiday time, so we need photos for our cards. So this Prime Minister established parity, but it was liberal parity. It was a kind of rickety parity. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we looked at the photograph and we saw the various titles, yes, minister here, minister there, but for people listening to us, a cabinet is made up of two kinds of ministers. There are the ministers, senior ministers, Minister of Finance, Minister of Veterans Affairs, etc. But sometimes the department is so big that a second minister is appointed who has a second part of the portfolio. This minister, a minister of state, doesn't have responsibility for the entire department. And he really has to answer to the minister of the entire department. Now, there could be the Minister of Public Safety, who has the portfolio. He's responsible for the 5 agencies, security services, CSBA, etc. Now, I would have liked to have had, when I was minister, I would have liked to have had a second minister to help me out. But I was Minister of Francophonie, and I took this responsibility very seriously. But it is a Minister of State portfolio because the Minister for the Francophonie is second to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I was very proud that Prime Minister Harper said, Stephen, we want you to help by being Minister of State for the Francophonie, but I wasn't responsible for all foreign affairs, the whole Foreign Affairs Department. I wasn't in charge of the entire ministry. When I was at Public Safety, I had a huge responsibility, but I accepted that post as well. And it didn't... But since we're talking about salaries this morning, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Francophonie is one that is not... doesn't have as much importance as the entire Foreign Affairs Department. It was a former Conservative government that created this position, Minister of State for the Francophonie. But if a Minister of State doesn't have the same salary, or shouldn't, because they don't have the same responsibilities. So it's normal that if you don't have senior duties, then you should get a junior salary, not a senior salary. Now, one of the reasons for which I'm opposing this bill is that in order to maintain the illusion of parity, who's going to be paying for it? Well, it's Canadian taxpayers. When journalists started looking at this cabinet, and yes, the photograph was just beautiful, but they saw that there were ministers of state there. And when they started to count who were ministers and who were ministers of state, they started questioning the whole issue of parity. And very often, ministers of state were women. And in many cases, the ministers of state were accountable to the minister of the entire department. So there was this image of parity, but in fact, this was a rather paternalistic picture because many of the women ministers of state were accountable to men who were ministers of entire departments or senior ministers. Now, this Liberal government seems to have been saying they were reinventing the wheel. Now, I have a colleague here, a colleague for whom I have the greatest respect. She was the Minister of Public Works and Government Services, and I often dealt with her as member and then as a minister because she was responsible for acquisitions. And now, the Auditor General recognized that she did her job with the greatest integrity. So that was a woman who had a real minister's position and sat at the cabinet table. We know it wasn't so long that the opposition, the leader of the opposition, the former leader of the opposition, Rona Ambrose, was Minister of Health, and then she was Minister of Environment. So she was a full minister, and she had a salary appropriate to her job. There's also my colleague, and I have to say this is interesting. This was a minister from the far north. She was a minister of the Canadian Agency of Northern Development. Now, Minister of the Environment, her name was Leona Aglukak. Now, I met with her this. I met with her daughter, rather, and she doesn't speak either French or English, but rather she speaks an indigenous language. Now, and Madame Glukak was also Minister of Health. These weren't junior positions. Now, there are the ministers of state, or maybe little ministers, but there's a minister, then a minister of state. So what are the Liberals going to do? Well, they want to sort of like make them all the same. Now, I have a colleague here who is attacking this government in a truly remarkable way, the former Minister of Transport, who dealt with Canada Post, who dealt with the labor disputes in railway services. There was another minister, another extremely competent woman, who got a minister's salary because she did a minister's job. So the salary was appropriate to the duties. This is a bill that's to make all salaries equal, but who's going to pay for it? Taxpayers. And this is to preserve their image of a parity cabinet. But it's probably the most paternalist cabinet we've ever seen. So here we have the Liberals who are a bit embarrassed. So what do? They say, okay, let's look at this. I think we're stuck here. Well, what we're going to do, we're just going to pick the pockets of taxpayers to even out the salaries. Now, you have only to look at families. They talk about how they love the middle class. We want to help them, they say. So we're going to give them a big bonus. So there's all this razzle-dazzle, and they say, yeah, we're going to help the middle class. It's who's been drinking this Kool-Aid? They talk about the big subsidies, but what we see, Madam Speaker, it's a good thing we live in a democracy and we have independent agencies. So the Fraser Institute said that this government had cut tax credits for education, for ballet classes, piano classes, sports activities, and also with respect to carpooling credits. So what they gave with one hand, they took twice as much on the other hand. So we have a paternalist government who, in order to save appearances, is going to give both full ministers and ministers of state the same salary. This isn't right, Madam Speaker. But that's what they're trying to do, and that's what I've been trying to explain. There are many reasons that I oppose this bill. Now, we may be dealing with this with questions, but I think they're doing this in a rather underhanded way. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's two things that Conservatives have really established. One is that they have an issue in terms of the cabinet size, in the sense that when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, he had Canada's largest cabinet. So all what the minister, or the former minister, is talking, and he would be familiar with that cabinet. It was a large cabinet. 40 people sat around that cabinet at a substantial cost, quite possibly, too. My question to the member is, why does he believe that Stephen Harper needed such a large Canada, a historic number of cabinet ministers? And why is it does the minister or the former minister believe that during the Harper era that it was necessary to have a two-tier cabinet minister? So, for example, they didn't recognize the value of small business and tourism, which is a major portfolio, Madam Speaker.
The
honourable member for Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, Madam Speaker. I thank him for his question, and I would answer by saying why did Prime Minister Harper surround himself with competent men and women? Why did he do this? Well, it was in order to be able to repair, to clean up the Liberal mess. because future generations are going to be rather stuck with the mess that this government leaves them. With their enormous deficit, they're going to have to take even more money from taxpayers. Now, they have been really terrible with people for tax credits for people with diabetes and autism. But why does my colleague not recognize that a minister and a minister of state, these are not the same things, they have different duties and should have different salaries? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I have to say, and I never thought I'd say this in this House, I share the opinions of my colleague, the member for Bellechasse-Chemin-Lévis. Now, this is something we've debated before. Now, I looked at the description of the three positions, which may be cabinet positions, but it seems to me that any time I applied for a position, there was a job description. And when there was a perfect match, then you got the job. But it seems to be the opposite here. It says, it's like you're saying, bring me your curriculum, bring me your CV, and I'll tailor the job to fit you. What does my honourable colleague think, the honourable member? Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his kind words, and I think we do share the same opinion. There are three positions that have been created for additional spending, and we don't know yet what the spending will be for, but one thing we do know is in this bill, it is regions such as the Trois-Rivières, or Quebec City, the North Shore, Northern Ontario, British Columbia, where, Madam Speaker, this is a whole centralizing point of view of the Liberal government. Now, the question that I would have liked to put to my friends across the way is that what about regional disparities? What about diversity? Now, you're supposed to be the party of diversity. Canada is a country made up of different regions. So they got rid of the position of Minister for the Regions. Now, so there's a less room for someone who in charge of the Quebec economy, but more room for ministers who will be getting bigger salaries. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind the honourable member to not use the word you when addressing the government. He might rather address the Speaker. Resuming debate.
Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, I heard it all from the member across the way. Did you hear that, Madam Speaker? He says it was the Liberals that caused Stephen Harper to have the largest cabinet in the history of Canada. Don't blame me, blame the Liberals. Because there was this apparent issue when Stephen Harper became Prime Minister and what it is that he inherited. Let me remind the member what Stephen Harper inherited. A multi-billion-dollar surplus, Madam Speaker, is what he inherited, and he converted that into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. Now, Madam Speaker, the Harper government also inherited a multi-billion-dollar trade surplus, and they converted that into a multi-billion-dollar trade deficit, Madam Speaker. The Harper government inherited an economy that was moving forward, and it took them less than 2 years to get the economy going almost backwards, Mr. Speaker, which then forced the Liberals to cause the Conservatives to actually invest in Canadians during those minority years. The Harper government had the largest cabinet, and I would suggest to my colleague across the way that the big difference between the Liberal cabinet and the Conservative cabinet is not only size, where the Harper government had a much larger cabinet, but also to recognize what the member across the way doesn't seem to be that, or to recognize as a very important issue. And many Canadians took a great sense of pride in the announcement by the Prime Minister when he introduced the Cabinet to Canadians. The idea of gender parity was something that was long overdue, that was applauded from every region of our country, and it was exceptionally well received. And I am disappointed. You know, we've had the NDP and the Conservatives, that unholy alliance in the last year or so, Mr. Speaker, come together again to say in opposition of good legislation. And they both like to mock the announcement of this Prime Minister's cabinet. I don't know what it is or why it is the NDP and the Conservatives don't see gender parity in cabinet as a good thing. I don't understand why it is that both of those opposition parties believe that all cabinet ministers should be treated equally. And that's what this piece of legislation does, is it does ensure that all cabinet ministers are equal, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservative cabinet. And what is wrong with that? What is wrong with having gender parity? You know, the NDP often talk about it. Now they have a chance to reinforce it, Madam Speaker. They had a chance when the Prime Minister made the announcement to recognize it as a good thing and say it for what it is. And that's what Canadians recognize it as, Madam Speaker. As a whole, Canadians, and even beyond Canada's borders, it is something that ultimately made international news as something that was a step in the right direction. I was surprised in terms of the criticisms that were being leveled. They said, well, junior ministers, Stephen Harper labeled this spot as a junior minister, therefore that's not as important. I disagree. How can members across the way try to convince me or Canadians that small businesses, especially given the number of questions they ask about small businesses, as being as a junior spot? We recognize small businesses for what it is, the backbone of the Canadian economy, which is absolutely critical in terms of promoting ongoing job growth for Canada's middle class and supporting it. And this is a government that has been supporting our small businesses. We have a minister today that constantly is out there to support our small businesses and promote tourism. And there has been tangible results, Madam Speaker. We have seen record numbers of tourists coming to Canada. In fact, Madam Speaker, in the last week, the minister responsible for tourism, you know, the one that they say is a junior spot, has been talking a lot in China to promote Canada as a tourist destination. And, Madam Speaker, I don't know what it is that individuals across the way do not want to recognize just how important tourism is to our country. Maybe they need to meet with some of the stakeholders, maybe meet with some of their constituents that deal with the hospitality industry and see the real value of tourism. They might not recognize it. I can tell you this government recognizes the value of our hospitality industry and the importance of tourism in our country, which generates and creates thousands of jobs every year and employs today millions of Canadians, Madam Speaker, either directly or indirectly. I see that as a very important portfolio. We have a minister, a full minister, a minister of equal value, known as the Minister responsible for status of women. Again, that is a very important ministry. You know, unlike the Harper government, we have a government through the Minister of Finance who is saying that we are applying a gender lens on budgetary measures. We have a number of different initiatives that are taking place. The Minister of Status of Women is and should have an equal voice at the cabinet table, but not according to the NDP and the Conservatives. The NDP and the Conservatives, they join together and they say, no, that should not be the case. That is a junior ministerial position. Well, I'll suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that Canadians would say that the NDP and the Conservatives are wrong, that the status of women as a ministry should be an equal to the Minister of Finance. And then you hear, well, they have different responsibilities. Well, duh. Of course they have different responsibilities. Each minister has different responsibilities, Madam Speaker. But they all sit around a cabinet table, and that cabinet makes joint decisions. They all have a responsibility to ensure that they're informed on the decisions that that cabinet is going to be making as a whole. Why wouldn't they be paid equally? Again, I would be disappointed if I was a New Democrat. As a New Democrat, they're saying, well, they believe in pay equity, but they're quite content to see the Minister of Status of Women being paid less than the minister responsible for health. And I would suggest to you that they're wrong on that point, too. And if they were consistent with some of the words that they talk about across the way, they should be rethinking their position on that, Madam Speaker. You know, we have the opposition saying, well, you know, youth are important. And we agree. Youth are very important. Some of them say we should have a minister of youth. Well, you know, the nice thing about this legislation is it does create the opportunity not only for today's Prime Minister, but future Prime Ministers to designate a youth Prime Minister, a youth ministry. Well, for me, Mr. Speaker, I look at it in the sense that our Prime Minister has got this right. Our Prime Minister understands the importance of youth and getting young people engaged, and has taken on that responsibility himself. So we have a Prime Minister that is advocating directly related to youth activities, and we have a Parliamentary Secretary who's doing an outstanding job on that. But it doesn't necessarily mean it prevents sometime in the future. Or a more common one that is talked about is the issue of seniors. You know, seniors is something in which, across the way, they often talk about in opposition benches. Well, within this legislation, it allows for, whether it's today or tomorrow, government the more flexibility to be able to deal with issues that are before the government. It provides, I believe, something that's critically important. Madam Speaker, I see I don't have very much time left, and I did want to talk about the name change. We now have, instead of a Minister of Infrastructure, Communities and Intergovernmental Affairs, we now have the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. I think that is a significant change. We're saying that we want the Minister of Infrastructure, where we have these record amounts of infrastructure dollars being spent in every region of our country, and we have a minister that is an equal minister sitting at the table focused on infrastructure and communities. Again, that is a positive thing, Madam Speaker. I suspect I might get a question that I can maybe elaborate on.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
I really appreciate the comments of my member, the colleague from Winnipeg North, but there is some point that I want to adjust. First of all, the minister, the colleague talked about the fact that when we were in office, was the largest cabinet. That's not true. 1984, there was 40 members aboard the cabinet. Also, the minister, the colleague, talked about the fact that the Chrétien-Martin government led the country with a huge surplus. Well, first of all, we always talk about the good buddies they were, Martin and Chrétien. But first of all, we have to remember also that they drastically cut the subsidies to the provinces. And they also forget that when we were in office, we were to address the worst economic crisis that we had to address, worse since the last depression. So this is why, Madam Speaker, we are very proud of what we did when we were in office. But my question is, may the member recognize that when you are Minister of Defense, it's quite a little bit bigger than being Minister of Tourism. Isn't it true?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
But they sit at the same cabinet table and they make and evaluate the opinions and the decisions on a national perspective. And Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, if you were to follow the logic of that particular question, one could ultimately say, okay, you have 29 ministers, each minister should be evaluated and there should be 29 different salaries. And maybe that's the direction that former Prime Minister was heading. I would suggest to you that all cabinet ministers, as this legislation says, are in fact equal and they should be treated accordingly. In regards to his commentary or his commentary in terms of the deficit situation, remember, Harper created that multi-billion-dollar deficit after inheriting the surplus before the recession actually had taken place. In regards to the cuts, it was Jean Chrétien that actually erased the tax transfer points, which guaranteed health cash dollars to provinces. If it were not for Chrétien back then, we might not have health cash transferred being to provinces because of the tax points. I was in the Manitoba legislature.
Unfortunately, we do have to allow for other questions. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member for Winnipeg North's remarks very clearly, and there are two things that come out from it. He believes that the more we repeat something that's false, the more people will be inclined to believe it's true. And secondly, the louder a person talks, the more convincing they will be. But no one will be fooled by Bill C-24. So my question is a simple one, Madam Speaker. If the Liberals truly believe in pay equity, then why are they doing nothing? Why don't they create a system with equal pay for equal work?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Leader of the Government.
Well, related to this particular piece of legislation, I would recommend to my friend that he understand what it is that the NDP have actually done and said. On the one hand, they like to say that they believe in pay equity, but they were sure awfully critical of the Prime Minister's gender parity within the cabinet. And part of that gender parity includes having pay equity. A female, the Minister of Status of Women, because of this Prime Minister, makes just as much as the Minister of Defense. All ministers are paid the same amount. That is something that's true, it's real, it's factual, there's no makeup, no matter what tone of voice I happen to use. That is the reality, and the NDP actually opposed that, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind the member from Carlton Trail Eagle Creek that if she has something to contribute, she should stand when we ask for questions and comments. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. But there'll be other opportunities during this debate. The resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-24. And I have to say it's rather surreal that we are here debating this bill, a bill that is essentially about increasing the salaries of a few Liberal cabinet ministers. It really speaks to the priorities of this government or the lack of priorities. You know, during the 2015 election, the Prime Minister crisscrossed the country, and he made a big deal about the fact that if he was elected, he would appoint the first gender-balanced cabinet in Canadian history. And, of course, we know the Prime Minister was elected, and on November 4th, 2015, he had an opportunity to fulfill his election promise. And he appointed his cabinet on that date, and on its face, it appeared that the cabinet was gender equal. The only problem, Madam Speaker, is that not all ministers are equal. There are full ministers, and then there are ministers of state. What is the difference between a full minister and a minister of state? Well, to begin with, Madam Speaker, a minister of state does not have a full department. They don't manage a full department budget. A minister of state doesn't have a deputy minister that reports to them. A minister of state doesn't have the same power and the same authority as a full minister. And so the only way the Prime Minister was able to fulfill on its face a gender-equal cabinet was by filling the 5 junior portfolios, the 5 ministers of state, with female MPs, and then he could say he had a gender-equal cabinet. Well, it didn't take long for a number of people to point out that the Prime Minister's gender-equal cabinet wasn't as equal as he made it out to be. And so, what did the Prime Minister do about it? Well, he played essentially a game of pretend. He began by changing the titles of the ministers to remove Minister of State and call them a minister, to create the illusion, to create the facade that those 5 junior ministers without full departments are in fact the same as ministers with full departments. And then the Prime Minister increased the salaries of those 5 ministers, again, junior ministers without full departments, to put their salaries on par with ministers of full departments. And now, to complete the facade, the Prime Minister has introduced Bill C-24, in which the government is asking Parliament to rubber stamp what the Prime Minister did. Now, I guess, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, other members of the government, the Prime Minister, have talked a lot about the problem that they have with 2 tiers of ministers. But the irony, in fact, Madam Speaker, is that Bill C-24 doesn't eliminate 2 tiers of ministers. In fact, what Bill C-24 does with respect to those 5 junior ministries is migrate them over to a new category called ministers for whom a department is designated. Now, in the case of those ministers, they would have their resources from the department of another minister. It sounds, Madam Speaker, an awful lot like a minister of state. So, in substance, what is the government doing? The government isn't doing anything to solve the problem that they purport exists, which is the problem of 2 tiers of ministers, Madam Speaker. But, for the Prime Minister, it doesn't really matter, because for the Prime Minister, it's all about optics. It's all about looking good. It's all about pretending that he is a champion for women. Of course, when one looks at the record of this Prime Minister, when it comes to supporting women, it really is a wanting record. We have a Prime Minister who has done virtually nothing to assist Yazidi women and girls who are suffering torture, who are suffering among the most egregious human rights violations imaginable, to help them come to Canada. The Prime Minister has done absolutely nothing, next to nothing. We have a Prime Minister, or feminist Prime Minister, who's going to remove genital mutilation from the Citizenship Guide, Madam Speaker. So the Prime Minister talks a good game. He creates a nice facade. He uses women to make himself look good. But when it comes to substance, when it comes to doing something meaningful, the Prime Minister, time and time and time and time again, is AWOL, Madam Speaker. But I guess what else to expect from this Prime Minister? We, after all, have a Prime Minister who is a failed Prime Minister. A Prime Minister who, in the last 2 years, has blown the budget. A Prime Minister who has returned Canada to long-term structural deficits. A Prime Minister who can't get anything done. He can't get TPP done. He can't get softwood done. He can't get NAFTA done. He can't get pipelines built. He presides over a government plagued by scandal and corruption. And he is a Prime Minister who is under investigation as we speak. So, with a record like that, I guess what else is there to do beyond taking selfies, appearing on American television to talk about his socks, and introduce hollow, meaningless bills like Bill C-24 to waste Parliament's time. You know, I have to say, it is a little bit ironic that the government is introducing this bill, and it speaks to their priorities because, of course, this is a government that is making life more difficult for everyday Canadians. They're taking more out of the wallets of middle-class Canadians. They're going after and shaking down vulnerable Canadians like diabetics to raise revenue for this cash-strapped, spend-thrift government. They're declaring war on small businesses. And so while they make Canadians pay, when it comes to helping themselves, when it comes to giving themselves salary increases, they're all in. They're all in, Madam Speaker, because what Bill C-24 is really about, it isn't about gender equality, it's about liberals helping liberals.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, to talk about the arrogance, the entitlement, the condescension of this government, it was remarkable that the Prime Minister and members of this government tried to insult the intelligence of Canadians by proclaiming that this bill was about gender equity. On February 2nd, 2016, none other than the President of the Treasury Board said, quote, "We are committed to pay equity in our cabinet, and the government will soon be bringing forward legislation to ensure that all cabinet ministers receive equal pay." That was the President of the Treasury Board. Of course, Madam Speaker, Bill C-24 has nothing to do with pay equity because the principle of pay equity is equal pay for equal value. Bill C-24 does nothing of the sort, which is why it was laughed out of committee by expert witnesses on the question of pay equity. Madam Speaker, Bill C-24 is a joke of a bill. It is one more reason why 2019 can't come soon enough.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just have to say, sometimes listening to some of the comments from the other side of the House just make you have to stand up and make a comment in one form or another. The whole issue of equity is an important thing for all of us, and certainly the status of women, the Minister of the Status of Women, is equal to every other minister we have in the House. And what we're trying to do with C-24 is to promote more gender equity all the way through the service. I'd like to hear some comments from my honourable colleague on the issue to do with the gender balance. He was talking about the fact that our Prime Minister hasn't accomplished anything. Well, I think when you look at trying to look through our budget through a gender lens as to the impact on women. And then as a side note, what about the 600,000 jobs that has been created? Our economy is doing better than any other country in the G7. Somehow I think my honourable colleague forgot to read that press release.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, in reference to Bill C-24 and this falsehood being put forward by the government that this is about gender equity, let me quote Professor Margot Young of the University of British Columbia, who specializes in gender equality, to quote what she said about Bill C-24. She said, quote, "To loosely categorize legislation that essentially isn't really about gender equity as responding to a gender equity concern is, as I said before, dangerous." And she went on, Madam Speaker, to say, quote, "Really, there's no gender substance, no equity on the basis of gender equality to this legislation." I think that pretty much sums up Bill C-24 when it comes to this false notion that it has anything to do with gender equity.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I absolutely agree with my colleague on the issue of equity. But here's another aspect of the bill that I'm concerned with. And that is that one minister is going to be responsible for the regional development agencies, the minister for Mississauga. Here we have a government that appears to only be interested in big cities, and when it comes to a riding like Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, it's even of greater concern because we're not going to have a minister responsible for economic development in that region of Quebec. We have very unique issues in our ridings, and we won't have a minister who is familiar with those issues, and I find that very worrisome. I'd like to know if my colleague thinks this is a good idea or not when it comes to the economic development of our regions.
Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, for that very important question, because she's quite right. On top of increasing the salaries of certain Liberal ministers, Bill C-24 does away with regional economic ministries. And it's not just Quebec, it's Atlantic Canada. As an Alberta MP, I similarly share the minister's concerns, the member's concerns, and I have to say it really is inconsistent, because this is a government that talks so much about working with the provinces, talking about working with municipalities, and here they are eliminating regional representation at the cabinet table to bring the unique perspectives of regions of Canada by doing away with these regional economic portfolios. Madam Speaker, I think it is a mistake on the part of this government.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
In rebuttal to that last comment from my honourable colleague across the way, I want Canadians and Atlantic Canadians to be reassured that this government has a keen focus on the economic development of our regions. It couldn't be more apparent than through the Atlantic Growth Strategy that has the support from the highest reaches of this government, from the Prime Minister through the Immigration Minister, and the implementation of an Atlantic Immigration Pilot Initiative that will help the economic development of our region in Atlantic Canada, something that the previous government under Stephen Harper never had a view on towards. Atlantic Canadians remember the comments about the culture of defeat that Stephen Harper issued untowards people in our region of the country, and they're proud of the work of this Liberal government providing economic growth as a strategic initiative for the people of our region.
For an answer, the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
I'll speak to what Bill C-24 is doing when it comes to Atlantic Canada in terms of eliminating regional economic ministries. As a result, there is now a delay in processing times at ACOA. Ministerial approval delays are occurring. A 30-day processing time has now turned into a 90-day processing time thanks to this government.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Winnipeg.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Ni wakoma kantik tanse, ni miyatani awapam tikuk. So on the 4th of November on 2015, my grandmother, who was at home in Kelowna, had the opportunity of watching the swearing in of our ministers in our government. And she was very happy when she learned that there was going to be equality between the sexes in how the cabinet was formed. And she actually raised this issue with me, a lady who is not very political. She's almost 90 years old, yet she raised this issue because she thought it was important. And she was so proud of the answer of our Prime Minister when he said, because it's 2015. And so when my grandmother says something to me about politics, and I know there might be some heckling out there, but it is a beautiful thing, that I really believe that we need true equality. And I'm sure my grandmother would agree that if she learned that there was not a true equality between the ministers, she would like to see that rectified. And so I'm very proud of the government having presented Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make consequential amendments to the Financial Administration Act. Because this act amends the Salaries Act to include 8 new ministerial positions, including the Minister of la Francophonie, the Minister of Science, the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, the Minister of Sport and Person with Disabilities, the Minister of Status of Women. It authorizes the Governor and Council to designate departments to support the ministers who occupy these positions and authorizes those ministers to delegate their powers, duties, or functions to officers or employees of the designated departments. It also makes consequential amendments to the Financial Administration Act and will change the legal title of Minister of Infrastructure, Communities and Intergovernmental Affairs to Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. This reflects the fact that the Prime Minister has taken on the role of Intergovernmental Affairs Minister. This bill amends the Salaries Act to modernize as well and formally equalize the status of the government's ministerial team, because it is a team. In this government, there are no junior or senior ministers. There are just ministers who are working for all Canadians. And this government is committed to a one-tier ministry that recognizes the equality and equity of all cabinet members and supports their work on our government's priorities. Now, under the current Act, the Minister of La Francophonie, the Minister of Science, the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities, and the Minister of the Status of Women were all considered to be secretaries or ministers of state. This bill now adds 5 ministerial positions, which will replace the current Minister of State appointments. All members of the Prime Minister's ministerial team were sworn in as ministers and have had full standing and authority since day one of this government. This legislation formally recognizes the equality of all members of the ministry. The bill formalizes having regional and national expertise working together under one roof, which creates a better synergy between them. The regional development agencies will continue to fulfill their mandates and will continue to offer their programs and services and offer opportunities for local economic growth. Reporting through the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development highlights the importance of regional development agencies play in the regions and permits a more integrated and whole-of-government approach to economic development issues. Now, I truly believe that it is important that science, la francophonie, small business and tourism, sports, and persons with disabilities, and the status of women are all priority areas for Canadians, and therefore they merit a full ministerial status. Our government has also, from day one, been committed to creating a one-tier ministry, and this legislation simply formalizes this approach. Changes made to the Salaries Act will formalize the equality of all members of the ministry and modernize the Act to allow for more flexibility. The current Act allows for 35 ministerial positions, including the position of the Prime Minister. The bill amends the Act to include 5 additional titled ministerial positions: Minister of the La Francophonie, Minister of Small Business and Tourism, Minister of Science, Minister of the Status of Women, and Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities. It also adds 3 new untitled positions to provide greater flexibility to structure future ministries to reflect the priorities of the government without resorting to Minister of State appointments. These changes will not impact the ministries and the Minister of State Act. The Minister of State appointments will remain an option at the discretion of the Prime Minister that he may use in the future. Last November 4th, 2015, when the Cabinet was sworn in, the orders in Council included language to style the 5 ministers as full ministers. The language of the order in Council was necessary given the legislative framework and the current list of ministerial positions in the Salaries Act. C-24 modernizes the legislation to include the 5 ministerial titles, and that's important. The bill further amends the Act by removing 6 regional development positions. However, this does not affect the current regional development agencies, which will continue under this ministry to operate under the mandate of the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. The Prime Minister will continue to appoint ministers to oversee the regional agencies. Under this government, all these practices are currently in place, and this legislation simply formalizes the changes that were made when we changed government, when Canadians changed government, to have a better government. And this addresses the administrative constraints that exist currently in legislation. When I was working for the First Nations Education Council in Quebec. It was interesting to note that the structures of the Assembly of First Nations in Quebec and Labrador had commissions that were run often by women, while the other leadership roles were often run or done, by this case, by men. Men were doing the chief positions, and the women, in this case, were doing many of the social organizations which ensured that the Indigenous organizations in Quebec and Labrador were able to function properly. But it's important, even though women often end up in roles, there might be a bit of a gravitation to certain roles, that we all have equal status, no matter what they are, especially, for instance, the Ministry of the Status of Women. One day, perhaps we will have a Minister of the Status of Women who might be a man, but in this case, it is such an important position with everything that is going on in our society that this position should not be a second-class minister, but it should be a full ministry, like everyone else in the council. So for myself, it's very important. For my grandmother, it's important. I believe it's important for all Canadians that we not only symbolically, but concretely demonstrate that these are our values and that we are willing to make simple legislative changes to ensure that all ministers have the full status when they debate the important issues of the day. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. I welcome him to the House. He's been a great colleague. I think he represents his people very well. And Madam Speaker, he quoted earlier his grandmother from British Columbia, and I congratulated him for that. But I'd just like to bring another British Columbian's perspective to this issue, Madam Speaker. We have Professor Young, a University of British Columbia law professor, who specializes in gender equality, and she appeared before the committee on Bill C-24, and here's what she said, Madam Speaker, quote, "This particular piece of legislation really doesn't, as far as I can see, have much to do with gender equality." She goes on to say, quote, "To claim it's about gender equality is dangerous, dangerous. I think it's dangerous," she says, "because too often we cut off the really important, substantial, and tough conversations about gender equality by claiming that we've already dealt with it, and we've dealt with it in some more formalistic way. I think to point to this legislation and say that the expansion of categories that get the same pay level is actually dealing with gender equality is essentially to short sheet the conversation. And finally, I think to frame it as a piece of legislation that speaks substantively to the issues of gender equality and cabinet composition is wrong, and it's dangerous." Twice she used that term. I wonder if my colleague, how he feels about this comment from a law professor who deals with gender equality as a specialty. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I appreciate the question from the honourable member. One of the issues, I think, when we use the word dangerously, it could be construed as being very dangerous. I'd like to know more information about how it actually how it creates this danger. Because when I see ministers or anyone in society, I think it is about equal pay for equal work. We often know that in certain professions where we are in the world or where we are in Canada, there are some professions that men gravitate to. As a person who was in the military for a long time, there are a lot more men in the Canadian Armed Forces. And the Canadian Armed Forces, we work very hard, and my colleagues and comrades work very hard. But in other professions like childcare, which is just as important to society, the pay is often less. And in this case, for instance, when we look at the Minister of Status of Women or other ministries, it's important for me to ensure that all my cabinet minister colleagues, though they might be a little different from me, obviously, as a backbencher, but that they all have the same level of status. And it's important for a symbolic place like Parliament to ensure that there is no differential in pay, that if we do the calculations on the stats and the data within the ministries and looking at people where they might be doing their best work in the various ministries, that everyone has equal pay, and we don't find out that, because perhaps some of the expertise of some of our colleagues end up in this area and other ministers end up in this area, that they have a differential in pay. It's important that they are all equal for all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hill. Hold on here.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much time do we have left? Okay, thank you. I think, Madam Chair, applaud the member for his speech and comments on the bill. I will be opposing this bill. I think the bill actually highlights the central problem in this town, which is the centralization of power in party leaders' offices, particularly the Prime Minister's office. All ministers, including ministerial staff, ultimately report to the Prime Minister, and they serve at the pleasure of the Prime Minister. And I think viewers will be interested to hear, members of Parliament will be interested to hear that the Prime Minister's office has a budget to hire 500 political exempt staffers that work for the Prime Minister in Longevin, but also in other ministerial offices. And that's a much bigger budget than what the UK Prime Minister has, a much bigger budget than many other heads of government in the G7. And so I think this bill actually exacerbates the problem of concentration of power in Ottawa by enlarging the salaries for cabinet ministers and just continuing the march to further centralization of power in this town, which I think is contrary to the interests of Canadians.
From the member from Winnipeg Centre.
It's a very interesting comment. It is actually a tendency across the westernized world to have the centralization of power. It's something that's very often very difficult to oppose, because many of us sometimes in this House, whether we're in the back bench or in even the opposition side, we always seem to bend our will to the will of our leaders. And so what I would just simply say, though, and not to be trite to the member, is Canada is a very large nation, and sometimes perhaps we do need staff, because it is also a very complicated nation. It's made up of many different components, and so I would not be predisposed to judging the Prime Minister on what he might need or what he deems he needs in order to run the country effectively.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise in the House and speak on this Bill C-24 with respect to a lot of the specifics and particulars related to the bill, which is what I want to address as well as highlight for members of the House. The bill, in general theme, is one of synergy and of being very pragmatic with respect to how we do business here with the House, within the House, but also, Madam Chair, most importantly, how we do business across the nation with our partners at all levels of government, as well as the private sector. To be very specific, Madam Speaker, this bill modernizes and formally equalizes the status of the government's ministerial team. And I say team, keyword, not only within the Hill and throughout the Hill, but also throughout the nation, once again, working with our partners in a more proactive manner, municipalities, all levels of government, the provinces and territories, as well as the private sector. The bill highlights that, in fact, there are no junior or senior ministers in this ministry, or any ministry for that matter. It recognizes the importance of a one-tier ministry, all equal ministers working to deliver results for all Canadians, once again, throughout this great nation. 5 ministers, Madam Speaker, 5 ministers directly currently impacted by the bill and are formally made full minister positions: La Francophonie, Science, Small Business and Tourism, Sport and Person with Disabilities, and Status of Women. Simply, Madam Speaker, formalizing what the Prime Minister put in place in day one, providing the Prime Minister with flexibility to adjust Cabinet to current realities of the time based on what we hear. And Madam Speaker, this is something that this government concentrates fully on in comparison to the past, is the fact that we rely on our consultations with members of the public, our partners, to ensure that the message that we bring forward is based on what we hear. We learn, and most importantly, react accordingly based on those consultations. Not to be repetitive, Madam Speaker, but I again want to really drill down on what this bill is identifying. It amends the Salaries Act to modernize as well as formally equalize the status of the government's ministerial team. In this ministry, there are no, once again, Madam Speaker, no junior or senior ministers. There are just ministers working to deliver results for Canadians. This government is committed to a one-tier ministry that recognizes, Madam Speaker, the equality of cabinet members and supports their work on the government's based on the nation's priorities. Under the current Act, the Minister of La Francophonie, the Minister of Science, the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities, and the Minister of Status of Women are all considered to be Ministers of State. This bill adds 5 ministerial positions which will replace the current Minister of State appointments. All members of the Prime Minister's ministerial team were sworn in as ministers and have had full standing and authority since day one of this government. This legislation formally recognizes the equality of all members of the ministry. Madam Speaker, I would also like to highlight some of the residual benefits that this bill brings forward. Regional development agencies. This bill formalizes having regional and national expertise working together under one roof. This bill identifies how it will, in fact, create better synergies, once again, by working closer together with our partners. It creates, Madam Speaker, an opportunity for greater progress, which is, in fact, our #1 priority. RDAs will continue to fulfill their mandates, once again, in consultation with our partners, listening, learning, and responding accordingly. RDAs will continue to offer their programs and services and offer opportunities, Madam Speaker, opportunities for local economic growth. Working together, cohesion between the RDAs that helps grow the economy and, once again, deliver results. Reporting through ISED ministers highlights the importance, Madam Speaker. It highlights the importance of RDAs and the priorities they put forward within their different regions. The importance, once again, that they are part of the efforts to bring forward progress. It permits a more integrated and whole-of-government approach to economic development issues. Therefore, a more robust strategy which identifies objectives that with our partners we can attach action plans to those objectives. And then, of course, finally, execute those action plans to once again achieve progress. RDAs are, in fact, in Atlantic Canada, the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, for example, delivering results. Economic development agencies for the regions of Quebec, federal economic development agencies for Southern Ontario, FedDev. And when you look at FedDev and some of the accomplishments they've had in the past year, over $783.9 million invested through our post-secondary strategic infrastructure fund, or investment fund for the province of Ontario. $222 million invested in support of scale-up firms and entrepreneurs, innovative clusters, clean growth, and export development. And I can go on, Madam Chair, but unfortunately I only have 10 minutes. But once again, progress. The Federal Economic Development Initiative for Northern Ontario, FedNor. The Western Economic Diversification, once again, working with our partners for progress. This bill, Madam Speaker, proposes to formalize having the regional and national expertise of the regional development agencies all working together under one roof for progress. This creates better synergy, more opportunities for greater progress, and provides the flexibility needed to make real impact in communities across this great nation. The regional development agencies will all continue to fulfill their mandates of supporting small and medium-sized enterprises and becoming more innovative, more productive, and export-oriented, achieving progress. They will continue to work with communities and economic development organizations to identify and generate opportunities for local economic growth. And continue, Madam Speaker, to provide programs and services to entrepreneurs and communities that build on the distinct competitive regional advantages, their niches. In my former life as a municipal representative, I fully respected the people I worked with on a daily basis, whether it was bumping into someone in a grocery store, or at the soccer field, or at the hockey rink, or just simply on the sidewalk going for a walk with my dog, or being with my daughters, Logan and Jordan, somewhere where we would just sit there and chat and be bumped into by somebody that had an idea, that wanted to discuss how they can progress their idea with our level of government, and how important it was in my position to take that message to other levels of government and other partners, to leverage those ideas to become a reality through strategy, objectives, action plans, and execution. This government currently is doing a transportation trade corridors study, an infrastructure smart city study, which aligns with this very direction that this government proposes through this bill. So I ask members of the House to understand the synergies, to understand the partnerships, and then therefore appreciate the progress that we're trying to bring forward on behalf of this great nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a very simple question to the member from Niagara Centre. This cabinet was appointed 25 months ago. These ministers were appointed 25 months ago. So a very simple question. Under what authority of this House have these ministers been paid up until this point?
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. How has the government been paying the salaries of these ministers until now is the question. And there's three simple answers to that. One, equal status since day one, Madam Speaker. Two, the importance of one-tier ministry. And three, a minister is a minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to refer to my colleague's expertise. He was mayor of a municipality. Did everyone in the mayor's office get the same salary?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question to the member. The answer will be no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite. Now, it's clear that they're coming here today with C-24 to ask parliamentary permission to do what they already did 2 years ago. So it's clear they did that without any parliamentary authority at all. In terms of the equality of the jobs, in the real world, if you wanted to take an existing job like a Minister of State and compare it to a full minister's job, you'd be looking at skills, years of experience, you would be looking at the responsibility required by those jobs. And I wonder if the member could explain to me how on any planet the status of women role has the same kind of responsibility as that of the finance minister who handles $355 billion of taxpayer money and can influence businesses all over the country, including his own.
Member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the question from the member. I think we all have to appreciate that, in fact, there is no new departments being created here. So there's nothing new in comparison to, as I said earlier, day one. The minister will work within the existing framework. We believe that Francophonie, SBT, status for women, sports and persons with disabilities, and science are all important to Canadians, and of course will be compensated accordingly. They deserve equal weight around the cabinet table, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that the Harper government didn't see it that way and didn't think so. So therefore, we are dealing with something that unfortunately hasn't been dealt with in the past as well should have been. And finally, Madam Speaker, this is a whole government approach. Once again, it's a team approach. And what's most important about this approach, as I said earlier, is working with our partners across this great nation, and with that, creating the progress and development that each and every Canadian deserves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Our Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's speech. And we heard a recent question about why would the status of women not be a Minister of State. We make up 50% of the population. Why on earth would this not be a full ministry? Considering the intersectionality and barriers that women face, it should be a full ministry. Considering the intersectionality and the barriers that persons with disabilities face, it should be a full ministry. If a government wants to operate and develop good policy based on evidence, then the Minister of Science should be a full ministry. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague doesn't agree with that.
Our member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. Absolutely, I do agree with it, but I want to expand on it a bit more because, again, equality for women as well as equality for our youth, equality for our seniors, and demonstrating importance to hear those voices across this nation and, of course, at the Cabinet table. A whole-of-government approach, Madam Speaker, the entire Cabinet represents their voice, and we want to ensure that it is 2017 going on 18, and it's a government approach to be very pragmatic, to be very forward-thinking, forward-looking, and therefore putting those strategies in place, putting those objectives and action plans in place, and of course putting a plan of execution so that therefore this country, once again, gets what it deserves, and that's progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we have the opportunity to vote, to debate C-24, which lacks in transparency and which leads to inequality. C-24 did not get media attention, and yet it speaks volumes about this government. And when you examine it in detail, you really get an eyeful. This is what I will be discussing for the next few minutes. So to start, let's go behind the facade and see what is behind this bill. First of all, Bill C-24 would create 8 new ministries, 5 ministers of state, and then 3 other positions for ministers, but we don't know what they will be. They say that they want to ensure salary parity among ministers, so ministers may have the same salary, but nothing ensures the fact that they will be treated with equity. The new ministers of state will be, in effect, junior ministers. They will have less of a budget and less authority. Now, although the Prime Minister says this, they will not be creating positions they're just creating positions for a parity in appearance only. Now, there are major departments who have substantial budgets. Parity and equity has to do with the equal division of key positions in the government. So that's the first target they missed. First mistake. Now let's look at this closer. The announcement of 3 new departments or ministries. It seems that has not yet been created. So we're supposed to sign a blank check for positions that haven't yet been determined. So we're supposed to rubber stamp the appointment of 3 new ministers. I would call them phantom ministers right now. Now, this government is saying that by doing this, it's going to be more transparent and accountable. But that's just another thing that they're not doing, that they're not succeeding at. The government also says that this would eliminate the ministers of state responsible for regional development. Now, these regional agencies will be divided among ministers, and they all come from major centers. Toronto, the Minister of the Economic Development of Regions comes from Toronto. Some from now on, a minister from Toronto will be responsible for the regions across Canada. This means that this is a third failure on the part of the government. Now, the Minister of Regional Development, Economic Development, this is a minister who is supposed to defend regions across Canada and should know people on the ground and should be aware of their needs. They need to work in cooperation with regions and lead to a diversity of voices in cabinet. The government is centralizing its powers, and they say maybe they're saving, but they're not really exceptionally good at this. Now, this government wasn't afraid to spend like drunken sailors, so we now see their true philosophy. All of this speaks volumes about Liberals. It is less and less surprising, and we've observed this many times. This government is taking power away from regions and municipalities. Even the Minister of Transport has seen his powers restricted. The government is deciding on how, when, why, and where they will be organizing certain things. So this is an insult to communities, regions, and to Indigenous peoples. They see federalism as a centralized state where the Prime Minister wants to take decisions instead of allowing this to the regions and municipalities. This summer, the Prime Minister said that the appointment of a Toronto minister who would be responsible for all regional economic development agencies. They said this was a means of having people put forward policies for the regional economic development agencies. This is a very reductive argument. Now, for us, having people who are accountable for regions is something that is highly desirable and legitimate. The Prime Minister seems too attached to his power, not ready to trust others' expertise, and not able to delegate responsibilities to those who should have them. This is one of the most ludicrous decisions of this government. We know that last summer, $150 million went to Ontario Economic Development, went to a business in a minister from Mississauga's riding.
What? They wanted to centralize powers. And the Liberal Atlantic Caucus indicated or identified that delays for ACOA were 3 times as long since the appointment of the minister from Toronto. A minister in a large urban centre in Ontario responsible for the Atlantic region. This centralized decision-making process is hindering program effectiveness. What that means is that regional companies that counted on these development agencies will bear the brunt and the costs. They are job creators in our regions, and they too will be adversely affected by the Liberal government. For a bill being put forth as a simple way to remedy pay among ministers, we find it disappointing. More power is being concentrated in the hands of urban elites. There are 3 new positions, but surrounding that was enigma. There has been no idea as to what their responsibilities will be. and the dismantling of the regional economic development ministers across the country, accompanied by processing delays, which was supposed to help our businesses. We're supposed to be working to help our entrepreneurs, but we're going to be putting into place with this bill measures that will not be beneficial to them. Once again, the Liberal government has forgotten about the regions across Canada. It's showing a lack of transparency, and it's moving ahead with a centralizing paternalistic view. And what's worse is that the objective of this bill is to ensure pay equity, and it's not even being fulfilled. Cabinet members may receive the same salary, but not the same responsibilities or authority. Key positions will always be, as we've seen, placed in the hands of a minority of men. So this bill, Bill C-24, is completely missing the objective that was announced. Madam Speaker, I will conclude with these words. This Liberal government that keeps talking about being more transparent reacted after having announced a cabinet with gender parity, and only once the media looked into it and determined that it was not the case, because very few women have access to key positions with all of the associated powers. What solution did the government come up with? A bill, a catch-all bill, where they increased salaries for ministries, departments of state. They took this opportunity as well to end the existence of the regional development ministers who understood the ministers well. And this, Mr. Speaker, is a disaster for all regions, including Quebec.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague. I represent a riding that is similar. It's a regional one. And in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, the development agencies that I'm in contact with are very concerned because it appears that the government is only concerned with large urban centers. And our largest urban area is 56,000 in my riding. And for us, it's very worrisome to see a bill where there isn't even a minister responsible for the regions of Quebec, because each of our regions is different. We need to have a minister we can talk to who understands the reality of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, who understands and for whom it means something. Does this show, then, that the government isn't concerned or doesn't care about the regions that we represent? The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very pertinent question. As a former mayor, if there's one department or a minister who can help us in developing our municipal projects in Quebec, it's the former Minister of Economic Development responsible for the regions of Quebec. And I'm sure it's the same for the other development agencies that were across the country. The one in the Atlantic region, that minister must have been very familiar with the issues in Atlantic Canada. So I'd like to play perhaps a game, a question and answer game on the various realities in Quebec with the minister. I'd like to pepper him with questions. I'd like to ask him if he knows where Kamouraska is, or Tinouic, or if he understands the reality of our regions and our small and medium-sized municipalities and not just the larger centers. It's very unfortunate because this will make it very difficult for our regions to do what's best for those regions based on the knowledge they have.
House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, and I've indicated this earlier, it is well established through the Library of Parliament in Canada that what's been known as the largest cabinet in Canada's history was in fact under Stephen Harper. 40 cabinet ministers. What was also established under Stephen Harper is he did not have a problem saying that there should be 2 tiers of cabinet ministers. That is quite different. And gender parity, forget it. That didn't even come close to happening with Stephen Harper. What we've done with this government is we've ensured that there is a gender parity in the announcement of a cabinet, and we've also ensured that all cabinet members would in fact be equal. So that means whether you're the Minister of Democratic Reform, even under Harper, Minister of Democratic Reform was equal to the Minister of Finance. Today we're saying that all ministers, so the Minister of Status of Women, the Minister of Small Businesses, those are equal to the Minister of Democratic Reform. The difference being is that we see all ministers being equal when they sit around that cabinet table. Each vote is one vote. Why did Stephen Harper have the largest cabinet in the history of Canada? And why did he feel, and this government, the Conservatives still believe, having an unequal cabinet ministers is the thing of today?
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, I can't wait for this government to stop talking about the previous government and start looking after its own affairs. They've been in power for 2 years now. I'd like them to tell us where the parity lies when there are some ministers who have access to deputy ministers and a department, but others don't. I'm eager to see this government stop lecturing and work on the content and not just the structure. This government needs to demonstrate its real culture. It's put in place a bill on transparency, but with what, Madam Speaker? With the muzzle. So the people who are going to have they're the last people we're going to believe when they say that they put this bill in place for the right reasons. The honourable member for Montarville. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When we had our election for the Quebec caucus, the first thing we did was to ensure that we had gender parity. Now, as simple a gesture as this was, it showed the culture of equity and equality, of gender equality was fundamental, was normal. And personally, I wonder why today we have to have a drawn-out debate on such clear issues. The problem continues to exist, but it's unfortunate to have to make arguments to defend what we should be taking for granted. We want to see this as a standard, and it's very clear that in 2017, a lot of work remains to be done to achieve this balance. But if there are no clear initiatives, if a clear message isn't sent out to the public, then we're not doing our job. This type of initiative, and it's odd for me to have to repeat something so clear and evident, but we have to present this argument that men and women must be treated equally and that each voice bears the same weight and is treated the same way. Today's debate has been dragging on for a long time now. Now, people who don't follow debate closely may not understand why, but those people won't realize that this should have been resolved a long time ago. Now, a year later, we're still working on it. But regardless of the side of the House we're on, this is a notion, and it's a rare opportunity for us to show this, to show that gender equality and pay equity aren't partisan issues. When someone shares the same position, the same responsibilities, regardless of the political stripe, regardless of which government is in power, everyone speaks with an equal voice. Now, the cabinet is a structure where, regardless of one's origin, culture, gender, experience, one voice is one voice. We will never deny the experience of someone who comes to the table with the experience in one area or another. But experience is what adds the value added, which enables us to have the level of discussion that we need. Now, an initiative like this one is clearly simple, clearly needed, and the general public stands behind it. Many of us have had experience in other sectors, in the private sector, and the issue is constantly raised and reviewed, and on a daily basis we see discussion of equity, and we see this injustice, inequity, and it's always being highlighted because it is unfair. So that's why, despite this situation or the structure in place, we immediately began treating all ministers equally to ensure that they're treated the same at the cabinet table and speak with the same voice. So this debate in and of itself isn't justified. This subject doesn't explain why it's taken so long. And I'm looking back at how many hours of debate and witnesses we heard from on this issue, that before anyone who even came to this House was already aware of the situation of these inequities. Now, this isn't just a problem in the government. It's a very widespread problem. But if there's a place where we need to clean up our act and put our houses in order, it's here in this institution. So this approach, or the obligation that we have to set the record straight on gender parity, is a non-issue, like you say in English. And it should be something that's long behind us, because it should simply be. Now, what this bill puts forth, contrary to what the other side is trying to imply, well, they're saying, well, this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to lose control over this. And well, let's talk about control or authority for various ministers. Regardless of the side of the House, caucuses speak freely, expose problems in the regions, problems each caucus is facing, and regardless of the political party. No members are muzzled and are prevented from expressing their concerns or raising their problems or files that have been brought forward and presented to a minister. Rationalizing this approach by bringing together a number of organizations is not to do something that's not reasonable by adjusting positions on cabinet, for example. Now, a prime minister chooses the size of his or her cabinet, looks at the pertinency of having 30, 35, or 40 members, and some feel that the cabinet should be more elaborate, others no. But as we heard at the Ethics Committee by the official opposition, they are questioning some of the fundamental expenditures on certain files. They're questioning the pertinency of some expenditures, reasonable expenditures for travel, for example, and all of a sudden saving public funds is such that they feel the need to cancel trips, committee travel. Well, at the time, there was a cabinet with 40 members, and they felt it was normal. Now, either it was justifiable in the eyes of the person who selected it. In our case, we made decisions, we took action to reflect the importance of respecting public opinion, which is unanimous, on the clear position that when you're in a position of power, your chair is the same size as your neighbor's chair. Your voice is the same, bears the same weight as someone else's voice. You're part of the same organization. In these circumstances, I think that we should stop fear-mongering and saying, here's what's going to happen. Now, maybe some have less talent than others, but we're focusing on an essential issue here. This is something we put forth to the population from our first day in office. It's not something that should even have to be debated. It should be so clear that it's just simply the application of a well-established practice where everyone is treated equally.
Then comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments, and I think he may have stretched the truth just a bit when he talked about it was a unanimous decision of Canadians to support this move on gender equality and so on. For example, Professor Margot Young, a University of British Columbia law professor, speaking before the Government Operations Committee on Bill C-24, she had some comments to make, and she said, quote, "I think to frame it as a piece of legislation that speaks substantively to the issues of gender equality and cabinet composition is wrong and it's dangerous." And then in response to a question about whether the Prime Minister's claim of gender equal cabinet was cynical or not, here's her quote, quote, "I would say it's dishonest." So, Madam Speaker, it's clear that there's not unanimity on this issue, and it's clear that in spite of the comments, because it's 2015, might have sounded great at the time, it's clear that this particular bill does not do anything in terms of actually achieving gender equality. I wonder if my colleague would agree with the professor from British Columbia, the law professor who actually is an expert on gender equality issues. Thank you, Madam.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montarville. Well, I don't think that simply being a man makes me an expert, being a gender expert. And I respect academics. I respect the experts. However, here's what I would say. By raising this question on how we're going to resolve the issue of gender parity points to the fact that we are all equal human beings. We all work in the same institution, which is Parliament. And therefore, we have to start making the distinction between experience, but not necessarily gender. We have to make sure everyone is treated equally. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am totally indignant. The member has said that this debate is not justified, that we've moved forward on gender parity. But when you look into this bill, you see that this is simply window dressing. What it means is that the Prime Minister can just continue to boast that he's a feminist. That's all it means. Women were given Minister of State and Junior Minister positions. I'm hoping he knows what the difference is between responsibility and a department a minister with a department and a minister of state. You can't simply increase the salary and say that that's equal treatment. I don't know if the member is familiar with the Global Report on Gender Equality. It was published by the World Economic Forum. They say that it's only in 170 years that we're going to achieve gender equality in the world. In Canada, in my area alone, women earn 70% of the amount men earn. So how can he say that there's no point, that this debate is pointless? I am outraged. The honourable member for Montarville. Well, what I mean is, why are we still talking about this today? Why are we still talking about this? We've been talking for a long time, and this should have been resolved a long time ago. It's ridiculous to think that in 170 years we're only going to resolve this issue. We have to do it today. We have to resolve this issue today, and that's why we're doing this. I know that this is a debate that many people care about, so I would just like to remind people that when a member has the floor, the member has to be allowed to answer the question. Resuming debate.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I have been waiting for months to speak to Bill C-24. The official title, as you know, is an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act. Well, a more accurate title for this Bill C-24, Mr. Speaker, could be an act to cover up this Liberal government's embarrassing mistake of claiming to create a gender-balanced cabinet while actually appointing 5 women as junior ministers and under the traditionally appropriate practice of Canadian governments, paying them substantially less. The Liberals' mistake, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's mistake, was exposed when he unveiled his first cabinet after the 2015 election. You'll recall that within days, as controversy swirled in the media and the public arena, and it must be said, among Liberal backbenchers, the Prime Minister's office went into damage control. All of a sudden, the talking points were that every single member of cabinet, those with multi-million-dollar departments and spending responsibilities, those with no departments and substantially fewer dollars and responsibilities, were equal. All of a sudden, Orwellian fable became alive in the cabinet room, just across from the public gallery above us, and Animal Farm came to life. The last commandment on the barn wall of the satirical story became a guiding principle of this infant Liberal government. All ministers are equal, the Prime Minister and his inner circle proclaimed, though he and everyone in the Liberal cabinet, the Liberal backbenches, on this side of the House and across Canada, knew, as they still know today, some ministers are more equal than others. That didn't matter then, and it doesn't matter now to this Prime Minister and his brain trust. All he had to do to correct his original goof was to open the Treasury and to take the time and energy of law writers to craft this bill, the bill we're debating, so that the Salaries Act could be amended so that 5 ministers of state could be reprofiled as full ministers and would receive a salary equivalent to those in full ministerial positions. These salary bumps, $20,000 a year each, to be paid from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the hard-earned tax dollars sent to Ottawa by Canadians were used to pay for the Prime Minister's make-good. The original Governor and Council appointments for the 5 ministers of state, made on November 4th, 2015, were suddenly transformed to full ministerial positions. But, Mr. Speaker, that wasn't the end of it. These newly minted ministers, the 5 upgraded ministers of state, needed budgets, money to spend in their expanded, confected positions. So this Act, Bill C-24, also provides a legislative framework so that these new positions can receive support from existing departments in the exercise of their mandates. And what is more offensive, Mr. Speaker, all of this convoluted damage control and financial funny business was done until now without conventional enabling legislation. All of a sudden, the 5 ministers of state were getting a substantial pay boost, an overnight $20,000 a year raise. Just how often does that happen in the middle class, Mr. Speaker? and of course, those struggling to join it. So we have to remember, Mr. Speaker, that the much-delayed piece of legislation we're debating today, Bill C-24, is finally, more than 2 years later, the legislation that will officially correct the Prime Minister's original mistake. The government has been effectively writing post-dated checks to pay these ministers. Now, to be generous to the Liberals, beyond these precious taxpayer dollars so flippantly spent, as we expend in this debate the time and resources of the House to fix his problem, we must remember that they came to office with very little institutional knowledge and experience. From third-party status in the previous Parliament with barely 35 ministers, or 35 members, all of a sudden there was a Liberal majority. And to make it even more challenging for this fledgling majority, the Prime Minister and his backroom advisors, and certainly very obviously ignored a number of re-elected members of some substance, certainly experience, to create a cabinet heavily populated by newbies, which we know well led to some of the more spectacular stumbles made by this Liberal government over the past 2 years. And, Mr. Speaker, in the rush for the appearance of gender balance, they also ignored a tradition that dates back in the history of Westminster parliaments that were also for so long a part of our Canadian cabinet tradition. So I think, Mr. Speaker, it's time for a quick look back in history and the victim of this expensive and time-consuming process, the storied position of Minister of State. A Minister of State has traditionally been a minister with a cabinet mandate and responsibilities, but without a ministry. A junior minister, enabled in his or her duties with a small portion of his or her departmental minister's budget. Upon my election in 2008, I was honored by Prime Minister Harper to serve as Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, responsible for the Americas, under then the exceptionally capable Foreign Minister Lawrence Cannon, most recently our distinguished ambassador to France. I enthusiastically recognized my junior role, my supporting role in the Department of Foreign Affairs, and I accepted the good-humored ribbing received from then Speaker Milliken, who would occasionally offer a musical reminder of my place in government from 19th century comic opera. Speaker Milliken caught me off guard the first time in the Speaker's corridor, just behind your chair, as you know, Mr. Speaker, coming up behind me as we both walked to this House by suddenly launching into one of the choruses of Gilbert and Sullivan's Gondoliers. And you'll recall that's a political comic opera set in Venice, centered on the kings of a mythical kingdom called Barataria. I understand Queen Victoria was amused during a royal command performance of the opera before her by the gentle poke at the role of monarchs in a constitutional democracy. And the chorus drew royal laughs. One particular chorus was the one sung for me fairly often by Speaker Milliken. And it goes like this. "O philosophers may sing of the troubles of a king, yet the duties are delightful and the privileges are great. But the privileges and pleasure that we treasure beyond measure is to run on little errands for the ministers of state." Well, Mr. Speaker, this bill marks the end of this historic position in this House, in this Parliament, though I suspect that a clear-thinking future government will reinstate both the tradition and the logical function and the logically funded function that ministers of state have performed over the centuries. But, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-24 didn't only remove ministers of state in a misguided add to ministerial ranks. They also eliminated 6 very important ministers and ministries, those of regional development across this country. The elimination of these ministerial positions, Mr. Speaker, was one of the biggest blunders of this blunder-prone Liberal government. Now, we told the Liberals more than 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, they were making a big mistake in eliminating the regional development agencies, just as we advised them against implementing the flawed Phoenix pay system for the public service, just as we advised them against cozying up with the terror-sponsoring, human rights-abusing Iranian regime, just as we advised them against heavy-handed imposition of electoral reform, just as we advised against regressive amendments to the Access to Information and Privacy Law. And, Mr. Speaker, this list goes on, and with Bill C-24 on. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why I, in this House, that is why the official opposition will vote against this unfortunate, wasteful piece of post-dated legislation. Thank you.
I want to assure the honourable member that I will not break into song, and I'll spare everyone their ears. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for that roundabout tour back through the history books. Despite some of the liberties, I think he's taken with the accuracies of some of the past actions of this government. What I would what I would say is I think 2015 demonstrated that Canadians are looking forward and not back, and looking for a government that accepts the foundational and fundamental need to have evidence-based decision-making through science, a government that understands the importance of a gender lens throughout all of its decision-making, a government that demonstrates the importance of a disability lens and understanding the intersectionality of different vulnerabilities in people across different governments, and a government that understands the importance of government by cabinet, which I think is well reflected with this bill. We now have a cabinet where all members around the table are equal in the weight that they bring to decision-making, and it has been one of the priorities of this government to ensure that decisions are made with the broadest possible perspective and made through the collective ability of the cabinet. Would he not agree that as a forward-looking government that would be the appropriate way in which to form and make decisions on behalf of the Government of Canada?
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague, my friend, and the short answer to his question is no. The experts have told us, they told us in committee that, in fact, experts in gender equality said, and I'm paraphrasing now, I don't have the exact quote, but effectively they said the confection of ministers of state to full ministers was cosmetic, it was tokenistic, it was cynical. Some even suggested it was dishonest. But more than that, and I didn't get a chance to really dwell on the back half of this piece of legislation, the removal of the regional development ministers, that mistake has been reflected in the fact that this government has been incapable of pushing out the door more than $2 billion of infrastructure funding that they committed to almost 2 years ago. And that is because a single minister responsible for all of the country, unaware of some of the regional differences, sensitivities, and needs, simply does not have the capacity to address these needs. And I would urge this government, if is it indeed forward-thinking, to reconsider the single infrastructure model and return to regional development ministers and ministries.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I for one, was somewhat pleased when I saw the Liberal government announce a gender parity cabinet. I think that most Canadians thought that it was a symbolic move that was long overdue and frankly welcomed by those who believe in equality of the genders in this country. I also think, though, that some of the tokenism of that gesture was revealed when we learned that 5 of those positions were ministers of state that were paid significantly less, and those were positions held by women. Now, to me, though, and the question I'd like to ask my honourable colleague is, the bill before us purports to fix that inequity by raising the salary of these women, but not changing the actual constituents of the cabinet itself. Wouldn't a real commitment to gender equality be to make a cabinet shuffle so that there were an equal number of men and women in full cabinet positions, as opposed to simply raising the salary of the 5 ministers of state who are women to be equal to those of men, but without the accompanying power. And the other thing I'd be interested in hearing from my colleague is, this provides gender parity, provides equal pay for women at the cabinet table, but this government has refused to bring in pay equity legislation for all Canadian women. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has any comment on that.
The honourable member for Thornhill in 45 seconds or less, please.
Speaker, and of course, beginning with his last of several questions, of course, we in the official opposition support enthusiastically pay equity, equal pay for equal work. With regards to gender parity, we of course also enthusiastically support equal opportunity for women in politics. We had the first female Canadian Prime Minister, of course, our interim leader who served so notably for most of the past 2 years, the Honourable Rona Ambrose, was a magnificent example of a woman who served capably through government and in opposition, and now in private life. And yes, this comes back to the tokenism, I believe, of simply using numbers to achieve gender parity without the more meaningful substance of equal participation, equal authority, equal responsibility in government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly do appreciate the opportunity to speak on Bill C-24. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to the debate here once again and felt it necessary to stand up and speak to a couple of issues that I feel perhaps the opposition has gotten wrong or that I disagree with, essentially. So first I'll start with the regional development agencies. Mr. Speaker, and then I'll talk more to the 5 ministries that have moved from Minister of State to full ministries, which they are right now. The regional development agencies are going to continue to offer opportunities to have local economic growth. They're going to continue to fulfill their mandate. They're going to continue to offer programs and services. They're going to operate, though, through the mandate of the Minister of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development. The fact that these agencies still have the opportunity to work and to continue to do what their mandate sets them out to do, and there are 338 members here who can also provide that information to the minister, is critically important. We have 40, I heard members talking about, differences in Quebec. We have 40 members here in Quebec, 41 members from Quebec. Quebec clearly thought that we were doing a good job and sent us another member. And we have 31 members in Atlantic Canada, and I'm pretty sure by Monday we'll see another one coming forward. So there clearly is opportunities for the views of the regions across the country, as different and diverse as they are, to make their way to the government and for us to be able to address those issues in a way that respects the local and the diversity within the region, the local individuals in that region and the diversity within that region again. But Mr. Speaker, I do want to talk a little bit about this gendered issue. I firmly believe that this is not, and I'll repeat this is not a gender issue. If we remove gender completely from the ministries that have been moved to full ministries, we have the Minister of International Development and La Francophonie, and I am Parliamentary Secretary to that minister. The amount of work that is required to ensure that international development and La Francophonie, that we're engaging the Francophonie countries around the world, that we're ensuring that some of those countries have an adequate voice, that we're listening to their concerns, that we're actively engaging with them. That is now a full ministry. Again, take away the fact of who is the actual minister, that is a full ministry. Minister of Science, again, take away the fact that she's a woman. If we expect to have any policy at all that is based on a little bit of evidence, let alone policy that is based on evidence substantially, the Minister of Science position is one in which is sorely and adequately needed at a federal level when you're talking about running a country. Irrespective of who is in that position, this ministry requires a full minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, this year, Canada's year of their 150th, saw tremendous amounts of tourism happening in Canada. Tremendous amount of people wanting to come to Canada or who have come to Canada to explore its greatness in all its forms, to celebrate with us on our 150th year of Confederation. Next year, we have the Canada-China tourism. We're going to again see an influx of individuals coming to Canada to celebrate what we know is the greatest country in the world. And they're here celebrating with us. They are spending their dollars here. They are enjoying this great country of ours. Small business, 1.8 million small businesses in this country. You put them, if you put them in one geographical area, Mr. Speaker, they would have several zip codes or postal codes. So, Mr. Speaker, to say that this ministry doesn't require a full ministry is nonsense. Again, taking out the gender piece. Minister of Sport and Persons with Disability. Again, when we look at the barriers that individuals with disabilities face in this country, the fact that across the country, provincial legislation is pitch patch across the country. It's not uniform. We need federal leadership when it comes to developing Canadians with Disabilities Act. And that is what this government is doing. This is not about whether or not we feel that it is necessary to be a full ministry or not. We need federal leadership when it comes to disabilities. And this, again, this ministry requires that, not as a minister of state, but as a full ministry. And that is why when sworn in November, this is what happened. Now, Mr. Speaker, the most contentious issue around the Minister of Status of Women, I don't even know what to say here. When I hear that, you know, it doesn't need to be, it could be a minister of state, it doesn't need to be a full ministry. We make up 50% of the population. Hello? Why would that not be a full ministry? Again, let's forget about who is actually the minister. Just think about the ministry. 50% of the population. When we look at the intersectionality of women and the barriers that they face, when we think about yesterday, when we were very much seized with the events of 28 years ago, when we were remembering the 14 names, when we were thinking about the fact that gender-based violence disproportionately affects women, and not just around the world, but in this country as well, and we're questioning whether the status of women needs to be a full ministry, I think it's quite ludicrous. And I'm certainly quite happy and quite impressed with the fact that this government, and under the leadership of our Prime Minister, thought it appropriate to ensure that all of these ministries were actually full ministries. Now, when we look at the question of, now I'll bring the gender piece in. When we look at the question of our gender balanced cabinet, when these individuals were sworn in, the Orders in Council ensured that they were full ministers at the time. So it wasn't about, oh, we're trying to, you know, make up for some mistake that we made. That's not the case. That's absolutely not the case. And so having them as full ministries was done right from the beginning. But the message around having a gender balanced cabinet, that had impact. That required leadership. That required a prime minister who understands the power and the influence that you could have around the world when you ensure that the policies that you put forward, that the decisions that you make have a gendered lens. Understanding that responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Understanding that responsibility. How the message of a gender-balanced cabinet had impact. I hear it when I go to different countries around the world, talking about the leadership Canada has shown, talking about the leadership to influence change, not just on a political level, but also within business, on boards, in C-suite positions, in decision-making positions, Mr. Speaker. So I am truly happy to be able to have had opportunity to speak on this bill. I'm truly happy that we could, for a moment, remove the gender piece and just speak about the importance of this ministry. But when we do look at the gender piece, know that it is critically important in our leadership to ensure that gender equality and gender balance does happen in every facet of our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sorry. And thank my colleague for her comments. We've talked earlier today about the gender equality piece. I'm going to refer now to the issue about the regional ministers. Currently, we have one minister in Mississauga who's making all of the regional development decisions for across Canada. But the disturbing part for me, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that during the consultations on C-24, they didn't have even one witness called in to discuss the potential implications of this drastic change. And we talk about transparency, we talk about consultation, we talk about openness. But here on a crucial issue of this magnitude, it seems to me that at the very least, we could have had 2 or 3 witnesses who would come to the committee and explain the potential pros and cons of changing from the regional representation of ministers to this one-size-fits-all minister in Mississauga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comment. But, Mr. Speaker, I said right from the outset of my speech that the regional development agencies still have the capacity to inform and to promote local economic growth. They continue to fulfill their mandates. They continue to offer programs and services. We have a caucus, an Atlantic caucus, that is thriving, that has put forward many initiatives, a growth strategy to ensure that the issues of their region were adequately brought forward in our caucus, adequately brought forward to our minister. We have caucus members who are here from Quebec who are actively advocating for issues within their province, actively advocating to the minister, but also to all members of caucus about issues that they're having in their region. This is not a one-size-fits-all, and to say that, it totally diminishes the value of every seat in here. This is not a one-size-fits-all. This is a capacity for all of us to bring our issues forward in a respectful way to the minister, but also using our regional development agencies.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague from Whitby for so eloquently reinforcing the significance of having 50% women in our cabinet. And I'd like to ask her to elaborate on this outdated notion that somehow certain ministries, like Status of Women, are less important than other ministries, and how this bill, Bill C-24, really takes us into the progressive 21st century in terms of our cabinet.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for that question, because this whole notion that the Minister of Status of Women is supposed to be a Minister of State is ludicrous. Again, 50% of the population, that's what women represent. 50% of the population. That is a significant number. And to say that, well, the Minister of Status of Women, if, she doesn't do her job, something, nothing will happen. Well, when we think about just yesterday, that women are impacted negatively, disproportionately, when it comes to violence, when it comes to ensuring that we have a national strategy on gender-based violence, when it comes to ensuring that we are looking at every single policy from our budget onward with a gendered lens, the Minister of Status of Women needs to be a full minister.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for, we have Vancouver Kingsway is up 30 seconds and then 30-second answer.
Thank you. I'll try to be really brief. Actually, I'd like to correct that the population of women in Canada is not 50%, it's 51%. There's actually a majority of women in this country to men. But my question is this, is under this member's government, the Liberal government, is this government creating a standalone ministry for women or the status of women similar to other ministries like Minister of Defence, Minister of Finance, or is it just an agency underneath another department,
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, I said it in my speech that the Minister of Status of Women, Minister of Sport and Persons with Disability, Minister of Small Business, Minister of Science, Minister of International Development and La Francophonie are full ministers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to stand up today, most importantly as a Member of Parliament for Fredericton, to speak to the important nature of this Bill C-24, which appears in front of us today. I know folks in the region of the country, which I have the pleasure to represent, have in many respects been quite amenable and favorable to the direction of this government as it relates to the importance of a diversity of opinions and views that are able to be expressed at the cabinet table, throughout caucus, and most importantly, the views that are brought from the communities of all members of Parliament to this place that help enrich the debate that we seek to have on a daily basis. Alors, permettez-moi, comme député.
So please allow me, as a member, the member for Fredericton, to take this opportunity to inform my fellow citizens of the merits of this bill, which is before us today.
Summary of the bill for people paying attention on this Thursday afternoon and in some parts of the country still Thursday morning. This enactment, Mr. Speaker, amends the Salaries Act to include 8 new ministerial positions, including the Minister of La Francophonie. And before I go any further, I want to talk to my experience working within La Francophonie. J'ai eu la chance dans
I've had the opportunity to work with leaders all across Canada, leaders in the Francophonie, and I have discussed the education of children and the importance of youth, and I think we need a full minister to deal with the very important issues around La Francophonie. This is an important area for our aid to development, and I think that the minister responsible will be dealing with leaders in this area.
Of science, Canadians were fed up after 10 years of the lack of evidence-based decision-making on the part of the Harper government. And we made a commitment well before the election campaign that were we to be fortunate enough to form government, that we would base all of our actions on scientific evidence. And I can say that my interactions with the Minister of Science have only enriched my confidence that this is a government that in all aspects of decision-making ensures that we have the science right. And I can tell you that constituents in the Fredericton region, throughout Fredericton, Oromocto, the Grand Lake region, and into New Maryland, have confidence in our current Minister of Science. I'm home to, my home is home to 2 world-class post-secondary institutions, universities, as well as a thriving community college. And we rely on scientific evidence and support for fundamental science to help foster the type of economic development that is so important to our region, to our country, and quite frankly, to the entire world. So I think it's well worthy that this bill deals with a Minister of Science at a full ministerial level. Thirdly, it establishes the Minister of Business, Small Business and Tourism as a full minister and full ministry. Mr. Speaker, in Atlantic Canada, there is no greater player than the small business community to our community. Small businesses make upwards of 99.5% of the businesses in our community, and we rely on them for economic growth, to employ people presently, to be in our communities, to employ the students that we graduate from, as I said, our world-class universities and post-secondary institutions. Moi, je pense que c'est primordial.
I believe that it is of greatest importance to have a full-time minister who focuses on small business and who is busy developing a strategy for tourism, which in our part of the country is a very significant aspect of our economic growth.
I'm sure would agree that the tourism that we receive throughout New Brunswick and into Prince Edward Island, largely in the summer, but also if we can expand the tourist reach in the springtime and in the fall time and throughout the winter, that will be incredibly important to the economy of our region. So I'm sure that constituents watching today will certainly agree that having a full-time Minister of Small Business and Tourism is important, and that our government is moving in the right direction in that respect. A full Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities. I have some tremendous constituents doing fantastic work and advocacy as it relates to the importance of respecting the rights and listening to the voices of individuals with a lived experience or who are living with an intellectual or physical or cognitive disability, as well as the importance of family members and community as support systems around them. To have a full Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities at the Cabinet table, speaking about the importance of understanding the unique ability that each of us as Canadians have is certainly something that I believe in fully, am happy to advocate on behalf of, and I also believe that my constituents think is incredibly important to have as a voice around the Cabinet table, making important decisions as they relate to the way that we invest in community infrastructure. Just as an example, we need to be taking into account the unique rights, needs, and abilities of persons who live with a disability in the way that we build the type of communities that will allow for socio-economic benefit for years to come, socially inclusive, that lead to economic growth in the way that people with disabilities can be employed and access the services they need. That's an important voice to have at the Cabinet table as a full ministry. With the time that remains, maybe I'll touch on two things. First of all is the importance of having a full Minister of the Status of Women, which in this day of age is absolutely necessary to reflect the views of 51% of the population in our country. We know that when women are given an equal opportunity to succeed in the economy, that economic growth is better. Look at the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, since we formed government across this country. Unemployment is at the lowest it's been in over a decade. Almost 600,000 jobs have been created in those 2 years, most of them full-time jobs. Growth, economic growth is at levels not seen in about 17 years since a previous Liberal government. Focusing on women in economic roles, focusing on the social inclusion of women and girls in all aspects is a tremendously important part of our government's actions as we take. And just briefly, as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I can tell this House and I can tell Canadians watching at home that our leadership on gender equality and gender issues around the world is being taken notice of by our allies and countries who are developing in regions far away from us. And we need to stay on this track. This is a way that Canada can make an important contribution to the world, not just in the near term, but in the long term, helping create greater social inclusion for more people and greater economic growth, not just for ourselves, but for regions far and abroad. Finally, the importance of regional economic development for our government is absolutely fundamental, and I couldn't tell you, and I could tell you that that is no more evident than in this government's support for an Atlantic growth strategy that sees the highest levels of government here in Ottawa supporting work being done in Atlantic Canada. It is an absolutely wonderful collaboration between the Government of Canada with the leads of the ministers at the federal level in those 4 Atlantic regions, working with the premiers and their counterparts to ensure that we invest in economic development through people. What better way to grow the economy than through immigration and bringing newcomers and their families into our region to create economic opportunity by investing in strategic infrastructure that respects both our traditional ways of work, but also invest in new and exciting opportunities like IT, cybersecurity, and really enhancing opportunities through the ocean economy in our region. Trade and investment, clean growth, these are just another couple of elements that make up our government's view of the importance of regional economic development in our country. I see I'm running out of time. I wish I had more to go on with, but I'll be happy to answer questions from my colleagues in this House.
Comments, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and not that my question will make any difference since all of the measures in this bill already were introduced 2 years ago without any parliamentary oversight. But that said, the member opposite went on about how there was so much tourism opportunity in Canada that we needed to have a full minister, and there was so much to be done in the area of small business that we needed a full minister. Could he please explain then why we have a part-time minister doing the small business, tourism, and the House Leader's job at the same time for the full minister's salary?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'll give one brief example of the tremendous work that's being done by our full Minister of Small Business and Tourism. Just this week, she was in China helping set up the tremendous opportunities that will be available to us in 2018 through the Canada-China Year of Tourism. Canadians should have confidence in the work ethic of our small business and tourism minister, as well as the team that she has around her and the focus that permeates throughout this government, because it's a whole of government approach that's focused on small business of tourism in all regions of this country to ensure that we enable small businesses to be the drivers of economic growth in our communities, and that we provide those small businesses focused on tourism opportunities the opportunity to invite the world to Canada and show the world what we have to offer.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. If there's a rule that is almost unanimously agreed to in Canada and in Quebec, is equal pay for work of equal value. Now, the Liberals are drawing out this concept, saying that if you have a similar title, that could be the same. Minister of Tourism, Minister of Finance, it's the same. You're both ministers, same salary. So my question is simple. Does the Liberal government plan to use the same type of process when it renegotiates collective agreements with the public service?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I have full confidence in the minister responsible for that, the President of the Treasury Board. Now, at the same time, I must state, Mr. Speaker, that members of Cabinet who are full-fledged ministers have an equal voice around the Cabinet table. They carry out their duties in a comprehensive, progressive way. Canadians know that when it comes to science, issues relating to gender, persons with disabilities, sport or support, the Francophonie, we have ministers who are putting their hearts and souls into their work and working very hard.
It's the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening with interest to my colleague's speech earlier, and he spent quite a lot of time on science and this government's focus on science and getting the facts before they move forward. And I wonder if he could stand up before this House, along with his members, and explain to this House how they could vote against science of doctors, psychiatrists, and all specialists that warned them that allowing minors, anybody under the age of 25, to use marijuana was a dangerous thing to do. And I wonder how he could have taken that science and totally ignored it while claiming that everything they do is in the best interest of science.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Is the member opposite trying to tell me that he doesn't believe currently that people under the age of 25 are using cannabis? Honest to goodness, Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada has the highest rate of cannabis use amongst young people in the developed world, and our focus when it comes to legalization, regulation, and restricting access to cannabis is completely focused on public health and ensuring that young people have less access to cannabis, that cannabis is regulated from seed to sale, that we don't allow money to get into the hands of criminal organizations profiting gangs right across this country. Mr. Speaker, we have taken a scientific-based approach focused on public health that ensures young people will be safe and that we can legislate, regulate, and restrict access to cannabis in communities across this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. It's a real honor to speak on this important piece of legislation, which is terribly flawed, and hopefully the government will listen. Just before I speak specifically to C-24, the previous Liberal Speaker with great gusto shared to this House, to you, that he was shocked that about a question of young people having access to cannabis. And with great gusto, he said, was the member not aware that people under the age of 25 are using cannabis? Yes, that is happening. And that's why, as a country, we need to better control cannabis and access to the youth. So the new liberal scientific approach is to make sure that our young people, 12, 13, 14, do not have access to cannabis. We're going to make sure that they can have access to cannabis. What they are proposing with the marijuana legislation is to 12 to 18, 5 grams, youth will be able to legally possess 5 grams. When you hit the age of 18, it goes to 30 grams. 5 grams of marijuana is 15 joints. 30 grams is 90 joints. So their new scientific approach is the way they're going to keep marijuana out of the hands of youth is allowing youth to have in their possession up to 15 grams each. Now, that is a science course that I never have taken, and maybe it's the new liberal science course. But we're here to talk about the government's approach to appointments of ministers. And I think everyone in this House fully supports the proposal and the goal of having gender equity in cabinet. And that starts with encouraging women and girls to get involved with politics much more than what has happened in the past. And I'm really excited, even seeing Pages with us here today. Many of them are female. We have my job as a member of Parliament, I could not do it without my partner, my wife of 45 years, Diane. And when I'm not in my riding of beautiful Langley Aldergrove, my wife represents me, and many say she's a better speaker than I am. And I wouldn't argue with them. She's very bright, very capable, and very much my equal, maybe even my superior. But I love her, and I fully respect and agree with the goal of gender equity, and it needs to start with pay equity. And I think everyone in this House, on this side anyway, supports pay equity. And if the government says they do, but they have, if they only had a majority government, then they could get it through and get pay equity. But in fact, they do have a majority government, a strong majority, and they could get that through if it was a priority. So, Mr. Speaker, there is this parable that a tree is known by its fruit. If the tree has apples on it, it's an apple tree. If it has oranges, it's an orange tree. So if the government says, we believe in gender equity, what kind of fruit is on their tree of truth? And unfortunately, Canadians are seeing what the government says and what the government does is two very, very different things. And so we're talking about changing the appointments to ministers, changing junior ministers, ministers of state, to now being paid the same amount as a full minister, but not having the title, nor the responsibility, nor the support. And so tokenism is not what this side believes in, and Canadians don't believe in tokenism. It has to be truly gender equity. And so some of the most intelligent women I've ever worked with when I was in this House, Rona Ambrose, the former leader of our party, and before that she was a number of ministers, very capable. I was her parliamentary secretary, and I was honored to be given that responsibility. Very intelligent woman, and it was, I learned from her, and it was an exciting time to be the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Environment. Before being elected, I was with the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia. Aileen Shabata was our manager, our regional manager for loss prevention and road safety. Very intelligent woman. And there are very intelligent women that should be given responsibilities in this House based on their skill level. And that's how it should be, I believe. Pay equity based on the work that you do. And if you have those skills, then we need to honor those skills and give that person responsibility, regardless of their gender. And so I think that goal of encouraging women to get involved is a goal that's very important and needs to be encouraged. And Mr. Speaker, we need to encourage the government to truly give women opportunities. I'm thinking of what is said and what is done. Mr. Speaker, there's a by-election going on in Canada. There are 4 ridings. One of them is in South Surrey, White Rock. And, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals chose a man to run for them. A very nice man, a retired man, but there was a woman, a very capable, intelligent woman that wanted to run for the Liberals, and they said, no, we want a man. And which was very unfortunate, because if the government really believes in gender equity, they would have given that woman the opportunity to run. So the woman that's running in that actually is Carrie-Lynne Finlay, who is a former cabinet minister, and I hope she returns back here after the December 11th, because very capable, and again an example of our party supporting women to get involved with politics. Mr. Speaker, having been in this House for 13 and a half years, elected in 2004, I've experienced the importance of regional development ministers. And the regional development minister for British Columbia, very successful. That regional minister's office is where the provinces went to meet. The provincial representatives went to the regional minister, and in a coordinated, prioritized way, they were able to put the money into infrastructure where it was needed, and it would have long-term benefits. Now, without an organized approach, removing the regional ministers, you lose that organized approach and that voice and that consultation between the federal government and the provincial governments. And so I think it's a big mistake. The other problem that I have with C-24 is the so-called mystery ministers. Mr. Speaker, the government is saying, trust us. Pass this, just trust us, and we're going to appoint some mystery ministers. Who are those mystery ministers? Well, we've heard from the last speaker, possibly the status of women. What about a minister for seniors? The largest demographic in Canada is Canadian seniors. Canadian seniors, for the last 2 years, have been ignored by this Parliament because the government says they care about seniors, but they don't. The most recent example, Mr. Speaker, was the recent announcement with great confetti in the air and great splendor. They announced the Canadian National Housing Strategy. There was mention of seniors 18 times in the report, and not once was there any solution or announcement how they were going to take care of Canadian seniors. How could that happen where they acknowledge the needs of seniors, but nothing announced to address the needs of seniors? And that is because there is no minister for seniors. So, Mr. Speaker, with great sincerity, I would ask through you that the government can appoint, and because C-24 is going to be rammed through as they ram through everything, that they need to seriously consider the plight of Canadian seniors. Right now, 70% of people, Canadians, in the last days, last weeks, last years of their life that need palliative care have no access to it. 70%. That, again, is because there is no minister for seniors. There used to be, Mr. Speaker, in the previous Parliament, that previous government had seniors as a priority, and I again ask, Mr. Speaker, that the government put their words into action and appoint a minister for seniors. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yes, the member's right. Stephen Harper did have a minister responsible for seniors, but keep in mind he had 40 ministers in total. 40 ministers, which was a record high in terms of when you take a look at cabinets and ministries. No government in the history of Canada had more ministers than that particular Prime Minister. Having said that, within this legislation, it should be clearly established that there is only going to be a one-tier minister, so that when they sit around the cabinet table, that they are all equal, whether you're the Minister of Democratic Reform, Finance, Defence, Health, they're all equal when they sit around that table, Mr. Speaker. I think that's really important for us to note. Within this legislation, the member is asking about the importance of Minister of Seniors. We recognize the value of Minister of Seniors. Talk to the Minister of Finance about the increase to the GIS. What about when and that's something our government has done, literally lifting thousands of seniors out of poverty. We have decreased the age of retirement from 67 to 65. The member will recall when they had a Ministry of Seniors, they actually increased the age of retirement from 65 to 67. We reversed that. So it's the priorities of government that are really important to recognize here. And the good news is that within this legislation, it does enable not only the current but future prime ministers to be able to extend and have a couple more cabinet ministers. And that is a good thing, too, I suspect, given the member's comments. He can maybe just provide his thoughts on my comments.
Well, member for Langley Eldergrove.
So, Mr. Speaker, the member, I don't think it was deliberate, but he's misled this Parliament, or he's ill-informed. In fact, it was, Mr. Speaker, the previous government realized that Canadians are living longer, working longer, and so they projected that to make sure through that the age of eligibility for old age security was suggested to raise up from 65 to 67, and that was going to take place in 2021. In fact, it had not yet taken place, and the government, again with great grandeur, said that they were going back to 65. That's their opportunity, but nothing changed. It was 65 in 2015. It stayed at 65. Now, but and at the HUMA committee, we found out, Mr. Speaker, that the moves that the government has made with the poison pill in their agenda, it will actually save the government close to $4 billion a year by the way they're treating Canadian seniors, by the changes they made, because they scale back. They give a little bit more here, but they take a lot back here. They're actually hurting Canadian seniors, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we in the New Democratic Party have been championing equality for women for decades. And again, I'm happy to see that there is a gender parity cabinet, but really this government has become one that is a government of spin, image, and good intentions rather than solid actions. You always have to look beneath the surface to see if their rhetoric really matches a reality. And I just was looking at the structure of this government, and even though this government's making a big deal of its commitment to women, and the Prime Minister says he's a feminist, and they have gender parity in cabinet, I'm quite shocked to see that the minister responsible for the status of Women Canada prevails over the Status of Women's Canada, which is an agency currently under the Department of Canadian Heritage. Yep. So this government, although it says that women make up more than half the population, has not actually saw fit to create a standalone ministry responsible for women. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can comment on that as to whether or not he thinks that this government's lack of action on real equality for women matches their rhetoric and what they would like Canadians to believe.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove in 45 seconds or less, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would agree with the member that there is a lot of rhetoric, and it's unfortunate that the truth isn't coming out. Canadians know where the Conservative Party stands. Canadians know where the NDP stand. Canadians do not know what the Liberal government stands because they will tell Canadians what they want to hear, but what they have planned is something very different. And I would agree that the rhetoric does not match what they actually do.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor, pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to this very important topic. And I'll touch on a few different aspects of it. But, you know, I think, Mr. Speaker, where I'd like to start is where the discussion left off, and that's with respect to gender parity and increasing in the workplace, in the labor market, more true gender parity in terms of the ability for women to get into jobs and roles and careers that traditionally they might not have had the opportunity to do so. Something that I've been championing and working on a lot since I got to this House, Mr. Speaker, as a result of an issue in my riding, particularly, is with respect to giving women the tools that they need to have the opportunities to fully explore and pursue the careers and the jobs that they aspire to have. And one of the things that this government did do, Mr. Speaker, and I mean, I like to think it was a lot to do with my advocacy, but I could be wrong, maybe they were going to do it anyways, was they changed maternity benefits for women. Before, Mr. Speaker, women who were pregnant were only allowed to access their maternity benefits 8 weeks of the 15 weeks prior to their due date. And this government made a real step towards changing that by allowing those maternity benefits to be taken 13 weeks prior, moving in the direction of properly putting in the safeguards and the provisions in place so that women have real opportunities when it comes to the choices that they want to make in terms of pursuing careers that they want to pursue while at the same time having a family and having children. But, you know, one of the things, as I perhaps get a little closer to the debate that we're talking about today, is the particular size of cabinet. And this government has taken a dramatically different approach to cabinet than the previous government did, Mr. Speaker. And that is very telling in the fact that this government chose to reduce the size of cabinet, but more importantly, to make all members sitting around the table have equal say. And so, whereas previous governments had fewer members of cabinet that had say at the table and that were really making the decisions, this government has said we want to have everybody sitting at the table to help make the decisions that we're going to be making on behalf of Canadians. And I truly think that that is remarkable and that should be applauded. The fact that we are now, 2 years later, amending the legislation to catch up with the fact that the government has taken this progressive step I think is only fitting with the fact that we need to get here in terms of when it comes to pay. The truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the ministries that are changing, and we're seeing the full ministerial status come forward, La Francophonie, science, small business and tourism, sport and persons with disabilities, status of women. These are all ministries that deserve the full attention of a minister and the daily requirements that are demanded upon them from them. And the interesting thing is, Mr. Speaker, is we never know the particular workload that one minister is going to have at any given time. A lot of it has to do with who the opposition chooses to pick on that particular given week, as we see with the Minister of Finance now, or we did with the Minister of Democratic Institutions at the beginning of this term. A lot of it comes down to the individual workload and what they're dealing with at that particular time. And as we've seen, all of the ministers that are participating in this cabinet are contributing in extremely valuable efforts towards their particular ministries. But the one that really caught my eye, Mr. Speaker, is that was the change from the minister responsible for infrastructure to infrastructure and communities. And the reason why I think that that's so important, Mr. Speaker, is because being a former mayor, I'm fully aware of the demands that municipalities are continually putting on ministries, both at the provincial and federal level, and having asks of the minister, wanting to meet with the minister, helping to shape legislation. And for the first time, we're now seeing a minister who, in title and in practical implementation, is fully being devoted towards dealing with infrastructure and our communities. We need, at the municipal level, there to be somebody that has their full attention, and that's exactly what we're seeing with the changes related to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the importance of these ministries, I hope that we can focus on the fact, and I hope that everybody would agree, that this is not just in title, but this is in practice. It is about making sure that we have the right tools in place and making sure that everybody has the right information so that when they do get around the table to speak at Cabinet, everybody is contributing equally. So I'm extremely supportive of this legislation. I want to see this brought through so that we can get on with a progressive agenda, an agenda that, quite frankly, until this point, or a Cabinet until this point, did not offer that progressive stance. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to take any questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his speech. And while I acknowledge the government's efforts to increase gender equality in the cabinet, I think this bill illustrates the law of unintended consequences. Because what it's really doing is increasing the remuneration and salaries of ministers of the executive branch of government. And what we have seen in this place, not just with this government, but with the previous governments that have been in this place for the last number of decades, is that time after time, the House of Commons passes legislation, makes changes to the standing orders, makes changes to unwritten conventions that enhances the power and the budgets of the executive branch of government to the detriment of this elected legislature. And for that reason, I don't support this bill. We need to stop this creep, this scope creep, of ever-increasing budgets and remuneration for the executive branch of government to the detriment of this place. Mr. Speaker, it started with the formal recognition of recognized parties in this House of Commons, then extended to the recognition of registered political parties outside of Parliament, then the extension of the leader's power over registered electoral district associations, and now we're seeing, once again, yet an enhancement of the budgets and power of the executive branch of government. We've got to stop this creep into the rights of members of Parliament, to the rights of this legislature, and see power rebalanced in this town. Most people don't realize that the overall budget for members of Parliament to hire staff is about $120 million. But the budget just for one person in this place, the Prime Minister's office and ministerial staffers in Minister's office, is almost half of that, $60 million. And this bill, by increasing the remuneration and salaries and budgets of ministers of the executive branch of government, is a step in the wrong direction to rebalancing power in this town, ensuring that Canadians' elected representatives who aren't in those 25 or so seats in government actually have a stronger voice here on the floor of this House.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments, and I have a lot of respect for the member, and I appreciate the comments that he gave. But I mean, the fact of the matter is that cabinet, the size of cabinet is now 75% of what it was during the previous government when he was involved in that. The budget would have been more by default then. And I find it quite ironic that it's the Liberals that are talking about efficiency in a smaller cabinet and actually creating cost savings as it relates to cabinet. So unfortunately, I disagree with him. I think that the progressive approach that this particular government is taking is much more in line with cost-saving measures, at least as it relates to the previous government.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my honourable colleague's speech, and he talked very clearly about the importance of having a minister responsible for the status of women or women's issues, and the importance of that being a full minister with equal voice at cabinet, and I agree with him very much on that. My question, though, has to do with his government's lack of commitment to creating a standalone ministry responsible for the status of women. Currently, this government has structured the ministry responsible for the status of women as an agency within the Ministry of Heritage. I'm just wondering, would he agree with me that a government that is truly committed to equality of women, that truly wants to be a feminist government, would create a standalone ministry specifically and exclusively dedicated to women's issues, or is he content with having it being a mere agency under another department?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I've heard the member ask the question a number of times today, and what I will say is that the Minister of Status of Women has a full seat at the cabinet table, has a full ability to participate in the discussions, and has her or his value, whoever it might be of the day, is, at least with respect to this government, is fully considered and part of the decision-making process.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Eliminating inequality between men and women is a long-standing battle that is far from over. As we're reminded by December 6th, yesterday, violence against women is all too frequent. And those who take a public feminist stance and demand equality of rights and opportunity are often attacked, whether that's virtually or in real life. With the announcement of a gender-equal government, we had huge expectations of the Liberals. There are many feminist battles, including the best-known but the least applied ones, equal pay and equal opportunity. Too many women, unfortunately, do not have the opportunity to fill the positions that they want to because they are discriminated against based on their gender, intentionally or not. Our Canadian society, including this House, still has not changed the work environment so that these higher positions are not just given to men. Furthermore, the fight to get more equality of rights between men and women should not be done at the cost of other rights. And a little later, I will speak more to that. The NDP is concerned about this lack of parity, but also by the elimination of positions of regional development ministers in this bill. Because what it means is that these areas will be managed, the regional economic development will be managed by someone who is not familiar with the region and may not be familiar with the language. And because economic initiatives can be applied anywhere. We used to have ministers who had this regional responsibility, and all this is now disappearing under Bill C-24. Quebec is losing its Minister for Economic Development. And I'm very worried about this on the part of a government who says they want to be more transparent. For example, here's a concrete recent example. The Minister of Heritage is refusing to tax Netflix. And there are other companies as well that are being favored, and therefore this minister is not providing adequate protection. So we see this huge disconnect between Quebec men and women and the federal government's ideas. Needs in Quebec are very significant, whether that be in terms of infrastructure or the development of businesses. We need to strengthen the fabric of our small and medium-sized businesses, and we need a minister who's able to understand the situation in Quebec, not just a general administrator. One can also see this with the Davie Shipyard. We've raised this several times in the House of Commons. The government is doing nothing to help Quebec workers. And that is also very worrisome. The Prime Minister boasts for having achieved parity in 2015. And he says that he did this by including women, female ministers without a department. There's nothing wrong with ministers either being at the head of departments or not. However, a title is meaningless. The problem with this bill is a political problem. The Prime Minister created this problem himself when he said he was creating a gender-balanced cabinet. And yet at the same time, he appointed a disproportionate number of women to junior positions. And then Canadian taxpayers are being asked to pay more for these junior ministers so that the Prime Minister doesn't find himself in a rather embarrassing situation and having to explain why there is a pay gap within the cabinet. By removing the distinction between ministers of state and full-fledged ministers, the Prime Minister is putting the priority on pay equity, but not necessarily equity in terms of responsibility. But we've always said equal pay for work of equal value. Here, the work is not of equal value, so there is a bit of a problem. Mr. Speaker, they claim that Bill C-24 is dealing with a key issue in our society, but the status of women is more than simply her status. There has been true progress over the past few years in our attempt to remove obstacles to gender equality. Women today are more educated, and they're not afraid to take on positions with considerable responsibility, whether that be in the private sector or elsewhere, including in public life. And thanks to great women like Kim Campbell or our Governor General, Ms. Julie Payette, young Canadian women know now that they can fulfill their ambitions. But, Mr. Speaker, the reality of women in Canada and the world still has to be improved. Let's take a broader perspective. Internationally speaking, for example, the 2016 Global Report on Gender Parity between men and women from the Global Economic Forum points out that in 170 years, this parity will become real. So we are far from having achieved gender equality. Closer to home, here's the situation of women in my riding. These numbers come from an organization called Relais Femmes, who did an economic study of our riding. The average income of women is $32,000 per year. For men, $46,000. So women in the Haut-Saint-Laurent Valley earn 70% of men's income. That's still today in 2017. Pay equity is not a luxury, it's a right. Equality is entrenched in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but in fact, women's rights are still being disregarded. Canada boasts that it's a democracy, a country where there's the rule of law, where there's legislation to protect the rights of women. But the most fundamental right, the social and economic rights of women, is flouted on a daily basis. The World Economic Forum ranks Canada 35th when it comes to pay equity. That is a very poor ranking for an OECD country. And yet, Canada signed the UN International Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights that says equal pay for work of equal value. It also ratified in 1981 the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. So you can see that even if we've made commitments, there is still a lot to do before we reach equality, fairness, and parity amongst everyone. We have many good proposals to make to advance this cause. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to have to announce that Bill C-24 is not one of these. That is why, as a woman, as an advocate, as a woman in service of Canadians, and particularly serving Canadian women, I am opposed to Bill C-24. Now, you may ask me why. Well, it's simple. That's because the only problem that Bill C-24 claims to resolve, as I said earlier, is a cosmetic problem. It's the Prime Minister's problem. This is simply a problem of appearances when the Prime Minister boasted for having established a gender-equal cabinet when he ended up appointing women to a disproportionate number of junior positions. So this is a bill that's insulting to Canadian women. It doesn't do anything for Canadian women. Canadian women of the middle class are not affected by these cosmetic changes on the part of the Prime Minister. What he's doing actually is infantilizing women. He's only showing that for the government, women and men are not equal when it comes to responsibilities. And the facts prove it. The majority of female ministers in this government are at the head, are ministers of state. These are ministers with a lot less responsibility. And now Canadian taxpayers are being asked to pay more for junior ministers just to avoid embarrassment for the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says he's feminist. Well, as a feminist, perhaps he should finally adopt the recommendations of the Working Group on Pay Equity from 2004. That was 13 years ago, Mr. Speaker. And here we're still asking when the Liberals will implement these recommendations. That was an election promise. They said that in 2016 there would be parity. The Liberals promised to bring forward a proactive bill on pay equity. Here we are at the end of 2017, and they have done nothing. They have not implemented that bill. They haven't even brought the bill forward, Mr. Speaker. They haven't repealed the public sector pay equity regulations that had been brought in by the Conservatives in 2009. And for all these reasons, it is absolutely inconceivable that we would be able to support Bill C-24. And it's even less conceivable to be able to say that we have achieved gender parity in 2017.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Member, for her speech. And listening to it, she was seemingly twisting herself into knots, both arguing for pay equity, but in this specific case, against it. I've just asked her perhaps specifically, I'll give her the example perhaps of the Minister of Science, who is responsible and looking after universities across the country, research, granting institutions worth billions of dollars. Why is her voice worth less? Why is she considered a junior minister in a government that is fully committed to science?
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I think it is so sad to hear what the Liberals are saying. They themselves do not even see the extent of the catastrophe. They say they're for parity, but the Cabinet does not have gender parity. Women are in junior positions. Let's take the Minister of State for Science. That's a Minister of State. She doesn't have a department. So sure, she'll have the same salary, fine, but she does not have the same level of responsibility. Is that what parity means for Liberals? To have the salary but not the responsibility? Is that what they're trying to show young Canadian women? Oh, don't worry about it. We won't give you the same amount of responsibility, but sure, we'll pay you anyway. So don't worry about it. Now, we're talking about ministers, but look at the women in my riding. Their salary is 70% of men's salaries. Is that just fine for Liberals? That's the message they're sending out. It's insulting. It's offensive. It's serious. And that's not what women's rights is all about. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Irléon-Charlevoix. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from the NDP for her excellent speech. She said that the Liberal Party is really just doing cosmetic work under this bill. It's simply for appearance's sake. They say they're for parity, but she's absolutely right when she says that it's fine for a woman to be a minister of state. Yes, however, these ministers do not have a visible department, and so they aren't visible. What do we see on television? We see men. And we mostly see the man, the Prime Minister of Canada. And that really upsets me as a woman. If we truly want parity in this House, then we have to give voice to women. We can't just simply boast that you're a feminist when the only person you're interested in promoting is yourself. Does my colleague from the NDP agree with that? Does she not think that, once again, this is simply a bill for appearance's sake, simply to help out the Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sauva? I'd like to thank my colleague for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Limoilou, and on. It's true that this is purely a cosmetic bill. It's all very well to say you're a feminist. But when you look at the reality, he's not putting women forward as ministers. These are women who are being given less duties than the ministers. So how can you boast that you're for parity when that's not what you're doing? The Liberals still haven't tabled their bill, their proactive bill on pay equity. They promised that in 2016. They still haven't done it. That's not what's happening. Here we are in 2017, and the Prime Minister's boasting. He says, hey, because it's 2015, well, there's nothing to show for it.
Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today, as it is any day that the luxury is afforded to me. We are all honored when we get this opportunity, and this is no exception to me, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to rise to speak about Bill C-24 here at report stage. I was on, and still am on, the Government Operations Committee, where we reviewed this bill there at committee, Mr. Speaker, and I think I got a chance to speak at second reading as well. So I think, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to address the debate from a little bit of a different angle. But when you hear the opposition to this bill, many concerns are raised, some not necessarily related to the subject of the bill, but perhaps concerns that are valid nonetheless. But, Mr. Speaker, in my very humble opinion and in my submission to this chamber, I think anyone who is opposed to this piece of legislation, who argues that it's unnecessary, who would want those in the House on this side to believe it's merely cosmetic, I think those arguments, Mr. Speaker, do an injustice to the 5 ministries that are being elevated and the important subject matter of those ministries, Mr. Speaker. It's not about the people, it's not about the ministers, but it is about the ministries. For example, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities mandate letter indicates, among other things, that that minister should develop and introduce new federal accessibility legislation. Mr. Speaker, I doubt very highly that any member of this House thinks that is an unimportant task to undertake. I doubt very highly, Mr. Speaker, that members of this House think an important process such as improving disability legislation in this country is a trivial matter. The ministry should be elevated to the status of full ministry. There should be no junior ministries, Mr. Speaker, and that is essence what this bill is about. It's not about the people, it's about the jobs, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, we can have a ministry that is equal. The Prime Minister himself, historically, in the Westminster model, is the first among equals. The ministry itself should be a group of equals. Mr. Speaker, la francophonie is another ministry that is being elevated. One of the mandates, le but de cette ministry,
the purpose of the department, of the ministry, to help the francophonie and its international organizations.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this is a big deal.
Of la francophonie. It's one of the many international organizations that Canada has the great honor of being a part of. And in fact, we're leaders in this organization like we are in many international organizations. And we've been throughout our history, Mr. Speaker. Canada's international role, Canada's leadership on the global stage is not bound to what parties in government at the time. Every government realizes it's important for Canada to be on the world stage, to be a leader, to be a player. There's not a member here, I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that would suggest our role in the Commonwealth is unimportant or our role in NATO is unimportant. I would hope, Mr. Speaker, and I do believe, that not one member here either thinks that our role in the francophonie is unimportant. And this is what this bill does, Mr. Speaker. It elevates these roles that one should view as important to the status that they deserve, to the status that is merited by the important work being done by these ministries. Mr. Speaker, of course, Ministry of Small Business and Tourism is another ministry that will be elevated should this bill become law. Mr. Speaker, we don't need, I think, to debate the importance of small business to the Canadian economy or to Canadians. And I don't think, Mr. Speaker, we need to undermine the importance of tourism to our economy. Canada has seen a growth in tourism this year with the celebrations of Canada 150. We hope to see another elevation next year when Canada and China enter their tourism agreement. Many small businesses, many communities, Mr. Speaker, rely on tourism for jobs, for growth, for keeping their community vibrant. Why should tourism not be a full ministry? It's essentially important to all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and that, I think, is what we need to focus on when we're discussing Bill C-24. Of course, the Minister of Status of Women will be also elevated to a full ministerial position, and I don't think I heard anyone arguing that should not be done. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that the role of the Minister of Status of Women, that ministry is an important ministry doing important work for all Canadians. Certainly, it deserves an equal place at the cabinet table. Certainly, that role ought not to be dismissed or diminished in any manner. Mr. Speaker, it's not a trivial role. The ministry, it does great work, and it needs to be at the same level as all ministries in Canada. And that is what C-24 does, Mr. Speaker. We look at the Ministry of Science. I don't think for a minute that anyone here doesn't accept science as an important part of Canada, important part in the Canadian economy, important part in the innovative economy. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the global economy is changing rapidly. Canada needs to be and remain at the vanguard of that change, Mr. Speaker. And if we're not investing in science, if we're not encouraging our children to participate in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, then we are going to be left behind. Mr. Speaker, I don't think any member of Parliament, in fact, I don't believe any Canadian wants our country left behind as we enter into the new economy, the innovative global economy of which Canada should and will rightfully take its leadership place. Mr. Speaker, these are the types of things we're talking about. None of them are unimportant. None of them ought to be seen as lower in an artificial hierarchy. These topics are important to all Canadians. They're important to my constituents. They're important, I would submit, Mr. Speaker, to everyone's constituents in this chamber. Now, I know the opposition's role is to oppose, and valid concerns are always raised on any legislation we have. It's part of the debate process. It's part of what we go through when we make laws as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, and there's absolutely nothing wrong about that. It doesn't make anybody less proud to be Canadian. It's an essential part of the parliamentary system. But I just want, Mr. Speaker, members to realize when they're criticizing, when they're raising valid or otherwise objections, when they're raising issues that may or may not be important, that in doing so, from time to time, that effect diminishes subject matters of the legislation. To say C-24 is unnecessary, to say C-24 is a cosmetic exercise, to say it's a pet project of the Prime Minister, is to say la francophonie n'est pas important.
It's saying the francophonie isn't important.
To say disability legislation is not important. It's to say the status of women ministry is not important. And it's to say small business and tourism is not important. Well, Mr. Speaker, we all agree these are 5 very important subject matters that deserve to be at the table with all the other important subject matters. And the ministry needs to be one tier, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I urge all members to support.
Un appel au règlement.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my colleague, no one here on this side of the House, whether it's the NDP or the Conservatives, nobody said that la francophonie wasn't important. I'd like to ask my colleague to withdraw his words.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if that was a point of order, if you had any ruling or any advice, but I appreciate. As I said, a debate's a good part of the process here, and I'm happy to partake in it, Mr. Speaker. We just should follow the rules that are in place when we're going to do so, and I'm happy to continue to do so. But I was about to conclude to say I urge all members to support this bill because it's a great bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I participate often in the House, and I participated in debate last week, and I'm hearing a lot of the same thing, and there's a lot of philosophical criticism surrounding this bill because, well, I think parity at Cabinet isn't the best way of doing things. We need to go by competence and skill. But this is a means that the Liberals have put in place to prevent women from advancing in Cabinet. And why do I say that? Because henceforth women won't be able to make up more than 50% of Cabinet with this. Is it fair when for decades men made up 100% of Cabinet, 70%, 60%? And now what we're telling women is that never, never will there be more than 50% women around the Cabinet table. It's an interesting way to see it, and it doesn't. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the Liberals' objective.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my friend's interjection, and I enjoyed my time with him on the Government Operations Committee. He always was, at the committee at least, very insightful and informative, and it was good to be to have him as part of that of our committee team. Actually, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where he's getting this position that women won't be able to have over 50% of cabinet positions. I've read the legislation, pretty closely, studied it as committee, as I said, clause by clause. I mean, my memory is not perfect, but I can recall no provision that mentioned anything of that sort. If there is a provision in there, I'm happy to change my answer and refer to that provision. But I believe there's nothing in this act that would prevent a cabinet from being 100% women. And that's perhaps what we should be striving for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to the honourable member for his contributions today. As he was speaking about the role of women around board tables, I was thinking of the different not-for-profit organizations that I've been fortunate to be a part of. 28 organizations in Guelph, several businesses over the years where women weren't at the table and diversity wasn't at the table. Once people are at the table, their voice is heard as every other voice around the table. And you don't say, wait a minute, you're younger, so your voice doesn't count, or you come from the other side of the country, so your voice doesn't count. Being at the table brings your voice, and the voice, as far as I know, we all have equal voices when we're speaking. Could the member talk about the contribution that various voices give us to get varied ideas and better ideas going forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Well, thank you for that question to my honourable colleague from Guelph. Mr. Speaker, it gives me an opportunity to talk a little bit about my former life, and I do come from Bay Street, and don't be aghast by that, but I've got some experience as a lawyer, but also in corporate governance. And the evidence is clear. Public boards that have diverse directors are profitable. They show an increased return on investment. Shareholders encourage it because it makes good business, Mr. Speaker. So I would always say that a diversity of perspectives is good to have in any organization, whether it be private sector or public sector. Hearing different perspectives lets people perhaps change their minds about decisions they would otherwise make. It makes sure that applications of decisions are universal in scope and don't apply to a narrow group of people. And if it makes for good business sense, as it does, I think it also makes for good public governance. And we should strive, I think, Mr. Speaker, to have a diversity of opinions anytime decisions are being made. And at the cabinet table should be no exception. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I rise in the House to speak to Bill C-24. I had the opportunity to speak to this same piece of legislation earlier in the spring, and the truth is my concerns remain largely the same. Now, there are three main problems that I wish to address. First, with this bill, the Liberals are seeking to get rid of regional development ministers. Now, instead of caring for the unique needs of Canada's diverse regions, the current government is actually choosing to apply a highly centralized and very top-down approach to decision-making. A minister from Toronto will now tell Atlantic Canada, as well as Northern Canada and the Western provinces, what they need and how to best economically develop. But hey, trust them. He's from the government, here to help you, right? Now, my second concern is this. This bill actually lacks in its transparency, which of course very much concerns me, and I'll come back to that momentarily. The third concern that I have with this bill is this. The Liberals are using it to try to hail it, they're hailing it, I should say, as something that will result in equality among the status of ministers, women and men, and those that are junior ministers and those that are senior ministers. The government House leader said that it would create a cabinet that upholds gender parity. And when she said this, I could hear the Elvis Presley song playing in the background. There's a line that says, well, that was just L-I-E, the word that cannot be said in this House. Now, I only have 10 minutes, so permit me to dive in and provide a more fulsome discussion. The bill aims to eliminate the positions.
I believe we have a point of order. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, an unparliamentary word is just that, unparliamentary, even if you spell it. It's still unparliamentary.
Okay. The honourable member for Lethbridge, did she want to withdraw the word? Or? I was just saying, did the honourable member want to withdraw the word, or?
It's the part of the lyrics of a song sung by Elvis Presley.
Okay. One moment, please. I'll have to consult on this one. Okay, the rule is that you can't do. If you want to put on your earpiece, that would be fine. Then maybe you can hear me. The rule is that you can't say indirectly what you can't say directly. So really, and I'll be honest with you, I was talking to one of the clerks and I didn't hear the word, and I don't want to hear it again. Whether it's spelled or said, but perhaps maybe apologize or withdraw it, and we will continue. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize that the opposite side of the House is offended by Elvis Presley. Now, this bill aims to eliminate the positions of our former government's 6 regional ministers who looked after these different parts of our country. Now, the elimination of these positions will mean that the unique needs of Western Canada, Northern Canada, Atlantic Canada, Northern Ontario, Southern Ontario, and Quebec are not adequately represented at the cabinet table. Now, I would imagine that this should actually upset everyone in this House because we should strive to represent this region adequately. Instead of putting regional ministers in place who have their boots on the ground and their fingers on the pulse within these different regions, instead, the Prime Minister decided that one minister from Toronto would make the decisions for all of Canada in terms of its economic development and prosperity going forward. Now, traditionally, regional development agency ministers brought their region-specific requests or requirements or desires to Parliament in order to ensure that accurate representation was given. But as I said, this bill will actually gut that opportunity. Now, when asked about this decision, the Prime Minister said that appointing a Toronto minister for all regional development was, and I quote, a way of reducing the kind of politics that we've always seen from regional development agencies. Now, just exactly what is that supposed to mean? That in a nation with significant diversity, the unique needs of the different regions are not worth considering? Or does it mean that it's too political or too complicated or too uncomfortable for the Prime Minister to bring those voices to the table? Or maybe the Prime Minister, who claims to place importance on consultation, doesn't actually give a care. Now, to borrow the words that were written in an editorial to the Breton Post, and I quote, exactly how does a Central Canadian give the Region Development Agency more clout at the cabinet table? What the Liberal government has done is incredibly illogical. And what makes matters worse, and is quite embarrassing for the Liberals to be quite frank, is the fact that in the last election, actually, 32 ridings in Atlantic Canada elected a Liberal Member of Parliament. Now, surely one of these 32 individuals is qualified to be a regional minister and stand up for the unique needs of Canada. So what is the Prime Minister saying about those 32 individuals and their ability or inability? Now, when I think about the Prime Minister's so-called commitment to transparency and accountability, I would expect that he would want men and women at the table to represent these regions well, that he would want them to go to a shipyard in Halifax or visit a mine in the north or an agricultural event in Saskatchewan, that he would want those experiences represented around his cabinet table. That's not the case. Now, this brings me to my second concern, and that is that the government is actually refusing to be transparent. Bill C-24 calls on members of the House to approve 3 mysterious ministers, and they say nothing more. No transparency, no accountability. The clause is absolutely unreasonable and asking for this House to permit a blank check going forward. I'm not okay with that. Now, this is not the only thing that is farcical in this bill. I'm arriving at my third point, and that is this. When it comes to changing the salaries of ministers of state, Bill C-24 does nothing more than offer a hurried attempt to cover up for the Liberals' media embarrassment when the Prime Minister went out and actually said that he had put a gender parity cabinet in place, or equal cabinet in place. Now, the media picked up on this immediately and noticed that all 5 junior ministers were in fact women. And so the Prime Minister actually chose this. He chose to give these women less authority, less responsibility, and smaller budgets than their male counterparts. So much for 2015. Now, Bill C-24 is the Prime Minister's attempt to remedy this mistake, but the problem is that just because you attach a label and a few extra dollars to the position doesn't mean that the person is valued or respected any more than she was before. This bill does an incredible disservice to women, as it is tokenism at its finest. As a strong, intelligent, and hardworking woman, I want to be entrusted with the responsibilities and granted a voice at the cabinet table, not because of my gender, but because of my ability, and I would expect the same from the women in this House. They want their salary to match what they do, what they're capable of, the trust that is put in them. Changing the pay system will not create equality. In fact, it diminishes the value of being a woman at the cabinet table. Mr. Speaker, I have 6 minutes and 36 seconds on my clock. Now, the Prime Minister is saying this. He's saying, don't worry. I won't give you the same level of responsibility or assign you a comparable budget or trust you to function at the cabinet table the way others do, but I will give you a name placard and a few extra dollars and we'll call it good. For real? That's 2015? That's gender equality? Here's the thing. The Prime Minister is a self-proclaimed feminist. So am I. But our ideas of feminism are not aligned. According to his definition of feminism, it's okay for Yazidi women and girls to be systematically kidnapped, tortured, raped, and sold, while Canada stands by in vain, watching from afar. According to his definition of feminism, it's okay for newcomers to practice genital mutilation, and it's no longer considered a barbaric practice in Canada. And according to his definition of feminism, all women are equal, but some are more equal than others. And there is a right type of woman and a wrong type of woman, and it's up to this Prime Minister to dictate what that is. Some are simply an inappropriate choice, according to this Prime Minister. Now, on this side of the House, feminism looks like respect for every single woman. Feminism on this side of the House looks like taking a stand against gender-based hatred and violence. And feminism on this side of the House looks like protecting young girls from being brutalized. Feminism on this side of the House looks like preserving a woman's right to choose between 2 or more options, not just accepting the one that's dictated to her. Good job. This is feminism on this side of the House. This is the feminism that all of Canada deserves and expects. In summary, Bill C-24 is extremely flawed. It robs regions of fair representation, it lacks transparency, and it fails in its attempt to create ministerial equality. And I will be voting no.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard the member for Lethbridge speak, and she spoke about a number of things that actually arose today in our Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, where we had the minister appear before us. And with respect to a couple of points, I think she's fairly off base, but it's possibly because she wasn't able to attend the meeting, being in the House. With respect to the issue of the section of the Canada Guide, or the Canadian Citizenship Guide, that hasn't been changed. The words that she refers to are still in the guide. And with respect to Yazidi women and girls, the government is making huge efforts, as we've also heard in committee, on bringing people who are suffering the throes of Daesh over to Canada and doing their utmost to try to help them, finding ways to address some of the concerns. So I asked the member, does she not agree with the motion which was passed by the House to bring Yazidi women and girls over to Canada to help try to settle and protect them, as is currently being done?
Well, member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's question is ludicrous. And here's why. Those in this House know very well, as do the Canadian public, they know that it was this side of the House. It was the former leader, Rona Ambrose, joined with other members on this side, who brought forward the motion to bring Yazidi women and girls over to Canada and give them a second chance at life. That came from this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. So how dare that side of the House try to take responsibility for that action? Now, let's talk about one more thing here, and that is this. In June 2016, the UN declared this a genocide, what was taking place in northern Iraq. We called on this government to take action, and the Prime Minister said no. He said, we will wait. We will wait for more women to be slaughtered. We will wait for more women to be tortured. We will wait for more women to be raped. We will wait for more women to be sold into slavery. We will wait. It wasn't until after we applied significant pressure that this government finally acted. That's not feminism.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I want to lament the fact, though, that with your decision, on quoting from an Elvis song that I think Elvis really has left the building today, which is quite sad. I would like to give the honourable member an opportunity to talk about how she would fix the bill. Is there any fix that would work for her?
Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is very simple.
Wow. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to bring the attention of some of my friends on the government side to, in fact, what were the
order. I'm sorry. I'm trying to hear the question from the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and I'm having a hard time with the cackling that's going on. So I would just, it's stopped now, so I'll let the member continue.
The government will, thank you. I hope members of the government will listen. This is their opportunity to learn something. The orders in council that the government put forward on November 4th, these came from the government, were the orders in council that created the ministerial positions. Now let me read just one example. A Minister of State to be styled Minister of Status of Women to assist the Minister of Canadian Heritage in carrying out of that minister's responsibilities. Now, we've heard all sorts of impassioned speeches from members of the government about how these 5 areas are important responsibilities that deserve their own ministers. And I have a suggestion to those who have given those speeches. You should write to the Prime Minister and suggest that he do that. But Bill C-24 pays ministers who will, in fact, remain ministers of state. There's an important difference between a minister and a minister of state. It's not a difference of the importance of the area, it's a difference of the public administration mechanism. Ministers of state are subject to full ministers in the exercise of their functions, which is why the orders in council published on November the 4th very clearly established that ministers of state, styled as full ministers, but in fact ministers of state, report to full ministers in the carrying out of their function. It is incredible that many members of the government don't understand this basic feature of how the ministerial system works and are in fact giving speeches that misunderstand the provisions of the bill. So I'd be curious for my colleagues' comments on this simple reality of how Bill C-24 works. Thank you.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague for this excellent question and an excellent explanation. To be honest, I don't know that I can add much to it. I think he's covered it quite well, and that is this. Look, the government is planning, they're claiming to do something that they're not actually doing. They're putting a few extra dollars along with a placard on a door and saying, there, now you're equal. Well, no, actually, there is a distinction in these positions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make one point very clear here, and that is this. Every single member of this House is equal in value, equal in worth, and equal in dignity, and that can never be robbed from them. What this government is trying to do, however, is somehow say that adding extra money and adding a new placard, though not changing the role, is somehow making the minister equal in voice at the table. That's just not the case.
Wow. Statements by members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, I've had the privilege of visiting many schools in my riding of Brampton North. And I always find that it is our teachers that are the unsung heroes that help our students transition through life's challenging times. Leo Abraham was a grade 4 and 5 teacher at St. John Bosco School, and an inspiration and mentor to all those that knew him. It is with great sadness that I must announce that Leo passed away last Thursday after a head-on crash with a tractor trailer while driving home from a Toronto FC playoff game. Leo's lighthearted sense of humor and non-judgmental nature created an environment that made everyone feel at ease and accepted in his presence. These unique qualities helped him connect with and mentor countless young students during his nearly 18 years as a teacher. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, his wife Sonia, his sons Owen, Ian, Sebastian, and Ethan. They and all the countless lives that he has touched will forever miss Leo.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago this week, the world lost a human rights hero. Nelson Mandela's legacy, the inspiration he sparked globally in those who similarly stand in opposition to political injustice and tyranny. That's why the Raoul Wallenberg All-Party Parliamentary Caucus for Human Rights was moved to convene in this building today a gathering of families of political prisoners. Their names: Raif Badawi, imprisoned in Saudi Arabia, family in Sherbrooke; Dr. Wang Binjiang, imprisoned in China, family in Montreal; Jian Sun, a Canadian Falun Gong practitioner, imprisoned in China; Leopoldo Lopez, imprisoned in Venezuela, family originally from Fredericton; Saeed Malikpour, imprisoned in Iran, sister in Vancouver; and Ayatollah Boroujerdi, a champion of religious tolerance, imprisoned in Iran. Mr. Speaker, each a human rights role model. We stand today in witness to their heroism and unjust imprisonment and call for their release.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, this week in our nation's capital, the Olympic curling trials are underway. Known as the Roar of the Rings, 18 of the best teams in the country will compete to represent Canada at the 2018 Winter Olympics in Pyeongchang, South Korea. Curling has always been important to me and my family, Mr. Speaker. My father, Don Duguid, is a 3-time Canadian Brier champion, 2-time world champion, and long-time curling broadcaster. He was inducted into the Curling Hall of Fame in 1974 and the World Curling Hall of Fame in 2013. Manitoba boasts some of the best curlers in the country and the world, Mr. Speaker, and I particularly want to wish the best of luck to teams from Manitoba competing in this week's trials. Regardless of who emerges victorious on Sunday, Mr. Speaker, I am sure that our country will be well represented at the Olympics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hurry hard!
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday I attended a citizenship ceremony where 75 immigrants from all over the world became full-fledged Canadian citizens, whether they are among the 60% who make up economic immigrants, the 30% of immigrants in the family reunification class, or the 10% made up of refugees. What these new citizens have in common is perseverance. We know that the path to Canadian citizenship is strewn with challenges, yet there are organizations and individuals whose mission it is to make this transition easier. And that is why I want to highlight the remarkable work of the Welcome Centre for Newcomers, the Service d'accueil aux nouveaux arrivants in Trois-Rivières. At SANA, staff and volunteers have been working tirelessly for nearly 50 years to provide a welcoming face and support to newcomers. Mr. Speaker, please, with your permission, I would like to thank each and every one of these individuals from the bottom of my heart. And to you, my new fellow citizens, again, welcome, and may you be happy in your new home.
Honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognise Chief Warrant Officer John Heffernan from my hometown of Conception Bay South. Last month, John was honoured by the Governor-General with the Order of Military Merit. John began his community involvement at the age of 8 as he joined the CLB, where he reached the rank of Sergeant Major. Joining the primary reserves in the late 1980s would just be the start of John's military career. First as a mobile support equipment operator, up to present day, where he serves as Regimental Sergeant Major to the 37th Service Battalion, which operates out of Newfoundland and New Brunswick. He continues his incredible community service to his community as Fire Chief in Conception Bay South, a job he does with great pride and passion. The exemplary work that John does as an ambassador for Wounded Warriors, aiding members of his military community, is just one more way that CWO John Heffernan embodies the spirit of the Order of Military Merit. I invite all my colleagues to join me in congratulating CWO John Heffernan on this prestigious honour and thank him for his service to our country and to his community.
Bravo. Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Thetford region is changing. From a single industry town based on asbestos mining, it has become the perfect example of economic diversification. Today in Ottawa, I'm meeting with an important witness to this transformation. Nelson Fecteau covered news in our riding for approximately 40 years for the daily newspaper La Tribune. We've often seen him on community television and heard him on radio. You know, Nelson knows everything. He knows everyone. And he's been able to go through his whole career without alienating a single political party. That says a lot, Mr. Speaker. But Nelson isn't retiring. Today he's sharing the Thetford Secrets of Success in his first book, 36 Successful Entrepreneurs. You know, economic diversification doesn't just happen on its own. There are men and women who rolled up their shirt sleeves and built businesses, created jobs, and succeeded under difficult circumstances. That is the region of Thetford. Challenges are huge, and the environmental burden after 100 years of asbestos mining is a very heavy one to bear. But the stories that Nelson tells us in his book shows us how strong these entrepreneurs are. Anything's possible when you put in the time and the energy, and when you want to succeed. Thank you, Nelson.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, as we enter the Christmas season, the time many call the season of giving, I wanted to salute and celebrate the many organizations in Surrey who give to the community all year long. For individuals or families in distress with long-term challenges or short-term difficulties, these organizations, powered by so many volunteers and donors, offer a beacon of hope, from food banks to shelters from the weather or the storms of life. They offer a pathway to a better life in a new country for the many newcomers who settle in Surrey. They open their doors to people of their faith and to those who would otherwise lose faith. So let's all give them something back, a donation perhaps, or some of our time over the Christmas season. And maybe we can start here, Mr. Speaker, by standing and applauding those folks we all know back home who give and enrich our communities all year long.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, in May, the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act received royal assent. This law is a humanitarian approach to dealing with drug problems, a law that saves lives. Neighbors or friends can now safely call police if they suspect someone is suffering a drug overdose. As the Health Minister said, protecting lives as Canadians is our most important priority.
We must continue to send this message to all Canadians.
Today, the Canadian HIV/AIDS Legal Network, the Law Foundation of Ontario, and the Waterloo Region Crime Prevention Council are releasing a wallet card and a fact sheet to help spread this important information. Le travail qu'ils font.
Their work will help in the fight to save lives. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, protection, safety, commitment, that is the policy that the Minister of Defence brought in last June. And under that policy, the Canadian Royal Navy must have at least 2 joint supply ships in order to be able to protect our 3 oceans. And yet, no ships can fill that important function. Canada, therefore, is vulnerable. Our Conservative government ordered the Asterix, which is soon to be completed, but Canada still urgently requires other ships. It is time that our minister put his money where his work is. The Davie shipyard is ready. They've built the first ship, Asterix, and the Liberals should be giving the contract to Obélisque, granting it before the holidays. The providers are ready. Our security depends on it. Let Davie help Canada.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, last week, fellow Liberal MPs of the Muslim and Jewish faith sat down to break bread and barriers over a joyful Christmas dinner. We took the goodwill that we collected between each other that evening and we paid it forward to a shelter for abused women this morning, bearing gifts and good wishes. Only in Canada, Mr. Speaker, only in Canada do voices of reason and collaboration paramount to remind the world that here we are one, regardless of race, religion, sexual orientation, and more. We are all Canadians. Our actions matter, Mr. Speaker, and I urge Canadians on this holiday season to share the love and goodwill in their communities, to reaffirm a strong, diverse, and inclusive Canada that everyone can call home. On behalf of my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, I wish everyone a joyous holiday season, a very Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
It is the time of the year again. On behalf of my constituents, family and staff, I would like to take the opportunity to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Thank you. It is the season where the power of sharing and loving seems to be in abundance within everyone. The great entertainer Mr. Bob Hope summed it up well. My idea of Christmas, whether old-fashioned or modern, it is simple, loving others. Come off thinking of it well. Why do we wait for Christmas? Let's do it ourselves. Let's make every day be like Christmas. And I promise you that in 2018, the lights will continue to glow every day. I wish you a happy, prosperous New Year again. Have yourself a Merry, Merry Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Singing here, sir. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, violence and bigotry against religious believers has no place in any society, but even Canada is not immune. On January 29th of this year, 6 Muslims were murdered and 19 more were injured while praying at Quebec City's Islamic Cultural Centre. In 2004, Montreal's United Talmud Torah School was firebombed. In 2001, a mosque and a Hindu temple in Hamilton were firebombed by attackers who mistook both targets for Islamic institutions. And more than 30 years ago, in 1985, the worst mass murder in Canadian history specifically targeted Hindus. 329 people were killed in the bombing of Air India Flight 182. Canadians rightly condemn this violence and mourn the victims. That is why I am asking all members to support my motion, M153, to declare January 29th Canada's Day, National Day of Solidarity with victims, whatever their faith, of anti-religious bigotry and violence.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, last May I was a guest at a Partnership for Peace conference in Budapest, Hungary, where I presented the Canadian perspective on intelligence reform and best practices. A specific focus was given to areas of improvement and the need to integrate common understood ethics with intelligence practices. The conference was sponsored by the Partnership for Peace Consortium of Defence Academies and Security Studies Institutes. Canada is an active member of this organization. The consortium promotes multinational collaboration on security and defence reform. Canada's membership in such multinational organizations helps shape future global security decision-making and promotes Canadian interests and values. Mr. Speaker, may this House recognize the Partnership for Peace Consortium's contribution in promoting stability, security, and democracy.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, it is with some sadness, but also with much hope, that I rise today to highlight the work of Ms. Ensaf Haidar, human rights advocate and spouse of the blogger Raif Badawi. I salute her perseverance and her courage, and I stand with her in full support. Raif Badawi was tortured and has been imprisoned simply because he dared to voice his opinions. His story, and that of his family living in Sherbrooke, is heartbreaking. In our society, one cannot remain silent on this injustice. This is not the first time I have risen in this House to call for the release of Mr. Badawi, but each and every time I hope it will be the last. And above all, I hope that our Prime Minister will finally stand up and demand his release. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, today Saskatchewan says goodbye to one of the most popular and admired politicians in history, Premier Brad Wall. Hailing from the Swift Current, Brad championed the Saskatchewan Party to 3 consecutive majority governments, including the 3rd largest majority in history back in 2011. He will be remembered for many things, perhaps most of all, heralding the province through a decade of unprecedented growth. Under Brad's leadership, Saskatchewan's population grew by over 160,000 people, finally breaking the elusive 1 million person mark back in 2012. During that same time, over 67,000 full-time jobs were created. And Mr. Speaker, during that time, Saskatchewan became a place where people went to rather than came from. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of my colleagues in this place, and most particularly on behalf of all of us from Saskatchewan, I say to Brad Wall, Thank you, Brad. You will be missed.
Honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize the legacy and the passing of Nelson Mandela, a heroic moral model whose release from political imprisonment and subsequent transformative effort on South Africa as a whole demonstrates the moral imperative and compelling nature of pursuing justice for political prisoners. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Nelson Mandela is not the only political prisoner of the past, present, or the future. Today, at a press conference held on Parliament Hill, I personally heard the stories of 6 other political prisoners being held captive around the world today. Mr. Speaker, by recognizing the passing of Mr. Mandela, we create awareness of other political prisoners that embody the Mandela ethics and individuals who are heroic role models in their own right. We all must work together to put an end to these types of injustices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Milton.
The Liberals have committed to implementing new taxes that promise to have a significant impact on the operations of small businesses in Canada. Now, these changes are expected to take effect in less than a month. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, there are still no details. We know that small businesses are the backbone of the country. They deserve our respect. They deserve a plan. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Finance in this government please indicate when will they be introducing the changes in specificity?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. We share her view in terms of the importance of small and medium-sized businesses to the Canadian economy. That's why we're fulfilling an important commitment we made to Canadians by lowering small business taxes from 11% in 2015 to 9% by 2019. And with respect to the specific measures I assume she's referring to around income sprinkling, my colleague, the Minister of Finance, said they would take effect on January 1st, and all of the details will be known, obviously, before that point.
The honourable member for Milton. Order.
Mr. Speaker, just because it's my first opportunity to address the member directly, I wanted to say that we know full well on this side of the House how much a fighter he is. We want to wish him but I'm still going to make him answer tough questions. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance announced these changes this summer, and he really thought that Canadians wouldn't notice. Unfortunately, what they encountered was vast protests and huge opposition. But they're still pressing ahead with this tax increase on January 1st, as the minister said. But today it was reported that the Liberals have spent more than $2.2 million on talent fees. This kind of overspending is exactly why they have to raise taxes on small businesses. Is the Minister of Finance really raising small business taxes so that he can pay the $2 million bill for actors they hired to promote their government?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, these are part of broader agreements for government advertising, but it is notable that our government has actually reduced government advertising over the Conservative government of which she was a member. In fact, that government spent, during its tenure, almost $1 billion on quasi-partisan government advertising. Not only have we reduced government advertising costs, but we have also changed the rules to make sure that no government abuses government advertising to promote political interests.
Member for Milton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, not only they have reduced advertising, they seem to have reduced comments period as well on small business tax changes. Now, yesterday I was in New Brunswick, and I talked to local businesses in Mactaquac and Florenceville and in Woodstock, and you know what they wanted me to ask? They wanted this House to know that they usually planned their business strategy a year in advance.
Yeah.
And now they're faced with 25 days before the incoming of incredibly difficult and complex tax changes. Mr. Speaker, a lot of them are already struggling this year as it is, and now they have this to worry about over the Christmas holidays. Will they provide the details today so that small businesses have a chance to plan?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her generous comments a minute ago. I was glad she visited the Tobique-Mactaquac part of my province of New Brunswick. They're very fortunate to have an outstanding member of Parliament who himself was a small business owner from that community and who has spoken to our government repeatedly about the importance of those small businesses in Tobique-Mactaquac. And he was one of the loudest voices, Mr. Speaker, encouraging our government to act quickly on the campaign commitment we made to lower the small business taxes for those businesses she met in Tobique-Mactaquac, and I'm sure she'll celebrate with us that good news.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, politicians have a duty to be transparent and honest. And here we have a government, a Liberal government, which is opaque, and a Minister of Finance who is buried in conflicts of interest. A minister who organized consultations in the middle of summer while people were on holiday. A minister who refuses to provide more information on a reform which will have a catastrophic impact on our economy. Is there someone in this government who will finally show a minimum of respect for our entrepreneurs and our job creators?
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, and I think colleagues might find it strange that someone in the Conservative government is talking about the importance of transparency. It's rather novel for us. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I will say that he was talking about people being on holiday, sitting around a pool, but we have small business owners in Canada who participated in our consultations, and this is why we have made changes that we will have come into effect in January. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. I'm rather surprised, Mr. Speaker, to hear the Minister talk about transparency while he is bringing in time allocation. Mr. Speaker, what we're dealing with now, and we're seeing this everywhere in Canada, we're seeing problems because this tax reform is going to change the regime. This is in a few days, on January 1st, and people don't have any information about what's going to happen in 2018. Is there anyone on this Liberal ship? Is there a captain on the ship? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, I'm the captain today, and it's my pleasure to tell you that the details, well, you were Minister of Fisheries yourself, Mr. Speaker, so you know about the Coast Guard and all things about fisheries. But you'll agree with me that small business owners and entrepreneurs know very well that we're going to lower their taxes. It will go from 11% in 2015 to 9% in 2019. And as to the details on other measures such as income sprinkling, they'll be known before they come into effect. Well, I trust that the Minister knows that the Speaker is above politics. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the American decision to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel is imprudent and will compromise not only the rights of Palestinians but also the hopes for peace in the region. This shows complete contempt for international rights and international law and has provoked confrontations in the West Bank and Gaza. France, Germany, and Italy are among the many countries who have expressed their disagreement. On the Canadian side, radio silence. Will the government join the international community and express its disagreement with this thoughtless decision? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a friend and ally of Israel. we believe that the status of Jerusalem can only be resolved in a larger negotiations. Now, we are committed to help achieve a lasting peace in the Middle East, and we want to see the peoples there to be working side by side for peace and prosperity. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Trump's decision yesterday was swift around the world, from the UN to the EU to France and Sweden, to name just a few, and the condemnations continues to mount. But Canada issued a spineless response that did not even refer to Trump's decision, a decision that will further undermine peace efforts. Is this really the kind of leadership that Canada wants to show on the world stage?
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is very proud of its leadership on the world stage, and Canada is a steadfast ally and friend of Israel and a friend of the Palestinian people. Canada's long-standing position is that the status of Jerusalem can be resolved only as part of a general settlement of the Palestinian-Israeli dispute. This has been the policy of consecutive governments, may they be conservatives or liberals. We are strongly committed to the goal of a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in the Middle East, including the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa will come to order. I'm sure that the opportunities to express opinions from all sides on issues like this, members should wait until they have the floor to do so. The
honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to get back to the Auditor General's blistering report on the CRA. We learned that half of the Canadians who call the CRA don't get through, and when they do get through, 30% of the time the answers are wrong. The CRA is showing its complete incompetence. When will the minister assume her responsibilities and demand that the CRA be accountable to taxpayers? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. When I saw the AG's report, I agreed with all its recommendations. We have put $50 million into the agency's call centres. We've begun hiring more people. We have an action plan for our telephone service, improvement in information, and also more service numbers. The Honourable Member.
From the CRA, dating from 2014 showed that before the election, 25% of Canadians received bad advice when they contacted the CRA. Now, the Auditor General tells us that it's 30% under this minister's watch, despite spending $50 million to answer the problem. The CRA has shown time and time again that it's more interested in protecting itself than the taxpayer. This needs to change. But as it stands now, I have to ask, because I really cannot tell, is the minister controlling the CRA, or is the CRA controlling the minister?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, I looked at the report and I agree with all his recommendations. We have put $50 million in call centres which were neglected for more than 20 years, Mr. Speaker. And we've hired more people, we have an action plan in place, and we want a telephone platform that will be capable of answering more people and of meeting the needs of our clientele. And we're giving training to people who work in these centres and more service numbers.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister, I wonder if he's become an expert in hiding information and avoiding answering Canadians' questions. He's hidden his shares in a numbered company, and he hid the sale of some of his, or rather, he hid the date of the sale of some of his shares. We want him to answer some very simple questions. I'd like to know if we can have some sort of press release in order to know when he'll be resigning. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister, above all, has helped to grow our economy in a remarkable way. So there will be no resignation of the Finance Minister. He is helping small businesses, lowering their taxes, stimulating the economy, creating 600,000 jobs, which is far better than anything they did, far better than their record. And the member for Beauce should know this. The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister's record is a real problem. He said we'd have a little deficit, and look where we are now. Mr. Speaker, he is indebting future generations. We were supposed to have a balanced budget, no balanced budget. So we're going to have deficit of more than $100 billion. Who's going to pay for it? Our children, our grandchildren. When will the finance minister resign? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Beauce. Thank you for his question, because this will allow us to say that our debt-to-deficit ratio has much improved, better than it was in the 70s. It's been the best tax and fiscal position in the G7. Christine Lagarde of the IMF said that our actions should be emulated because of how well we've done. We're doing the right thing, meeting infrastructure needs. It's helping our economy and our workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has become an expert at avoiding giving answers to Canadians. He hid his shares in a numbered company. He hid the date of the sale of some of those shares.
Shame.
Today, new documents show that the Minister is continuing his practice of hiding information from Canadians. When asked simply if the Minister signed the memorandum approving Bill C-27, he refused to answer. If the Minister refuses to be transparent about something as simple as this, will he just resign?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And no, the Finance Minister will not resign, because the Finance Minister has delivered more for the Canadian economy and for Canadians than they ever could in 10 years. We're talking about close to 600,000 jobs created, most of them full-time in the last 2 years. We're talking about the fastest growth in the G7. We're talking about a reduction in child poverty in Canada by 40%. We're talking about 1 million seniors who've seen their revenues go up with the guaranteed income supplement. That's the Finance Minister's work. That's this government's work. So no, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister will not resign.
Honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has not answered any of the reasonable and fair questions that we have asked regarding his conduct. What we've discovered is that the Minister was actively managing shares in Morneau Shepell while he was promoting Bill C-27, which directly benefits his family business. So why won't the Minister answer this simple question? Was he the one who signed the memo to approve Bill C-27?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to answer the member's question, I believe that constitutes cabinet confidence. But on another note, though, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you that the Finance Minister over the last 2 years has done amazingly well at growing this economy, and we are very proud of the work that he's done to make sure that Canada is prosperous and that this prosperity is good for everyone and benefits to all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
Well, if the Finance Minister will not resign, hopefully he will stand and answer the question I'm about to ask him personally. Last summer, he launched a direct attack on small businesses. He ruined the ability of farmers to be in their fields, for tourism operators to serve their customers, and for the others to enjoy a small break during that time. Now he's doing the same thing right before Christmas. He said he would have legislative proposals on his small business tax increase in fall. So if that's true, when will we see the bill?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to income sprinkling, and the Minister of Fisheries has been clear, the details will come forward shortly before the January 1st implementation date. Our goal has always been to bring more fairness to our tax system. We don't think it's fair that an individual, a wealthy Canadian, can institute a private corporation to save the equivalent of the average income per year. We think that we have to have a fiscal system that's fair, and that's fair for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, I understand that to mean there won't actually be a bill before the measures take effect. So our small family businesses will be forced to follow laws that don't even exist. How does this government expect anyone to run a business with rules that are written nowhere other than in a press release released the night before Christmas.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can reassure the member that the details will be known very shortly. And I want to remind also the member that we've lowered the small business tax rate from 11% to 9% by 2019 because we will always support small businesses. We will always stand behind small businesses. And Mr. Speaker, I can reassure the member that our intention has always been that the family business model can continue to prosper, and we'll make sure that family members who work in a business can continue to do so and be remunerated for it. That's not the issue here, Mr. Speaker.
Right, I have to remind the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, the member for Brandon Souris, that the nature of the debate is that one side gets to talk and the other side gets to talk, and only when we have the floor should we be speaking in the House. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, for weeks now, the Revenue Minister has repeated over and over again that the CRA under the Liberal government has recovered $25 billion in tax evasion. Except nobody knows where it comes from, and the Minister isn't able to explain that to anyone. And her own department doesn't know where this information comes from. You know, there's a difference between money identified and money recovered. How can Canadians believe the Minister when her own administration doesn't know what she's talking about?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is fully committed to fighting tax avoidance and tax evasion. We have very effective measures to recover funds, and we've recovered close to $1 billion. We have the instruments necessary to fight tax cheats. We're on the right path to recovering even greater amounts of money. All companies and all persons will be subject to audits, and we will do what's necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the Finance Committee, the Minister of Revenue said that all taxpayers' files were confidential and that they would remain so, and that no parliamentarian would have access to these files. And yet the Prime Minister, a parliamentarian himself, said we got guarantees, and this is from Mr. Bronfman, we got guarantees that everything was in according to the rules, and we were satisfied with the guarantees and this declaration. When will the Minister say that the Prime Minister had access to these files, and when will he face the consequences? Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows full well, I will not comment on a particular case, neither today nor tomorrow, never, Mr. Speaker. The law prohibits this. But I'd like to assure my colleague that no one interferes with the CRA, and as long as I am Minister of Revenue, it will never happen. Let's be clear, no one is above the law, Mr. Speaker.
Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister's ethical challenges are very concerning. He is currently under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner for introducing legislation which could benefit his family corporation. He's already been fined for failing to disclose his offshore corporation, and the minister refuses to come clean about the contents of his other numbered companies. So how many ethics investigations will it take, Mr. Speaker, before this minister just does the right thing and resigns?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister, as is expected from all ministers, all parliamentarians, has worked with the Ethics Commissioner. We have the utmost trust in the Ethics Commissioner to set the path forward for parliamentarians, which he has done with the Minister of Finance. When he got to Ottawa, followed all the recommendations. He has announced a few weeks ago that he would go above and beyond to dispose of all of his shares in Morneau Shepell, place all his assets in a blind trust so that he can continue the work that he's been doing for 2 years for Canadians. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister's lack of ethics is becoming an embarrassment for the government. The person who is responsible for the country's budget is getting mired in a multitude of problems. He refuses to explain why he sold some shares and then shortly before introducing new tax measures. He's being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner for having introduced a bill that would benefit his family company. So, given all this, will the Finance Minister do the right thing and simply resign? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tax measures she has alluded to are measures that we are very proud of. We've lowered lowered taxes from 11% to 9%. I think on this side of the House, we believe that there will be greater tax equity. We're lowering taxes for the middle class. It was a good thing that we introduced, and it is a good thing that we're doing.
Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister says he's done nothing wrong, but he continues to deflect and dodge questions. The Ethics Commissioner is looking into the sale of shares in his family's company just days before tax changes he imposed devalued those shares. He's been fined for hiding his offshore company. He's hid the fact that he was sheltering and controlling millions of shares in a numbered Alberta company. If he's done nothing wrong, why is it the minister refuses to answer simple questions about his behavior?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister has worked with the Ethics Commissioner, has answered all our questions, will always work with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that all rules are followed, and so that he can continue the important work that he's been doing for the last 2 years, which has been to grow this economy at twice the growth that they were able to achieve in the 10 years that they were in power, creating more jobs than they ever could in their time in office. That's what the Finance Minister has been doing for the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance misled Canadians that his assets were in a blind trust when they weren't. He hid from the Ethics Commissioner an offshore company. He is under investigation as we speak. And to top it off, he refuses to disclose assets in multiple numbered companies. With a record like that, there is only one thing left for the minister to do, and that is resign. Why won't he?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's becoming quite obvious that the opposition want to talk about anything else but the economy, because when we talk about the economy and this government's record, it makes theirs pale in comparison, because over 10 years while they were in government, they had the lowest employment, the lowest growth that we've had since the Second World War. They had unemployment that was high as opposed to what we've achieved, lowest unemployment in the last 10 years. That's why, Mr. Speaker, they keep focusing and playing politics while we work for Canadians, and we'll continue to work for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, the minister keeps saying she would like to reassure all Canadians who receive the disability tax credit that the eligibility criteria have not changed. Yet, a memo from her office says, quote, "This is to inform you of updates to the current LST procedures and verses relating to adults with diabetes." This means the eligibility criteria have indeed changed. Why does she continue to insult Canadians by insisting updated procedures means procedures haven't changed?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure all Canadians who receive the disability tax credit that the eligibility criteria have not changed. That being said, I'm always willing to listen to the concerns of Canadians from all walks of life. If changes must be made to the agency's process, we will discuss them with the experts who will participate on the committee that I will be announcing tomorrow. We will do that out of fairness to all recipients of the disability tax credit, regardless of their disability, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a Minister of Revenue. She had a wonderful treasure worth $25 billion. But unfortunately, the minister had a great deal of imagination, and the treasure only existed in her head. Just like her obsession with believing that her department hadn't changed the rules for people with diabetes. It would be funny if this were a children's story, but people are suffering. It's not. Could the minister please come back down to earth?
Yes,
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is dedicated to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. We have invested significant funds to deal with that. We have imposed $44 million in penalties last year, and many investigations are underway. The agency has a unit that focuses on avoidance abroad and deals with funds in and out of Canada. In the past 2 years, the agency has received data on some $28 million in transfers.
Northwest Territories.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the Arctic is one of Canada's greatest treasures. As the MP for Northwest Territories, I know how precious our coastlines, oceans, fisheries are to residents of the North and to all Canadians.
Systems, we have a responsibility to protect them now more than ever. Can the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard please update this House on what the government is doing to protect the high seas of the Central Arctic Ocean?
Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Northwest Territories for his question.
A historic agreement in principle with our international partners to prevent unregulated commercial fishing in the high seas of the Central Arctic Ocean. This is the first time an international agreement of this magnitude has been reached before any commercial fishing takes place on a region of the high seas. We've taken a strong, proactive, precautionary approach to potential fishing activities in the Central Arctic Ocean, and we'll continue to work with our international partners, Mr. Speaker, Indigenous groups and Northerners to protect the Arctic Ocean.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Jennifer McRae is a young mom who was denied benefits while on maternity leave. Recently, she reached out to her local MP, the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disability, in order to seek his help. In the 2-minute meeting that the minister was willing to offer her, Ms. McRae asked him why Ottawa is continuing to fight sick women, and he replied, "Well, Ms. McRae, that is the old question, like asking, when did you stop beating your wife?" Can the minister explain to Canadians what was meant by this statement?
The Honourable Minister. Our government is committed to improving the lives of all Canadians. I recognize that when speaking to people, I tend to be straightforward. However, I regret my comments as I know they were brash and inappropriate, and I apologize. I remember the conversation with Ms. McRae. It was a difficult conversation, and that is no excuse. I will take this opportunity to better myself as both an individual and as a parliamentarian.
Member from Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, there's straightforward and then there's altogether inappropriate.
Yes.
Now, we're starting to see a very disturbing pattern emerge here, and that is this. On Tuesday, it was thalidomide survivors, and then now it's new mothers. The minister released a public statement blaming this young mom for his inappropriate actions. Now, for a feminist government that claims men must take responsibility for their actions against women, how does the minister justify blaming this young mom for his condescending words? Isn't this victim blaming at its finest?
Yes, sir. Minister of Sports and Persons with Disabilities. I recognize 100% that my comments were inappropriate, and I apologize profusely for them. I will continue to work on both my individual self as trying to improve as well as a parliamentarian. I know I'll continue to work as hard as I can for my constituents, and I know I will learn from this and move forward and better myself.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérade. The comments were inappropriate, but they thought him, Mr. Speaker. Now, this government claims to be helping the most vulnerable, but it's the contrary. On the one hand, the Minister of Revenue was caught red-handed taking money from people with diabetes by denying them a credit. And then we've got the Minister of Sport being condescending to women, and I don't even, to a mother, in fact, and I don't even dare repeat those colleagues in this place. One minister's out to get vulnerable people. Who's going to, in fact, restore dignity and order here? Who's going to help the vulnerable people? I invite my colleague to repeat the same thing outside of this House following question period. I invite him to come and say that I had no respect for my spouse who had diabetes and who I helped before he died. I invite him to questioned the work I did as a social worker. I am far from insensitive to the needs of people with diabetes. My role as minister is to make decisions that are fair for all, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, vulnerable Canadians deserve better. We have ministers going out of their way to attack those who truly need help. The Revenue Minister is targeting single moms and denying legitimate benefits. And the Minister for Persons with Disabilities is refusing to help. And worse yet, belittling those who dare ask. Does the Minister understand that Canadians who reach out for him for help don't expect to be attacked for simply asking for it?
Honourable Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentarian, I know my job is to meet with constituents and stakeholders across this country and work as hard as I can to represent their issues. I try to represent their interests in a real and fair match, and I know that I'm going to work hard to improve both myself as an individual and as a parliamentarian to continue to try and address their concerns. I know I am taking this very, very seriously, Mr. Speaker.
For Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, steelhead are in trouble. Specifically, Thompson and Chilcotin runs are in dire straits. Fisheries and conservation groups in British Columbia have called on this government to issue an emergency listing order under SARA and to investigate impacts of bycatch on steelhead runs. Those calls have largely gone unanswered. It's well past time this government listens to experts, so I ask, will the minister work with the British Columbia government to protect steelhead before it's too late?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. We share his concern with respect to steelhead salmon. I've had an opportunity on a number of occasions to discuss that with the government of British Columbia. We are working on a comprehensive approach that includes, obviously, a reliance on science, on traditional knowledge, on working with partners, on habitat protection, on coastal restoration. That's why we've invested record amounts of money in this, and we don't think that the job is done yet, and we'll continue to do what we need to do to protect those iconic species.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, yet another iconic Canadian species, sockeye salmon, is now threatened. While we appreciate this government's response to the NDP's call for a deadline to list a species at risk, they continue to fail in their duty to protect critical habitat. Many of these species are relied on by Indigenous communities and other communities for their survival. Will even more court actions be needed to trigger government action on its duty to protect threatened species?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, our government obviously is committed to protecting all species at risk, including Pacific salmon. We have worked with Environment and Climate Change Canada and the province of British Columbia to implement something I know very important to my colleagues from British Columbia. 64 of the 75 recommendations of the Cohen Commission. We'll continue, Mr. Speaker, to work diligently in that regard, and we'll continue to make the investments in habitat protection, in science, in enforcement. We're going to restore loss protections in the Fisheries Act as we committed to Canadians. We'll get the job done, and we'll ensure that those iconic species are protected.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety contradicted the Prime Minister when he said that it was unlikely for ISIL terrorists can be rehabilitated. Even though he doesn't think that they can be rehabilitated, the Liberals are spending money on poetry and podcasts, and that's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Why don't Liberals earmark funding for resources to protect Canadians against these terrorists instead?
Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the government obviously allocates significant budgets for the defence and safety and protection of Canadians. Unlike the previous government, that cut $530 million from the RCMP, $390 million cut from the CBSA, $69 million cut from CSIS, $42 million cut from the CSE, and $71 million cut from CATSA. It's the previous government that underfunded the financing of Canada's security systems.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety has admitted publicly that his government cannot rehabilitate hardened ISIS terrorists. Yet they're still spending millions of dollars trying to rehabilitate them using poetry and podcasts. Why aren't they using this money to protect Canadians against ISIS terrorists when they know their strategy has no hope of working?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the people opposite cannot explain the $1.2 billion that they cut from the security services of Canada. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, our government uses a variety of tools to combat terrorism, including the Global Coalition Against Daesh, security investigation, surveillance, monitoring, intelligence gathering, lawful sharing, collection of evidence, criminal charges, criminal prosecutions, peace bonds, public listings, no-fly lists, hoisting of passports, authorized threat reduction measures, and preventative initiatives to head off tragedies in advance wherever that is possible. It's a balanced approach, Mr. Speaker, that works, relying on our security.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals appear to be giving up on NAFTA. In China, the Prime Minister suggests that he'll work on a Canada-US deal if NAFTA is cancelled. Back home, Canada's chief negotiator suggests that Canada and Mexico will move ahead alone if the US withdraws. The Liberal government appears to be making this up as they go along, Mr. Speaker. Will the Foreign Minister rise in this House today and tell us why the Prime Minister is contradicting her chief negotiator?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-US Relations.
Mr. Speaker, our negotiating position is clear and always has been. We will defend the elements of NAFTA that Canadians know are essential to our national interest. We are negotiating in good faith, Mr. Speaker, and we expect our partners to do the same. A winner-take-all attitude is not conducive to the actual results that we all seek in terms of a win-win-win. Mr. Speaker, we cannot and will not accept proposals that put Canadian jobs at risk and do harm to our economy. We will always defend Canada's national interests and stand up for our values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our government is making historic infrastructure investments in communities across the country through the 12-year, $186 billion infrastructure plan. We are working with our partners to move their priorities forward and challenging them to be innovative in both the projects they put forward and how they think about community improvement planning, resulting in community building. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities please update this House on the government's latest challenge to Canadian communities?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Niagara Centre for his question. I recently launched the Smart Cities Challenge in Calgary, encouraging communities to work together, improve the lives of the residents through innovation, data, and connected technologies. We're encouraging our partners to be bold and innovative and participate in Smart Cities Challenge in order to build stronger, more sustainable, and inclusive communities to create jobs and more thriving economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the U.S. International Trade Commission unanimously voted against the Canadian lumber industry because of this government's inaction and failure to get a deal done, despite repeatedly assuring this House and Canadians that they were getting the job done. Canadian industry is being held ransom and are facing a lengthy and costly legal battle. Job losses and layoffs are going to be seen. What does this minister have to say to those hardworking forestry families that are now facing even a more uncertain future 2 weeks from the Christmas break?
Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-US Relations.
Mr. Speaker, the duties imposed by the U.S. Department of Commerce and the International Trade Tribunal are unwanted, unfair, and deeply troubling. We recently challenged the countervailing duties under NAFTA's Chapter 19, and 2 days ago we initiated legal action under the World Trade Organization. Our forestry industry has succeeded in every such previous dispute, as has Canada, and we will continue to fiercely defend our softwood lumber industry and its incredible workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the Netflix deal is dead and buried in the eyes of Quebecers. It's done. Everyone, people from the cultural sector, the National Assembly, the public, everyone rejects the fiscal inequity afforded to these web giants. In fact, 72% of Quebecers find the Netflix agreement unfair. 89% think it can no longer remain secret. The Minister of Heritage will be making a big speech tomorrow in Montreal. All eyes will be on her. Everyone expects her to fix the situation. Will the Minister of Heritage and Minister of Finance accept that they make a mistake and to back down on this unfair situation? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our colleague refuses to talk about creation and our new cultural policy because they know that it corresponds precisely to our election commitments, which were much more ambitious than theirs. They know that we're investing billions more in culture than they could never have done. Mr. Speaker, the NDP lost its credibility when it comes to investments in culture. What's more, last week they lost credibility with respect to defense of the French language in the Supreme Court.
For Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rosalie is a caregiver living, working, and helping in Don Valley West. In 2014, needing surgery, she applied for permanent residency, which would have allowed her to have her family come here to help her. She's still waiting. In 2012, Marianne applied for her PR, asking for my help in 2016. She's still waiting. Too many live-in caregivers are waiting far too long for their families while they care for ours. Could the Minister of Immigration tell the House what he's doing to reunite caregivers with their families?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Don Valley West for his question.
Reunification. And we also value the important services that caregivers provide to Canadians. But for far too long, these people have been waiting to reunite with their own families. Under the mismanagement of the immigration system by the Conservatives, caregivers have been facing wait times of between 4 to 5 years. Our government will eliminate the caregiver backlog by the end of 2018, and we will establish a new processing time of only 12 months. For new applications. We believe in doing the right thing, and unlike the rhetoric from the other side, we have taken action. We've put resources in place and put the right people in place to eliminate this backlog, because at the end of the day, this is about people.
Order. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Echemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal defence policy stipulates that the Royal Canadian Marine must have task groups with 4 support ships. It's page 35. But the problem is that since we lost the Preserver and the Protector, there are no ships that can fulfill those duties. The Asterix is underway, but where's Obelix? We did what was necessary for Asterix. What's the government waiting for to grant the Obelix contract before Christmas? Our national security depends on this.
Secretary Parlementaire au Ministre des Défenses.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Our government is acquiring 2 joint support ships to permanently replace the resupply ships in the Protector category, to equip our Navy and to ensure that they can carry out their missions. These 2 vessels will provide resupply, transport, and support for land operations. The government has committed to building new vessels to maintain naval capabilities in the long term, and the contracts have been granted to the shipyards in Vancouver, and we are looking...
Député de Montcalm.
Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, in December 2016, the Deputy Leader for the Conservatives, Ms. Ambrose, asked the Ethics Commissioner to conduct an investigation on dinner with the Prime Minister and Chinese billionaires. The question is simple. In the documents passed on to the Ethics Commissioner, was there a list of Vancouver donors, the ones who contributed $70,000 to the Papineau riding last July?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. These assertions are entirely false, as confirmed by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Not only that, but the Liberal Party has moved forward with the strongest standards in federal politics for openness and transparency, including facilitating media coverage, advanced postings, hosting in public accessible spaces, and timely reporting of event details and guest lists. Contrast that, Mr. Speaker, to opposition parties who continue to organize their fundraising events in secret, barring journalists and hiding details about who's attending their closed-door events.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner is investigating privileged access to the Prime Minister by Chinese billionaires, including the founder of a bank in Vancouver. The day when the bank received its charter, Papineau got $70,000, and I'm supposed to be satisfied with an answer like that? People deserve transparency and an answer. They deserve an answer, Mr. Speaker. Did the Prime Minister submit the list of donors from Vancouver to the Ethics Commissioner? It's not a trick question, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, all I can do is just reaffirm and reinforce that these assertions are entirely false, as confirmed by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Not only that, but the Liberal Party has indeed moved forward with strongest standards in federal politics for openness and transparency, including facilitating media coverage, advanced posting, hosting in public accessible spaces, and timely reporting of event details and guest lists. Mr. Speaker, it is open and it is transparent. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent on a point of order.
Rising on a point of order. During question period, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance, talked about the government's tax policy. In order to tell the truth to Canadians for the 7th time, I ask to table the following document: the Department of Finance Canada Annual Financial Report. Apparently, there is not unanimous consent of the House, which is evident. I thank the honourable member from Louis Saint Laurent.
We better wait a moment, I think. Order. I'd ask honourable colleagues to take their conversations into the hallways, and I would ask members to assist me by saying shh. Thank colleagues for their cooperation. And now we will have the usual Thursday question, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for calming the House down like that. I do have a question for the government. It's hopefully will be answered a little better than the questions have been answered in question period, but we'll see how that goes. I would like to ask the government, I believe its Parliamentary Secretary will be answering the question today, what the government has planned for the rest of this week and next week before we go back to our ridings for our Christmas break. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon we will continue the report stage debate of Bill C-24, the one-tier ministry bill. Tomorrow we shall commence second reading debate of Bill C-66, Expungement of Historically Unjust Convictions Act. On Monday we will call report stage and third reading of Bill C-51, the Charter Cleanup legislation. Tuesday, we will return to the Bill C-24 at third reading. If Bill C-66 is reported back from committee, we would go to debate that on Wednesday with agreement. The backup bill for Wednesday will be S-5 concerning vaping and second reading. On Thursday, the House will debate Bill C-50, political financing, and then Friday, Mr. Speaker, we will consider Bill S-2, the Motor Vehicle Safety Act. Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government bills. Commons. Report stage of C-24. An act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Federal Financial Administration Act.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Great privilege to rise today to debate Bill C-24, this important act, and the challenges that this opposition has with this bill is that this government was sworn in 25 months ago, and yet this legislation is coming for debate today, December 2017. In fact, this particular piece of legislation was tabled in this House on September 27th, 2016, and here we are 18 months later, still dealing with this act. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I find fascinating with this piece of legislation is the fact that, in fact, there are these ministers who are currently being paid. And the question rises then, well, then how are these ministers being paid the additional salary when the legislation has not yet been passed? And I'm not the only one actually asking this question. In fact, the other place has been quite concerned with this issue as well, and their National Finance Committee has taken up this very question. The fact that we have ministers with legislation, enabling legislation having not yet been passed, yet nonetheless being paid. And I know the President of the Treasury Board has addressed or attempted to address this issue at the National Finance Committee, but yet in the other place, but yet they have not yet come. Now, I want to quote from the National Finance Committee of the other place in their 13th report tabled in the other place in March 2017. They quote, and I say, "Our committee is concerned about the recurrent practice of using supplementary estimates to pay certain ministers' salaries prior to the enactment of amendments to the Salaries Act and raises this question in the context of Bill C-24. Now, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that I raised this issue here in this place as a point of order a number of months ago when these supplementary estimates were tabled at that time. But yet this issue is a recurrent practice by this government. They're using the supplementary estimates and the estimates process to achieve a legislative means that is more properly dealt with through legislation. But yet here we are 25 months after this government was sworn in, still using estimates to pay for this process. Now, Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention back to the report of the National Finance Committee of the other place, and they quote Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, which I know all of us here in the House have our preferred authorities in this place, and my preferred authority is Beauchesne's. I think it's a great document and a great parliamentary authority. And Beauchesne's states at page 258 and 259 the following points in relation to the estimates and the legislative process. Paragraph 935 states, "A supply item ought not to be used to obtain authority which is the subject of legislation." And yet, the estimates process has, for the past 25 months, been used to pay certain ministers' salaries before the legislative means has been achieved. And yet again, I go back to the point, here we are, December 2017, debating legislation that ought to have been dealt with months and months ago. Beauchesne's goes on at paragraph 937 to state the government may not use of an appropriation act to obtain authority it does not have under existing legislation. There is no legislation. There is a bill before the House, not yet passed in this place, not yet even considered in the other place, and here we are 25 months into paying ministers certain sums under legislation that does not yet exist, Mr. Speaker. And I've listened with great interest to the debate that's been held in this House. And I think, unfortunately, much of the debate coming from the other side has failed to actually grasp what this legislation does. They mix terms, they use different words to imply different things, but are not actually getting the heart of the issue. They intertwine and intermingle the words ministers and ministries and departments, but yet seem to imply that a minister and a ministry go together, but that's certainly not necessarily the case. As we are well aware, there is no departmental apparatus supporting certain of the ministers' estates, or ministers, as the government now wants to refer to them, to support the minister in their capacity. There is a differentiation between a minister who's responsible for a department and a minister who reports to a parliament through another minister, as is the case with many of the ministers' estates. Now, certainly, Mr. Speaker, there are important functions that are undertaken by certain ministers in certain capacities. But to imply that all ministers of state ought to be full ministers and paid accordingly belies the issue that there is not equality, there is not the same function, the same legislative function and responsibility of those ministers in all cases. Now, certainly, Mr. Speaker, if you were to refer to the Financial Administrative Act and the schedules associated with it, the Act clearly delineates those departments which are considered full departments. Those departments who have a deputy minister at its apex, a deputy minister who is accountable to the minister, and a departmental apparatus to support it. Now, certainly here on this side of the House, we feel there's great work to be done to support a number of the functions that have in the past fallen under the jurisdiction of ministers of state. And one of the issues that keeps being brought up by the Liberal government is the issue of small business and tourism. Now, certainly in my riding, the backbone of our local economy is small business. Whether it's agriculture or whether it's small business, certainly one of the most important aspects of our economy falls right there. One of the other aspects, of course, is small business, is tourism. Now, I'm very proud to represent a riding that has a strong artistic and cultural attractions, including the Drayton Festival in the township of Mapleton, including the Stratford Festival in Stratford and Stratford Summer Music. So I'm very proud to support small business and tourism and highlight the important work that's there and the economic benefit that comes about it in my riding, in my great riding of Perth Wellington. But the fact is, simply because we support it, we see it as a major priority, we see it as something that must be promoted, it doesn't change the fact that under Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 of the Financial Administration Act, it is not considered a department for the purposes of that Act. So when the Liberal government tries to infer that they are making certain ministers full ministers, it forgets the fact that the information, or that the apparatus, that the departmental function of those acts, of those ministers, isn't there to support the minister. They are still ministers of state in the real sense of things because they do not have the departmental function that goes with every other minister. Now, I go back to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we are 25 months into this Liberal government being sworn in, and yet this is all of a sudden a priority in the dying weeks of this session before heading to the Christmas break when we will all go back to our ridings. Now, I'm sure that we can infer a number of different reasons of why there's all of a sudden a push to somehow get this piece of legislation over to the other place. One might infer that perhaps the Liberal government is eager to prorogue and wants to quickly get legislation out of this place to the other place before prorogation, before they can have a new speech from the throne. Now, certainly I'm not privy to that information. Maybe you are, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, but I see you're shaking your head. But certainly I think that is a bit of the rumors going around this place that the Liberal government is eager to change the channel. They're eager for prorogation, eager to restart for the fresh speech from the throne and try to take the attention away from the ethical lapses of the folks on the other side of the Minister of Finance and the ethical challenges he's had for the past number of months. In fact, going back to his challenge and his mistaken approach to small businesses and implying and inferring that the hardworking farmers and farm families, small business owners, and those who work hard every day are somehow tax cheats. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's certainly not the case. And here on this side, we believe in standing up for small businesses. We believe that it's important to support our local economy. And I see I have less than a minute to go, Mr. Speaker, but I just want to say that this act is really simply a way of the Liberal government to paper over their challenges, to paper over their inability to pass legislation, their inability to actually have meaningful impact on the economy, meaningful impact on the lives of Canadians. And instead of focusing on the issues that matter to Canadians, they're trying to give a few ministers a pay raise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And listening to the comments from my colleague, he was talking about how there are certain people, certain ministers being paid that perhaps they shouldn't be. And of course, I think the concern might be if they're trying to adjust that, that they would have to deal with the Phoenix pay system. So I'm just wondering if perhaps you might be able to enlighten us about what the challenges might be there for those particular ministers.
It's not a serious offense, but I remind the member for Red Deer Mountain View to address his comments to the chair, even though the member for Perth Wellington was very close, and I can understand why he would say you in those circumstances, and I'm sure there was no offense taken by that. The member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you for that wise comment, and I'd like to thank the member from Red Deer Mountain View for his question. And that's an interesting point that he brings up, is the challenge of Phoenix. You know, the issues surrounding Phoenix are becoming so many in number that it's actually become a verb, getting phoenixed. And I talked to different people, both in the public service and here on the Hill, who've been phoenixed, who've had challenges. And in fact, just yesterday, I heard the story from an individual who tried to retire, but he couldn't retire because of Phoenix. This is someone who spent 35 years working in the federal public service, and he couldn't retire because of Phoenix. The pay system would not let him retire. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that this Liberal government was the one who pushed the button on Phoenix. They did it before it was ready, and now we're facing a backlog of public servants, hardworking public servants who serve our country, serve the citizens of our country, and they're not getting paid because of this Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way kind of deviated a little bit when he's referring to Phoenix, and then after deviating, he wants to pass the blame on to the government of the day. And I sit right beside the Parliamentary Secretary that does a phenomenal job with respect to Phoenix, not to mention the minister who's also trying to rectify a serious mess that the Conservative Party put our public servants into by laying off literally hundreds of individuals that were responsible for payroll, and then putting in a system that just wasn't ready. And there was no back door for the Liberals to go back, or this government to go back out of. So I guess my question to the member, based on the last question, is there any remorse on the other side in terms of what it is that they're putting the public servants through as a direct result of Harper incompetence?
The member for Perth Wellington.
Well, Madam Speaker, the issue is, let's look at the Auditor General's report. It was the Auditor General who laid the blame at the feet of this Liberal government. And in fact, the member from Winnipeg North made a good comment. It wasn't ready, but yet the Liberal government went ahead with implementing Phoenix before it was ready. And now the backlogs, now the cases of back pay, now the people can't retire because of Phoenix lie solely at the feet of the Liberal government. They were the ones who pushed the button. They were the ones who implemented a system that was not yet ready, and they are the ones who are responsible. 25 months into office now, they are the ones responsible for public servants and hardworking Canadians who are providing for their families not getting paid.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, to my colleague, it was mentioned in debate previously from the member from Newmarket, Aurora, that it was unfair for certain ministers to be paid a different amount. And I've raised this in the House before, that if you wanted equity, Madam Speaker, you could lower the pay of every single minister to another pay scale, and then it would, in fact, be equal, and the Canadian taxpayer would save money. So I want to hear from my colleague on that. And the second point I want to make is ministers can have no portfolio as well, and that has happened in this House before. So to tie a ministry and civil servants to a minister's pay is absolutely ridiculous, because a government, in fact, can decide to name a minister without a portfolio. So I'd like to hear the member's comments on that.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my friend and colleague from Calgary-Shepherd for his excellent question. And to his first point, that's an absolutely great idea. Maybe all the Liberal cabinet ministers should have their salaries lowered, and perhaps they should be paid on an outcome basis. Those who actually achieve what they're doing should actually get paid what they ought to get paid. But he mentioned about the idea of ministers without portfolio. I almost assume some of those ministers don't have a portfolio because you see so little of them actually achieving anything for Canadians. And lately I've actually somewhat concerned that perhaps the Minister of Finance is becoming a minister without portfolio, because we hear so little from him in this House during question period. We ask him questions every day, and yet we don't seem to hear him respond to questions. Even simple questions, we don't hear him respond. So I'm really quite concerned that the Minister of Finance has become a minister without portfolio.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise to speak to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act. Mr. Speaker, as a former Minister of Status of Women, I know that this legislation is critical and it's fundamentally about equality. Earlier this month, I appeared at the Standing Committee on the Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to talk about our new Student Work Placements program. And while asking me a question, the member from Langley Aldergrove referred to my new position as Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour as a promotion from my previous portfolio as Minister of Status of Women. And to me, this implied that his party and that member did not see that women's issues and gender equality were equally important to the portfolio that I hold now. His comments also reflect a profound misunderstanding of the significant importance of ensuring women's success as critical to a growing economy. The Prime Minister decides on the organization, the procedures and composition of Cabinet, shaping it to reflect the diversity of Canadians. And one of these priorities is the equal status and representation of women in Cabinet. Our Prime Minister has created a Cabinet in which all members have a responsibility to deliver on our priorities, have an equal capacity to exercise the powers and perform the functions assigned to them, and are full members of the Cabinet, and are fully and appropriately supported in the carrying out of their responsibilities. C-24 will change the current legislative framework, which currently doesn't provide room for that structure. And as it currently stands, a number of ministers are occupying Minister of State positions, which have traditionally been considered and referred to as junior positions. The amendments proposed by Bill C-24 will formalize in the legislation the current ministerial structure. The bill will do away with distracting administrative distinctions. Bill C-24 adds to the Salaries Act 5 ministerial positions that are currently Minister of State appointments. The 5 ministerial positions to be added are Minister of la Francophonie, Minister of Small Business and Tourism, Minister of Science, Minister of Status of Women, and Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities. Madam Speaker, these positions that will soon be full Cabinet positions are ones that I think all members of this House recognize are integral to the success and prosperity of our country. So let me elaborate further. The Minister of la Francophonie works with other nations to preserve the vitality of the Francophone world. The Minister of Small Business and Tourism helps support small business and tourism, drivers of the economy, to become more productive, innovative, and export-oriented. And the Minister of Science helps ensure that scientific research, both fundamental and applied, is appropriately supported as a driver of innovation and a competitive knowledge-based economy, and that evidence-based scientific considerations are integrated into the government's policy and funding choices. The Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities promotes healthier Canadians through sport and ensuring greater accessibility and opportunities for Canadians with disabilities. And the Minister of Status of Women works to accelerate change and build a society where women and girls no longer face the systemic barriers that they continue to face today. These are important priorities for this government and, in fact, for all Canadians. And there is more, Madam Speaker. Let me tell you about some of the other responsibilities assigned to the ministers who are occupying positions that Bill C-24 proposes to add to the Salaries Act. The bill before us represents the government's commitment to reflect in legislation the importance of la Francophonie, science, sport, and persons with disabilities, the status of women and small businesses and tourism, and the reality of how this ministry works. It is clear that the titled positions that Bill C-24 would add to the Salaries Act carry significant and important responsibilities. And this bill provides a framework that will allow existing departments to support these ministers in carrying out those responsibilities. The bill gives the Governor and Council the flexibility to ask any department to support the new Salaries Act ministers in carrying out some or all of their responsibilities. And this flexibility means that a minister can have access to the expertise and experience of the department or departments best placed to provide them with full and appropriate support. This, Madam Speaker, is a streamlined and efficient way to work. And, Madam Speaker, the Salaries Act amendments are administrative, but they are very important. They update the Salaries Act to reflect the structure of the current Cabinet. And these kinds of updates are not new. And and they reverse a system that has historically disadvantaged women. For decades, 50% of our population did not have a seat at the table. That is unacceptable, and we are changing that. And these amendments look to the future as well. By introducing 3 untitled ministerial positions into the Salaries Act, future ministries can be more easily designed according to the challenges and priorities of the times. Madam Speaker, even this administrative bill signals this government's recognition that the needs of Canada and Canadians change over time and that governments must be responsive and adapt. It's appropriate to have legislation that allows these changes to be reflected in the composition of this cabinet and cabinets to come. By ensuring that the Ministers of Science, Status of Women, Persons with Disabilities, Small Business and Tourism, and La Francophonie are full members of Cabinet, we are demonstrating our full commitment to these files. And the amendments to the Salaries Act will serve us well, not just today, but well into the future. Madam Speaker, this bill puts behind us any question that others might have had about the importance of these mandates and the status of the ministers that are leading them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I appreciate the comments added to the debate by the Honourable Minister to this House. I'll disagree with her on 2 points. I think on the first point, I see no need to add 3 more ministers to this House at some future date yet to be named. I don't want to give that type of leeway to this government. Since the current ministers don't answer any questions, there's no guarantee future ministers will answer those questions. The second part of my disagreement is if we wanted the name of equity to have the same amount of pay for all ministers, why did we not reduce the pay of all ministers to the current pay level of what the supposed junior ministers are being paid? It would be fair, it would be equitable, and equal, and fair to the taxpayer especially, who would then save money. So to the minister, that is my question.
Good idea. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to talk about cabinet pay and cabinet size. You know, in 2015, under the Harper Conservatives, the Prime Minister had a cabinet size of 40. That's right, 40 people, and he was tied with only one other Prime Minister. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney holds the honour of being tied with Prime Minister Harper of having the largest cabinet. And even with all that talent, they could not grow the economy. They could not support job growth or reduce unemployment or approve pipelines. So maybe, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the member opposite would like to comment on that.
I just want to remind the members that they had an opportunity to ask a question. If they have any other comments and questions, they can stand up to do so, as opposed to heckling. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the NDP believes fully in closing the gender wage gap. But what's happening here today is a conversation about doing so only for ministers of the Crown, only for those who sit in Cabinet. And my question really to the member, considering she was the previous Minister for Status of Women, is how long do the rest of Canadian women have to wait for this type of equality, this type of parity in our country? I think it's shameful that we're standing here talking about elevating salaries when women across this country are struggling every single day because they cannot achieve equity in their own workplaces. So, you know, first of all, my question is, why weren't more women assigned as a minister for a department in the first place, which would have eliminated a gender wage gap, to be quite honest? But my question really for her is, when will the Liberal government commit to dealing with the gender wage gap for all Canadian women?
Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Well, Madam Speaker, that's an excellent question, and we share the member's concern about the gender wage gap, which currently sits at 28 cents. I point again to my colleagues across the floor who clearly had no concern about the gender wage gap, given the fact that the Minister of Status of Women was not a full ministerial position. And to the member's concern, that's exactly where we're moving forward, to have a full minister dedicated to the issues of gender equality, of which the gender wage gap is one significant concern. And I would say that to the member, if the member thinks that in some way not having a full Status of Women minister is going to accelerate the process, I'm not clear what her suggestion is.
Questions and comments? I just want to remind the member for Essex that she had an opportunity to ask a question. If she has any more questions and comments, she could stand up and try to be recognized. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just the last exchange reminded me so much of in the previous Parliament when I asked the Conservative government when they were adding 30 new MPs to our ranks if it wouldn't make sense to reduce pro rata all the salaries of MPs across the board so that the overall budget for MPs would remain the same. I tried this on several Conservatives, and the answer every single time was, we're pleased to see the member from Saanich Gulf Islands doesn't want her salary. The other answer was, this is the price of democracy. I think sometimes we can become too partisan in questions around pay. I think this is redressing an inequality that needed to be redressed. And as bills in this place go, I think it's relatively non-controversial. The bigger question is, when do we move on for pay equity for the rest of the women in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think that's why it's precisely so important to ensure that we have women at the table that are fighting for the equality of women across this country, not just through the position of Minister of Status of Women, but through the positions of all the portfolios that the women hold in Cabinet. And so, to the member, I would say that I am deeply concerned about the gender wage gap, of which pay equity is one component, and that's why we've committed to introducing proactive pay equity legislation for the jurisdiction in which we have control, which is the federally regulated workplaces. And we have inspiration from provinces that have already moved forward, notably Ontario and Quebec, and we believe that we can be leaders in addressing pay equity, in demonstrating our commitment to do so for federally regulated workplaces. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Député de Hull-Aylmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I participate in this debate on Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act. Madam Speaker, there are two things that led me to participate in this debate. First, I think it's important to recognize that all ministers are equals. All ministers have the right to participate. In fact, we expect all ministers to participate in debates in Cabinet. That's important in our government. But when people say, well, some people are more equal than others, and if I am correctly interpreting the position of the official opposition, that's what they're saying. They're saying we should leave things as they are. We should let some members of the Cabinet earn less than their colleagues. Why? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. We need to ensure that all Cabinet members are not only equally legitimate, but that they also have equal powers and responsibilities, and that they be equal. So that's why I think it's important that we really fill the gaps that exist, that we fix the problems that exist here. The Minister of La Francophonie, the Minister of Science, the Minister of Small Businesses and Tourism, the Minister of Sports and Persons with Disabilities, and certainly the Minister of Status of Women, all of these ministers, with the passing of this bill, should have the opportunity to be completely equal with all other ministers. So that was my first point. Now, secondly, Madam Speaker, I've heard a number of comments, criticisms, that regional economic development agencies, people are saying that they're worried that these regional economic development agencies will no longer be separate departments, and that all of these agencies will all be grouped under the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Madam Speaker, I've had the privilege of working closely with that department, and I have to tell you that I honestly believe that this is a good thing. Because for the first time in the history of Canada, we will have all of these agencies all grouped together, all having the same objectives. Yes, there will be regional specificities, but the idea is that we will have a more innovative Canada. We will have regional development that will be tailored to the Atlantic region, to Quebec, to Ontario, to the regions of Ontario, to Western Canada, to the north. So there will be basic principles that all of these economic development agencies will share, and they'll share the same responsibilities and the same goal of building a more innovative Canada. We want to highlight the specificities of these regions, but at the same time, we're all working towards the same goal of having a more innovative Canada. That's what's important, and that's why I think they should be grouped together. So I think those are two excellent reasons to support this bill.
But there are many other reasons for supporting this bill. Madam Speaker, I can talk about how the Minister of La Francophonie, and as a Francophile, as someone for whom, French is not my mother tongue, but I have a deep love for this language and for the Francophone culture and for the visibility of the minority communities outside of Quebec, because we need to ensure that the French fact remains present in Quebec. And we also have a responsibility to share this know-how with other countries, with the francophonie of the world. And if we decide that this is a fundamental value for Canada, and we have a department that's going to look after that, then I think that the minister should be someone who can work in full competence and should be a minister who is equal to all other ministers. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, it's very important that we enhance the status of that department and of that minister. And that's very important. And it's the same thing for the Minister for Science. After a decade where the former government slashed budgets and did not add any value to the importance of science in our decision-making, in research, to ensure that Canada will always be a leader in innovation and worldwide. For me, that goes without saying. It's logical. This department should share the same status as all other departments because science is so important. We're in the 21st century, and we know that countries who don't invest in science to ensure that their citizens are trained and that they have a great deal of knowledge in scientific areas, and we know that we're going to lose our position, our rank among other countries if we don't invest in science. So once again, for me, that simply showcases the importance of having a minister for science who is just as important as all other ministers, and her department should be on the same footing as other departments. When we talk about small businesses and tourism as well, once again, we know how important, how vital SMEs and the tourism industry are to Canada. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege to visit a number of regions in Canada, and I even went to the far north, and I can tell you how important it is for those communities to have programs that focus on tourism to attract people, not only Canadians from elsewhere in the country, but from all other countries to visit the region and to appreciate the contribution that those regions make to Canada and to maximize their visibility, the visibility of their specific aspects. For example, the north of Quebec, in New Brunswick. Madam Speaker, I know very well that you represent a riding from Northern Ontario. What a beautiful region of our country. And once again, you know the crucial importance that tourism has for our country to create wealth and prosperity for your constituents and for all people in Canada. That's what is important. So we need to have a minister for tourism who is on an equal footing with regard to all other ministers. I had the privilege last week of participating in a gala of excellence for the tourism industry, and I saw the remarkable projects that were put forward and the unbelievable creativity of people who work in the tourism industry in their respective regions. And it warmed my heart to see the type of entrepreneurship that has taken root here in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, you have just told me that I don't have much time left. I think it's important for those departments to ensure that they are on an equal footing, that they have the same status as all other government departments. And that is why I urge all of my colleagues in this House, regardless of party lines, to support this bill.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments and for his work in representing his constituents here in the House. But, Madam Speaker, at the first part of his comments, he was talking about the regional economic development agencies. And this bill removes effective oversight by ministers from those agencies and puts all of that control here in, well, actually in Mississauga, Madam Speaker. So the question I have for my colleague is, they're big on consultation, they're big on transparency, supposedly, they're big on accountability. During the study of this bill, why would they not have at least brought 2 or 3 or more witnesses in to talk about the potential implications of removing the ministerial involvement of those from the regional economic development agencies? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Hall-Elmer.
Honourable member for Hall-Elmer. Madam Speaker.
On that, I thank the honourable member for his question. I'm certain it is not his normal habit to try to personalize the issue or personalize the debate by making reference to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development from the Minister from Mississauga. I think that might be a little bit beneath the normal tenor that I know that the honourable member can give in participating in debate. So if he'll excuse me, I'll just move that aside and try to deal with the basis of his question, which is the fact is that innovation, science, and economic development is one of these great super ministries, one of these economic coordinative ministries. And it only makes sense that if you're going to have a ministry, sorry, my English is getting mixed up, a ministry that overlooks economic development, overlooks innovation, it makes sense that the tools that we have to get onto the ground should be coordinated. And should be coordinated together under this ministry. It makes sense to have le développement économique Canada pour la région du Québec. Qu'on devrait avoir.
We should have the economic development for the regions of Quebec. You're giving me the sign. I know I need to wrap up, but I think that all those agencies should come under one department. The honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, we live in a society where even today, women earn only 72% of the wages of men. So there's still a lot of work to do to achieve equality for women. This government wants to achieve gender parity. It says it's feminist, and all they can do is hike the wages of ministers, as if that is going to help Quebec and Canadian women who live in our ridings. Instead of hiking the wages of our ministers, why don't the Liberals just table a bill on gender parity? Rather pay equity.
Monsieur le Président,
Madam Speaker, I think that the member for Montreal will be very pleased in the months to come, or perhaps even sooner. We heard the minister responsible for the Minister of Employment, who is going to table a bill, and I certainly hope that I can count on the support of my honourable colleague, because that is very important for me as a member of Parliament, and I think it's important for all members of Parliament. But this is a question perhaps I shouldn't ask, but because I think the answer is very obvious. If we don't promote the Department of the Status of Women to full department status, then how can we expect, if we don't do our job to ensure that that department is on the same footing as other departments, then the important files that come under that department, how can we expect them to be adopted by the government? It's not the only reason, it's not enough, that's clear, but for all those reasons, I think it is important to ensure that the Department of Status of Women have the exact same responsibilities as all the other departments within the government apparatus.
Please, the débat. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it'll probably be the last time that I have the opportunity to speak formally in the House before Christmas break, I'd like to wish all those, and especially Madam Speaker, Merry Christmas and season's greetings. So, it's an honour to rise in this place today to speak on Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act. I'm going to get into it. This bill takes aggressive steps to eliminate the positions of 6 ministers for regional development. It places all those responsibilities in the hands of one minister. I believe that the Government Operations Committee did not hear from a single witness on the issue of regional development agencies. Not one. That's incredible. This is a huge change. I would assume there were plenty of experts from across Canada willing to comment on this matter. To not give them a voice seems unwise. For better or worse, the federal government has far broader jurisdiction than provinces and much more expansive taxation powers. This was partially by design of the British North American Act. It reserves the most significant powers for the federal government. Well, had the B&A drafters foreseen the massive expansion of government that was to come with education and health care, they might have been under the federal jurisdiction as well. Then, of course, they let the natural resources go. That one really got away from them. However, we're also a huge country. Our population is spread across a massive geographic area. Over time, our country has rightfully adopted a more decentralized approach to governance. Our previous Conservative government certainly respected the importance of decentralized approach, giving provinces money and letting them make the decisions. But now it seems this government is taking a step in the wrong direction. Unsurprisingly, one-size-fits-all solutions aren't always desirable. Something that works in the prairies might not make much sense in southern Ontario. Something that works in southern Ontario could be a really bad fit for Quebec. Something that works great in Quebec could be a disaster for BC. And the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, where possible, we want regions to be able to make decisions about their own development in a way that makes sense for them. In a large, diverse country like ours, we want certain decisions made through a local lens. When there is an opportunity to do it that way, it makes a difference. The government claims to believe that diversity is our strength. Well, let them put their money where their mouth is and keep diverse regional voices involved in regional development and at the cabinet table. I hope I don't have to remind the government that we Westerners are especially skeptical of centralized decision-making. Us old guys remember the National Energy Program. Remember that one?
Trudeau government.
That wreaked havoc in the West and in Alberta for decades. We haven't forgotten that one. We had a bad experience with decisions being made in Ottawa by people who aren't from our region and don't have an intimate understanding of its needs. The tax changes are the latest example of decision makers in Ottawa not understanding the unintended consequences of impacts their policies will have across the country. I've heard from time and time again around tables in my riding of Bow River how this government doesn't understand what their policies will do to rural agriculture and small businesses. The Liberals are taking the Ottawa bubble to a whole new level. And this bill is just another example of their heavy-handed, centralized thinking. So I'd hope my honourable colleagues opposite can understand why getting rid of ministers, like the Minister of Western Economic Diversification, and investing their decision-making power in the hands of one member at the cabinet table might raise some eyebrows. Furthermore, I'm surprised that more of my colleagues opposite representing ridings in Atlantic Canada aren't standing up for their region. Why aren't they demanding a minister for Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency at the cabinet table? The Prime Minister implied that a Toronto minister needs to handle ACOA because of the kind of politics in Atlantic Canada. Wow, that's an interesting comment. What kind of politics would incentivize this government to erode regional representation in favor of needless centralization? It just doesn't add up. It's a major hit to the federal government's ability to allocate funds in a manner that is regionally representative. A former ACOA president said that many in Ottawa have never liked regional development agencies. Surprise. Apparently axing them has been an agenda for some time. Well, I think Canadians care that regional representation at the cabinet table has been eroded. I think Canadians in Atlantic Canada will be unhappy to find that, as the Liberals at Atlantic Caucus Subcommittee reported, processing times have increased threefold, 3 times the length since the appointment of the one minister. So C-24 means Canadians will no longer have a regional development minister to fight for their region's interests. They won't have a voice for regional development at the cabinet table. Obviously, all Canadian regions will still be represented in cabinet, but they have responsibilities, those ministers, that relate to their specific portfolio, not to the region. When it comes to spending regional development funds, the regions simply won't have the voice they did before. They are being robbed of that voice in cabinet for no good reason. The bill also lacks transparency. We're being asked to approve the appointment of 3 mystery ministers. What will these ministers be? Minister for fancy socks? Minister responsible for selfie procurement? Minister responsible for remembering French villas? The government should tell Canadians what their plans are. What do they have to hide? C-24 also fails to create ministerial equality. Legislating equal salaries doesn't mean all ministers are treated equally. Do ministers have more ministers with more junior portfolios have their own deputy ministers? Do they? Do they have the same departmental budgets and authority as ministers with more senior portfolios? As long as the answer to these questions remains a resounding no, I don't see how the government can claim the bill is about ministerial equality. Moving cabinet members from ministers and ministers of State Act to the Salaries Act does nothing to change the answer to these questions. It's optics, no substance. Is it about gender equality? Given the ministers still have unequal authority and resources, I don't see how it could be. We're also hearing some conflicting information from honourable colleagues opposite. Some have said it is meant to advance gender equality. Some have said it's not meant to address such issues. So Canadians have been left scratching their heads. What is this bill about? Does this government even know what it's about? They can't seem to get the story straight on this one. I'll quote a University of British Columbia law professor who specializes in gender equality on why this bill doesn't do what some of the members opposite think it will. Quote, pay equity is a piece of what, pardon me, pay equity is a piece of, but not the whole gender equity. People want these jobs and women need these positions of leadership, not because of the actual amount of dollars, but because of the responsibility, the profile, the prestige, the authority that these positions command. End of quote. Certainly not a ringing endorsement, Madam Speaker. Overall, this legislation is fundamentally misguided. It takes authority away from 6 regional ministers and gives it to 1. It does not meaningfully advance ministerial equality. And even Liberal caucus members don't understand what the front bench's agenda is in introducing it. Needless to say, Madam Speaker, I will be not supporting this bill at report stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comments. The first issue, a little bit of a geography lesson, Madam Speaker. The members from the Conservative Party like to refer to the Minister of Innovation as the member for Toronto. I think his constituents would be surprised to learn that they live in Toronto. But perhaps that understanding of the GTA is why there aren't too many seats from the GTA on that side. That being said, Madam Speaker, they're excited to hear about what I'm going to say. The honourable member was concerned about the Atlantic growth strategy and the members from Atlantic Caucus that have been doing an incredible job to speak up for their region. And there are diverse projects across Atlantic Canada, including labs in Halifax, the Mentiv Institute, New Dawn Centre in Cape Breton, Genesis Centre in St. John's, investments in Sydney for processing, $750,000 for a facility adding value products for shellfish processing in Nova Scotia. These are just a few things, so I was wondering, Madam Speaker, if the honourable member could point to a specific investment made by this government in Atlantic Canada that he's concerned with, because the growth strategies look like it's working because we're the envy of the G7.
Before I go to the honourable member for Bow River, I just want to remind members if they have questions and comments, they will need to stand up to be recognized. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comment coming from somebody not from Atlantic Canada.
Where are they? Martin Instead. There's one.
Order. I just want to remind the members that we're on to a response from the member for Bow River, and there shouldn't be any going back and forth. The honourable member for Bow River.
It's sort of the strategy that I believe makes a real difference. If you have a minister at the table who is representing a region, that's their responsibility. And I believe having those voices at the table make a difference. That's why they're cabinet ministers. Other MPs in their region can lobby and work for all sorts of projects, but having that representation at the cabinet table representing your region, to me, is a significant piece that's missing. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my friend and colleague from Bow River for his speech. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague. It's my colleague. Well, first of all, I have to say, Madam Speaker, we're spending more time on this bill than we are on the budget, which is really disappointing, Madam Speaker, when there's so many important issues and so many things that this government, the Liberal government, hasn't accounted for, so many Canadians that have been left behind, Madam Speaker, and here we are talking about something that this government could have done when they made appointments to Cabinet. And I ask my colleague, does he agree with the NDP that the government should have gender parity in Cabinet and amongst ministers of departments, not just ministers, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. A very honourable gentleman and an excellent member in this House. I've come from a profession where gender equity and gender pay was equal. It always has been, and that's the background I had in my profession. So I always believe in gender equity and pay. What I also believe in, though, is the responsibilities that come with it, not just superficial titles, but also in the responsibilities. So when they stand in those positions, they are equal in all parts of their positions, and I think that's very important. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member who just presented mentioned that this is really about optics, not substance. And Professor Margaret Young from the University of British Columbia, who's actually a gender equity specialist, made some comments with regards to Bill C-24. And I'd like my colleague to comment. Quote unquote, I think to frame this as a piece of legislation that speaks substantively to the issues of gender equity and cabinet composition is wrong and it's dangerous. Really, there are no gender substance, no equity substance on the basis of gender equality in this legislation. Could my colleague comment on that, please?
From the member from Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank you, my honourable colleague, for the question. Gender equity in the sense of positions and status and the responsibilities those people in those positions need to have the same. And as any expert as I have quoted said, you can just give people titles, but unless you give them the same responsibilities to carry out those, then it is nothing but window dressing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and it's an absolute honour for me to stand on behalf of the residents of Davenport and speak on this bill, which is C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act. And because it probably will be one of my last times to actually address this House, I also want to wish everybody in the House a happy holiday, very Merry Christmas, or whatever way that they celebrate this wonderful holiday season. So that's to all of you. So what is this bill? And that's for those who are watching at home, and whether it's now or in the future, I want to make sure that everybody's clear on what it is that I'm talking about. The changes that are being proposed to the Salaries Act will formalize the equality of all members of Cabinet and modernize the Act to allow for more flexibility. The current Act, Madam Speaker, allows for 35 Cabinet positions, including the position of the Prime Minister. What this bill will do is it will amend the Act to include 5 additional titled Cabinet positions, and they are the following: Minister of La Francophonie, Minister of Small Business and Tourism, Minister of Science, Minister of Status of Women, and Minister of Sport and Persons with Disability. It also adds 3 new untitled positions to provide flexibility to structure future ministries to reflect the priorities of the government without resorting to Minister of State appointments. These changes, Madam Speaker, will not impact the Ministries and Minister of State Act. Minister of State appointments will remain an option at the discretion of the Prime Minister. And as the Minister of Employment mentioned a little bit earlier, and I want to reinstate, allowing us to make these changes actually provides flexibility for the current and future governments to be able to appoint ministers to various positions depending on the priorities of the government of the day. And so why are we doing this? We want to make sure that there is only one tiered cabinet, so we don't have a tier of two tiers for cabinet ministers. We want to make sure that we only have one tier. We don't have a senior cabinet minister and a junior cabinet minister. Everybody within our cabinet is at the same level. So no junior or senior ministers. There's just ministers who are working very hard to deliver results for all Canadians. We also want to make sure that we're updating the Salaries Act to modernize, in addition to formally equalizing the status of the government's ministerial team. We also want to, Madam Speaker, we want to recognize the equality of cabinet members, and this allows us to do so. And then I had mentioned that there were, under this act, we're going to be adding 5 additional positions. And maybe I want to speak specifically to one of them more directly. I'm very proud that we do have a Minister of Small Business and Tourism. I know this is something of great importance great importance to Davenport residents. We're very proud that we're putting a huge emphasis on small businesses. We're very proud of the fact that we're actually reducing the small business tax from 11% to 9%. So it's moving to 10% as of the beginning of January 2018, and then it'll move to 9% at the beginning of 2019. So we're very proud about that and all the support we're providing to small businesses. And in addition, also wonderful emphasis on tourism as well. And just last week, Madam Speaker, I was very, very proud to actually attend the Canadian Tourism Awards. And actually, a group within my riding, Sesqui, actually won one of the Canadian Tourism Awards. And so I was very proud to be able to be there to honor them. The Minister of Small Business and Tourism was there as well. And I just want to give out a shout out to both Joanne Lowton and Andrea Stewart of Sesqui, who won a Canadian Tourism Award. So very proud of them. And maybe one of the last things I want to mention, and I know our Minister of Employment mentioned this as well, and I think it's important for me to also highlight the fact that our government has a very strong feminist agenda. One of the first acts, as everybody knows, of what we did when we came into office is to put into place a gender equal cabinet. We're all very proud of that. This bill is actually going to help formally equalize all the positions within that cabinet. But I'm also very proud of some of the additional steps that we've actually taken. One of the other steps we've taken is that we've added a gender lens into our budget process. First time in Canadian history that actually was done in our budget 2017. And I know that our Minister of Finance is stepping it up and has actually started consultations with a number of groups. And I actually was at one of the consultations in Toronto to say, what is the next level in addition to the gender lens? How can we do better in budget 2018? So I was very proud that I was part of those discussions that took place in Toronto less than 2 weeks ago. And just so people know, by adding a gender lens into the budget process, what essentially we're doing is we are asking every department to actually put on a gender lens whenever it is that they're making proposals for budget 2018. And I know one of the statements that our Minister of Finance indicated during our consultation with a number of groups in Toronto was that he actually has told every single cabinet member that they should only be coming with proposals for budget 2018 if they've actually applied a gender lens. And I actually very much appreciate the importance that he's put onto gender budget lens moving forward. I very much appreciate that he has met with a number of feminist organizations and organizations that very much work on issues affecting women and girls, both in Canada and abroad. And I think that our 2018 budget will be the stronger for it. I also want to talk for a minute about pay equity legislation, because I was sitting in the House, Madam Speaker, and I was listening to some of the questions, and I know that there is great anxiety, and I think it is very well placed, about the fact that we still do not have pay equity in this country. I was very blessed about a year ago to be asked to join the special committee looking at pay equity legislation at the federal level. We unfortunately did not have pay equity legislation at the national level. We put a committee into place to look into it, and so we actually made some very strong recommendations. And actually, if you look at the title of that report, Madam Speaker, the title of the report is actually Action Now. And so I know that the Minister of Employment is about to introduce pay equity legislation at the national level. I very much look forward to that. I know it's very much based on the very hard work that the committee made, and all other groups and all other advocates that have been pushing for this for a very long time. And it is way past the time that we should be addressing this issue, and I will be very happy when that actually comes into place. Personally, I am also trying to see what more I can do in terms of just larger society around how is it that as a national government we can help to ensure more women get into senior leadership roles, both not only in politics but also in business, in addition to ensuring that we do everything we can to close the gap around pay equity outside of the federal government system. So we have done a lot of really great things, Madam Speaker. I know that we have a lot more steps to go, a lot more way to go, but we are making progress, and I think we should be very proud of the steps that we've taken. And I want to mention a couple of other things, Madam Chair, in terms of our feminist agenda that I'm very proud of. I know that our Minister of Foreign Affairs and our Minister of International Development and our Minister of International Trade have all talked about how they've incorporated the feminist agenda into each of their portfolios. I know for our Minister of International Development, she's incorporated in terms of the emphasis that we are making in terms of the dollars that we're giving to organizations abroad, and it's very much focused on women and girls around the world. And I know that there's a particular emphasis as well in some of the humanitarian assistance that we're actually giving in the Rohingya state and the situation that's actually happening outside of Myanmar right now. I know that our Minister of International Trade would say that he is very proud that we actually have a gender equity chapter that is part of the Canada-Chile trade agreement. It was a historic agreement from that perspective, and I know that that set the stage for more of these types of chapters to be added to future trade agreements as we move along. And then lastly, our Minister of Foreign Affairs was very proud when she stood and indicated to the world, to Canadians, to all of us that she wanted Canada, and she's promoting Canada to take on a very strong role to ensure that we have more female peacekeepers in the world. We think that it'll be the next way that Canada can take a leadership role in terms of peacekeeping in the world by adding more women. And I see that my time has actually ended, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank you and thank this House for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the residents of Davenport. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her comments. And many times today, the government has referred to gender equity or equality and gender parity in cabinet. But, Madam Speaker, the expert that appeared before this committee clearly pointed out that there is no substance to that fact in terms of this bill. She says, quote, really, there's no gender substance, no equity substance on the basis of gender equality to this legislation, referring to C-24. In fact, she went further than that, Madam Speaker. In response to a question about whether the Prime Minister's claim of a gender-equal cabinet was cynical, she went beyond that and she said, quote, I would say it's dishonest. So, Madam Speaker, how can my colleagues continue to argue about this fact that it's causing gender equity in the cabinet when clearly there's no such thing? That's what Gerald said.
I'm a member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I would mention two things. One is the core, at the very heart of what we're trying to do with this bill is just to create a one-tiered cabinet. So that's the first point I want to make. The other thing I would say to you is I've been very blessed this year to be able to go to the doors and to speak to a lot of residents of Davenport. And I can honestly tell you that from a perception perspective, they are so proud. They are so proud that we have a gender equal cabinet. It's something for young girls and young women to aspire to, for those who actually want to get into politics, that they feel that they can actually step into one of these roles. And to see all the beautiful female leaders and cabinet ministers that are in our cabinet, it's something for them to aspire to. And I do think that it's something that is a wonderful accomplishment for our government.
Well said.
Thank you.
That's the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker. Well, in fact, it isn't a gender equitable cabinet. I don't understand why, Madam Speaker, the members keep saying this when even the experts, their own officials, are saying they do not deliver that. But, Madam Speaker, what concerns me the most is this government has been in power for 2 years. It was in 2004 when the Pay Equity Task Force called for action on equal pay for work of equal value in the federal civil service. And yet again, this is the answer to everything. It's the answer to Indigenous children having access to comparable services, to Indigenous communities having access to safe drinking water. The answer for this government always is, eventually, you will have equal rights.
A member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. I'll mention two things. So, one, I truly do believe we have a gender equal cabinet. The position of the Minister of the Status of Women, to me, is equal to that of the Minister of International Trade. Right on. It is what this bill is trying to do. It is at the very core of what this bill is. So that is point number one. In terms of on pay equity, I can assure you, as someone who was actually part of the committee that looked at this, I am very passionate about, again, look at the title of that report. It was about action now. Our government is trying to move as quickly as possible. Would I like it to move a little bit more quickly in terms of introducing this legislation? Absolutely. I'm sure we all would, but I know it's about to come. I know that we're going to be able to put it into place, and I believe it's going to be a piece of legislation that we're all going to be very proud of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions, commentaires. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, now the member from Davenport just said that she sees the Minister of Status of Women to be equal to the Minister of International Trade. Yet if you look at the order in Council appointing the Minister of the Status of Women, it says to assist the Minister of Canadian Heritage in carrying out of that minister's responsibilities. So simply calling a minister without actually changing the enabling legislation or the Financial Administration Act does not put that person at the level of a minister or the departmental apparatus of a minister. So will the member from Davenport correct her statement to reflect that fact?
The honourable member for Davenport has a brief answer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I would make a couple of points. I think that the point that he mentioned was it's only one part of her job. I would say to you that she is the leader, the leading voice of gender equity within our cabinet, within our caucus. And so I think that from a leadership perspective, she's absolutely at the equal level as all other cabinet ministers. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question? It has to do with motion number 1. Question has to do with motion number 1. The vote on this motion also applies to motion number 2 and 4. 2 through 4, rather.
Sorry, motion number 1. Ms. Bergen, seconded by Ms. Boucher, moved that Bill C-24 be amended by deleting Clause 1. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those opposed will please say no. In my opinions, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Madam Speaker, I request that the vote be deferred until the expiry of the time provided for government orders on Monday, December 11, 2017.
Accordingly, the recorded division stands deferred until Monday, December 11th at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. Point of order, the honourable member for Perth-Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you were to seek it, you would find unanimous consent to see the clock as 5:30.
Is it agreed? Agreed? It is now 5:30. Accordingly, La Chambre abordera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business on the order indicated in today's order paper. Orders of the day. Private members' business. Debate at second reading of Bill C-364, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, political financing, standing in the name of Mr. Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria, appuyé par...
Mr. Boudria, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moves that Bill C-364, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, political financing, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to speak today about Bill C-364, which I hope will be supported by all of the parties here. All of us in this House are elected representatives of the population. We are supposed to represent our constituents and give voice to their concerns and values. In a sense, we embody the will of the people. This is both a privilege and a duty, which we must constantly keep in mind. The only problem is the public is losing trust in us over time. You hear this around the family dinner table, in office conversations, in the media, in the convenience store. Scorning the political class has become as mundane as talking about the weather or the fortunes and misfortunes of the Montreal Canadiens. The public is losing trust in us, Madam Speaker. More often than not, the criticism made of politicians is that they can be corrupted, that we're not here for the right reasons, that we have particular interests and hidden agendas. Unfortunately, citizens have the impression that we are for sale as politicians and that our decisions can be bought. Pundits often call this the cynicism of Canadians. But the public isn't cynical. The public just has a sense of morality and knows the difference between good and evil, and right and wrong. We are the ones who are suspected of being cynical and guided only by our own interests. It's all a question of public perception and public trust. All of us together have to fix this bond of trust with the public, because without it, this House's legitimacy would be in question. We have the responsibility to be upstanding and to distance ourselves from any appearance of conflict of interest, cronyism, or any situation that might look like we're getting favors in return for something. We all know that this is something that we've heard in our writings. We have the responsibility to be beyond reproach. And to achieve that objective, we need to start by taking real action and looking at the current political funding system. Donating to a political party is a profoundly democratic action. A citizen may contribute to a political party because he supports its ideas or ideals. And this is not just a way of encouraging the political party, it's a real act of commitment. When you attack the foundation of political financing by distorting its objectives, or when you use political funding for personal gain or party gain, you're really attacking democracy itself. And really the basis of our democracy. And the important duty that we have here. It's important not to play around with the rules. The less accessible political funding is, the more suspicious it is. How do you want to convince the public that every voice has the same value when political parties hold $1,500 head fundraising dinners? How do you want to convince people that decisions are made exclusively in the public interest? Middle-class Canadians don't have access to these cozy dinners with the Prime Minister that cost $1,500 a plate. Even people who follow politics take a dim view of this. Our party supporters, those who believe in our party enough to give us their time or to give $100 or $200 or $400 or whatever they're capable of giving, how do you think that those people see this? How do you think they see us when they see their elected officials hobnobbing with people in an attempt to get a fat check? I have an example to give you, Madam Speaker. On May 19th, 2016, the Prime Minister met Shenling Zhang, a businessman who wanted permission to create a special bank that would serve the sizable Chinese community in Vancouver called Wealth One. And he met him at a private soiree. The government gave the green light to this project, and 48 hours before the official announcement, the Prime Minister received $70,000 in contributions. $70,000 for his riding in Papineau. Almost all of these were from rich Chinese Canadians from the Vancouver region. Well, that's quite the coincidence, Mr. Speaker. Everything would lead us to believe that someone was returning a favor to the Prime Minister when it came to the creation of this Wealth One Bank. You might wonder if this is moral. You might wonder if it's desirable for lobbyists to be so cozy with the Prime Minister of Canada. You might wonder if political donations might serve to fast-track certain projects, and if certain government decisions might be influenced by this. But there's one thing that is not in doubt, and that is whether this practice is legal. Because yes, Madam Speaker, this practice that I just described is 100% legal in the current system. This is how big parties finance themselves. This is how they've been doing it since the public financing of political parties was eliminated. This works well for the two big Canadian parties. It works well that they eliminated public funding for political parties. They have their connections with big firms. They've got good contacts in the big banks. They've got an in all of the back rooms where these big deals are made. They don't need donations from ordinary citizens who want to contribute some small amount that they can afford because they care about protecting the environment or social justice or because they want to support a distinct society. They're fine with having competition between big donors. But this gives the public the impression the power is for sale. It was Jean Chrétien, the former Liberal Prime Minister, who had brought in public funding for political parties. Mr. Chrétien understood, in the wake of the sponsorship scandal, that it's important to maintain an appearance of being beyond reproach. Citizens think this is important. The Liberal government currently is perhaps using this as a model. With the public funding of political parties, parties have stable funding, which is directly linked to the number of votes that they got. So, Madam Speaker, public funding is an incentive for people to vote. Because even if you know that your candidate won't be elected, well, every vote that the candidate gets will serve the party that they represent. So everyone can be sure that their vote is not being wasted. It's democratic, it's ethical, and it's healthy for our democracy. With public funding, you don't need to kowtow to elites in the hopes of getting a lucrative handshake. The main fundraisers for the big parties often have direct influence on public policies, particularly when it comes to the party in power. They have privileged access to the caucus, to cabinet, and even to the Prime Minister's office. The lower the limit, the greater the influence of fundraisers. That means less space for lobbyists, private interests, and cronies. But also with public funding, all of the political options get funding that corresponds to the number of people who voted for them. So, as I said earlier, this means that citizens know that their vote counts. They know that they can choose the political party that they want, the political party that represents their values, rather than just limiting their choice to the lesser of two evils, for example. It's sad when you're elected by default just because people are voting for the lesser of two evils. So this would encourage the diversity of political opinion, and it would allow small parties to be heard. And even better, it could even help bring in new parties, which is a profoundly democratic thing and a very healthy thing for a society like ours. The cost of public funding is also just a fraction of what our current system costs. If we brought back the old system, which is in fact part of the Liberal legacy, we would essentially be going back to what we had before. If that were to happen, the cost of public funding would be a fraction of what it currently costs us. Now, because political funding would be linked to the number of votes, every taxpayer would know that the taxes that they pay for political funding would count. So when you have a rich donor giving $1,500 to a political party, they get a $650 tax credit that we all pay for as taxpayers. So a small part of our taxes funds parties that we don't even support. By lowering the limit and by bringing back public funding, we would be restoring the balance between the voters' desire and the taxpayers' share. More of the money would go directly to the parties that actually reflect voters' ideas, and that costs a lot less than the current system. The current system costs us in terms of legitimacy and in terms of harm to our democracy. So I would ask my fellow members from all parties to think of the people that they represent today. They know who their constituents are and what values they have. I would ask them to think about these men and women and what those people expect of them. I would ask them to take strong action that reflects the fundamental values of this House. I ask them to vote in favor of my bill, in favor of restoring public funding for political parties, in favor of being upstanding and respectful, in favor of healthy political values and free democratic expression. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Talbot for bringing forward this bill and also for his speech. I have a specific question. If he finds that he is for sale, as he said at the beginning of his speech, then why is he proposing to lower the limit from 1,500 to 500 instead of getting rid of it completely and saying no one can give political donations? The Honourable Member for Talbot. The idea behind this is, I wanted to keep a certain compromise. I know that there are parties in this House that absolutely want to maintain the current system at any cost. Well, I think that we could at least find a compromise and try to find a more popular and more of a compromise between our parties. Now, we're not a big party, but there are big national parties that may get some advantage of this. So we do want to have a certain amount of compromise with members in this House, but we also have to admit that there are realistic economic considerations, but we also want to at least reduce the possibility for influence by 2/3, which I think is at least a good step in the right direction compared to what existed before.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank and congratulate my colleague for Terrebonne for his speech and also for his bill. I think that any effort to improve democratic values and reduce the influence of the elite is always a good step in the right direction. And so we will be supporting his private member's bill. I'd like to ask him a question. I think it's a bit funny that the Bloc Québécois is actually defending the Liberal legacy. Perhaps they'll be defending theirs later, but when it comes to the reimbursement according to the votes, could there be a minimum threshold as it existed under the previous legislation under Jean Chrétien? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, in the proposal that we're making, essentially the chapter that has to do with the limit would not be affected. So the point is moot. We're not changing anything. It's already in the law.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for Terrebonne. I am completely in favor of this bill. And because of the process for bills like this is my only opportunity to speak to this House on this bill in second reading. It's clear that public funding is clearly better as a way of providing money for political parties. It's clear that at the same time, this bill will set up a system where everyone knows that their vote counts.
Get this bill to committee, and I urge my Liberal colleagues to pass this bill. This is the system that was put in place by the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien. It was removed by Stephen Harper, and the reason it was removed, we were told, was that there shouldn't be taxpayers' funds going to political parties. There are three ways taxpayers' funds used to go to political parties. Stephen Harper removed the one that was fair, directed by taxpayers, and was the least amount of public funding. So my question to my friend from Terrebonne, and I urge my Liberal colleagues, does he have any indications that we will have support from within this House, across the aisle, to restore the system that, even with some amendments, I would say I'd probably want amendments in committee, but to restore the system put in place by the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, I certainly hope so. You know, virtue and good intentions. I mean, I think good ideas can come from anywhere. And I hope that good ideas will be supported. And we should be able to go back to the good things that existed before. Now, this law was adopted by the Liberals under Jean Chrétien, and I think it really went beyond party lines. I think it was a really good way of getting rid of a scandalous situation after the sponsorship scandal. Now, I can't talk on behalf of the government. I can't speak for the government, but I know that there is a certain amount of interest in democratic values, because good bills and good values should be able to transcend parties. I'm sorry, we're out of time for questions and comments. Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised at the time of adjournment. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Poverty.
Alberni Indigenous Affairs et l'Honorable Député de Beauport.
And the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, Government Appointments.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'Honorable Député de
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Hi, Madam Speaker.
P64 to discuss election financing law. To start with, I won't be supporting this bill, but it is not because I do not believe in a stronger role for public financing. I do believe that, because the alternative is a stronger role for private financing. The key question I want to address in our democracy is a complete reevaluation of political fundraising itself. Is fundraising necessary? And if so, what should it look like? Conventional wisdom is that it is, but I want us to ask the question honestly and objectively. Political parties need funds to operate and to campaign. That is a given. But what is a fair way to achieve that funding? First of all, parties and riding associations should not have to fundraise in competition with each other. The fundraising should come from the riding, with the share sent to the party in order to remain a part of the party, with the specific details left up to each party or riding association to figure out. A party is not a party, after all, without ridings and representatives, and the parties themselves are only meant to exist as a vehicle for like-minded members to work together, not as a means for members to become like-minded. But that is a discussion for another day. I disagree with the current fundraising model of 100% private funds coupled with non-refundable tax credits and expense reimbursements, which does not give equal ability to participate to all members of society, which is a fundamental tenet of any democracy. Those who have money can participate and get tax credits. Those who do not have money to participate are not eligible for the tax incentive to do so. So having less means each dollar costs less fortunate individuals more in absolute terms and prohibitively more in relative terms. Yet again, those who need are at a disadvantage to those who do not. And politicians, with their insatiable need for funds, must necessarily gravitate towards those who have. Many donors donate because they believe in the cause, but I think it is naive to believe that all donors do. I am sure most of us have received an angry email or phone call at some point from someone who has given money to either our ridings or our party saying, "I am a donor and I am angry." Personally, I don't take well to this kind of message. I want people to donate because they believe in what we are doing and want us to continue, not in order to tell us what we need to do. If they are angry, I want to know that, but not because they are donors, but because they are citizens. And I want the fact detached from the comment. And I want people who did not donate to express themselves with equal fervor. I am here to represent and work for all of my people, and to the best of my ability, not just those who supported me or may do so in the future. I also disagree with the concept of annual per-vote funding, the primary objective of Bill C-364, for the simple reason that how someone voted in 2015 may not reflect where they want their financial support to go. And at that, it may not be the same in 2016, 17, 18, or 19. If someone voted for a Liberal candidate to block a Conservative candidate when they actually support the Greens, why should the money go to the Liberals and not the Greens in that circumstance? It doesn't make sense. If we do have per-vote funding, we should also have a preferential ballot, so the money you assign goes to your first pick, even if you have specified additional choices in order to prevent the unfavorable results that can sometimes come from not voting strategically. On the other hand, I also do not believe that just because one has registered a political party, it is therefore automatically entitled to some or an equal level of funding as all the others. It must be in some way tied to that party's actual support. Giving the Rhinoceros Party $18 million simply because they are registered may not necessarily serve the interests of democracy, and providing per-party financing may motivate some people to register political parties for the purpose of simply collecting the money without any actual interest in the electoral process. I think these risks are fairly self-evident. While I know I am very much in the minority on this, my preferred model for addressing all these concerns is to put a question on Canadians' tax returns that would go something like this, with the numbers being completely arbitrary for the sake of demonstration here today. Tax return line number, say, 500. An answer to this question is required in order for my tax return to be accepted as complete. Question 1. I am entitled to direct $25 to a party registered in my riding or to be held in escrow for an independent candidate to be returned or forfeited if the candidate I named is not registered to run in the next election. A. Yes, I would like to exercise this right. Or B. No, I do not wish to contribute to any political party or independent candidate at this time. If you check off no, you are finished and you have met your obligations under this section of the return. If you answer yes, that you do wish to direct $25 to a political party, you have 3 more questions to answer. The first would be, the party or independent candidate I wish to support in my riding is, then there would be a blank space or a drop-down menu with data provided by Elections Canada for electronic filers. Second, I would like this money to come A, from general revenues, or B, be added to my own tax assessment. And the final question would be, I would like the origin of this contribution to be disclosed to the party or independent candidate receiving it, or B, kept anonymous and confidential. Splitting up the question like this allows those who believe it must be their own funds that contribute to political parties to put their money where their mouth is. But more importantly, it means that someone who does not have 2 cents and someone who is a millionaire have the same weight in the fundraising process. Everybody has the option, but not the requirement, to do so anonymously, so the data cannot be automatically used by political parties. Allowing people to say no to donating at all, and not knowing who, should help force all parties to retain a more positive message. Divisive, dog whistle fundraising won't work on an anonymous tax assessment-based fundraising model, and being negative will serve to discourage people from contributing to political parties overall. Answering no to the question of whether to give before seeing the option of who to give to. The pie can be pretty big if Canadians all have a positive view of political parties, rather than the negative views promulgated today by some elements of our political system in order to sow division and make people hate rather than want to work together. While the Canada Revenue Agency will no doubt be less than excited to get involved in this manner, and there must be careful and specific controls to protect the privacy of the responses to this question, in my view, it is the fairest possible way to ensure political financing on an equal basis by all citizens to those who support here and now at all times in all parts of the country. There are no doubt other models and solutions that could be looked at, but I firmly believe the question must be asked, and I thank the member for Terrebonne for bringing public financing reform forward for us to discuss. This bill also reduces the fundraising limit significantly, in conjunction with the reintroduction of per-vote funding. I think the amount of the donation cap is largely irrelevant if there's still inequity between donors who have and donors who do not. And so the cap at $500 or $1,500 is largely immaterial to me. Someone who makes enough to pay taxes giving $400 is still out of pocket only $100, while someone who does not make enough to pay taxes giving $400 is out of pocket the full amount, not to mention possibly out of a home or a few meals. So I find this particular change proposed in the bill to be fairly meaningless. It does not solve any existing problem. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the member for Terrebonne's bill has an absolute rather than relative coming into force provision. Given that the bill is only at second reading here in the House, it has yet to get through the Commons Committee report stage, third reading and referral to the Senate, second reading at the Senate, Senate Committee, Senate report stage, Senate third reading and royal assent, I do not think that it is realistic to suggest that this bill could be enforced 24 days from now. Now, over the past 2 years, we have made strides forward on these matters. I don't believe my views on fundraising reflect those of very many of my colleagues on any side of the House. We are seeing changes here and in several provinces. Conservative Bill C-23, the so-called Fair Elections Act, reformed fundraising in a whole lot of ways that were detrimental to democratic society, including removing fundraising costs from capped expenses in an election campaign and upping the donation limit by 25% and then indexing it by $25 per year instead of on an inflation-based formula. I do not wish to relitigate that particular bill. As the assistant at the time to the Liberal critic for democratic reform, I had more than enough sleepless nights trying to grok every word of that act once, and it certainly contributed to my motivation to wanting a seat in this place. But that kind of abuse of democracy could not happen again. Our own government's Bill C-50 brought in strict reporting requirements for fundraising events involving the key power brokers of government and those working hard to replace them, which I think is genuinely important. The thing about fundraising and public financing of political parties, of course, is that there is no such thing as a perfect answer, only a balance of imperfect solutions. What I am sure of, though, Madam Speaker, is that 364 does not address the fundamental inequalities within our existing fundraising public financing structure for our political system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate,
the honourable member for.
Thank you. Leonard Frontenac Kingston, Madam Speaker. Oh, thank you. No, that's okay. I want my Kingstonian constituents to be as happy as the Lanark and Frontenac residents, and so I just got brownie points with them for doing that. I just wanted to start by saying, if I could, Madam Speaker, I found my my colleague from Laurentier de la Belle. I found his comments and his proposals actually to be a good deal more interesting than those in the bill we're discussing today, and I was just going to urge him. We sit on the Procedure and Notice Affairs Committee together. I'm not sure I want to admit this, but I'm the longest serving member of that committee. My service there goes back 15 years. Thank you. There are people who will be voting in the next election who were still in short pants when I got on the committee. one of whom I think was actually the member. But his youthfulness is matched by his intelligence and enthusiasm. And I'll just make this observation. I've had a number of unconventional positions as a member of Parliament over my career, and I've made an effort when I do have these to put them down on paper and get them published in one of the quasi-academic journals that kind of circulate around this place, Policy Options, for example. And if I might make the suggestion, I think perhaps the ideas that the honourable member suggested in his the first half of his remarks would have a suitable home in a publication like that, and then could become part of the ongoing debate over something which, quite frankly, is not, I think, ever really going to be an issue that is resolved. It will always be an issue that is subject to further refinement. That is the nature of our political system. It's the nature of our rules in the House of Commons. It is also the nature of our laws applying to elections, and in particular to fundraising. Now, having said that, Madam Speaker, I wanted to talk a little bit about the bill itself. That is, after all, why we are assembled here today. I think this bill is, in a sense, a set of proposed solutions in search of a problem. Let me tell you what I mean. In general, the political financing structure we have now is better than it has ever been before, and as one consequence of my Methuselah-like longevity in this place, I am able to look back to a time, a distant time, a land that time forgot, as it were, when dinosaurs ruled the earth, or at any rate, they ruled fundraising. So what used to happen when I was first elected, there were no fundraising limits at all. No, there were many kinds of, someone suggested that the dinosaur connection is to the Conservatives. I just point out that the Liberals at the time more closely resembled trilobites. But what I want to say here is that at that time, the dinosaurs who ruled were, frankly, the vast institutions, companies that could contribute large amounts of money, phenomenal amounts of money, federally regulated companies like the banks, for example, who would donate massive amounts of money to parties and expected preferment in return. It was an inherently corrupting system, although I don't think the people who engaged in it were intentionally trying to be corrupt. I was one of the participants in that system. I can remember setting up fundraising dinners where companies would buy tables. All the parties did this, and I'm happy to say that Jean Chrétien, to his everlasting credit, changed the way this worked in 2004. He introduced a $5,000 limit, taking effect in that year. When the Harper government came to power, it lowered that limit to $1,000 per year, and additionally, all forms of corporate and union donations, which had been capped by the Chrétien government, were banned entirely. That number, of course, has since drifted up to $1,500, and my colleague from Laurentides-Lebel explained exactly how it escalates in the future. The combined effect of limits on donation amounts and bans on corporate and union giving was to change the fundraising incentives for our parties fundamentally. Instead of pursuing a small number of donors with a large number of dollars each, we now had to pursue a large number of donors with a small number each. That cap being, depending on the year you look at, somewhere between the $5,000 under Chrétien, the $1,000 under the initial Harper rules, and the $1,500 that prevails today. But these are small numbers compared to infinity. They are very small numbers. And the effect has been enormously beneficial on the politics of this country. We have a much cleaner democracy. We have a populist fundraising system. The Conservatives have done the best at the populist fundraising in terms of dollars measured, but you can see the Liberals are figuring this out too. And I believe it is having an effect not merely on the way they raise funds, but on the way they engage in policy in order to make themselves attractive to people who might potentially make donations. Those people are not the executives of giant companies. They are the people who will make donations of $1,000, $1,500, in some cases $40 or $50. Now, in fact, I have in my notes here something I've always felt. I actually felt that the old system turned money into a kind of poison in the system. With the caps that exist today, it is a very different thing. When you pursue donations, you are pursuing donations from people who are typically your own voters. Sometimes they can be outside your riding, but they are people who are essentially, they feel strongly, we all get one vote, You know, I feel strongly about an issue. My colleague feels not so strongly about it. We both get one vote. We're equalized out. Donations allow for a bit of variation, up to $1,500 worth. They don't allow for someone to have $100,000 or $1 million worth of variation, which was possible in the past, let alone a company. But they do allow people to follow up and show the depth of their commitment, which is entirely, I would submit, entirely reasonable. Now, that's the issue of caps. The issue of the per-vote subsidy needs to be addressed. These had a very specific purpose when they were introduced. They were introduced to allow the parties to adjust. We were going to a smaller per capita amount. We were eliminating the giant amounts of money from banks, from Bombardier, from the airlines, from federally regulated companies that wanted very specific benefits in return for their donations. They got rid of the system that used to exist when Brian Mulroney was in power. I remember as a Reform Party researcher looking this up. X amount would be given to the Conservative government at the day. A smaller amount over and over again, one donation after another, was somewhere between a half and 2/3 of that to the Liberal Party. One was the bribe to get the policy we want. The smaller amount was the bribe to be quiet about that first bribe. That is a terrible system, Madam Speaker, and it is just gone now. So transitioning from that to, at the time, $5,000 per capita was something that could have left parties in the lurch. The solution was the per-vote subsidy to allow parties to have time. But what was intended to be temporary became permanent, in part because it had the effect of rewarding the party in power disproportionately. If Party A winds up winning more votes than Party B, it gets paid more. That is not a level playing field. And a danger I expressed back when Paul Martin was Prime Minister, and the expectation was that he would win 250 seats out of the 300 in the House when he was described as a juggernaut, was that the Liberals could wind up getting, say, 50% of the votes, half the per-vote subsidy. Other parties would be splitting their half among themselves, would be unable to conduct campaigns. This would lead to an inertia where all the serious politics is essentially about which internal faction the Liberal Party you support, because they will always be in power. So the next election they'd win, say, 55, 60% of the vote, and then 70% of the vote. We'd be on our way to a one-party plus state, as Stephen Harper described it at the time in a paper he published. So I was always adamant we must get rid of the per-vote subsidy. It had that pernicious effect, potentially. And in fact, if you look at the history, the per-vote subsidy, which was opposed by my party, had the curious effect of giving far more money to my party, which won the next few elections, and then got rid of the per-vote subsidy. Bringing it back would lead to, I submit, wildly unfair results being reintroduced, and I'm very glad to see that gone. Additionally, I have to say there is another consideration here that needs to be mentioned. There is one party in this place that is absolutely critically dependent upon a per-vote subsidy because it hasn't been able to raise funds, and that is the party of the sponsor, the Bloc Québécois. The system kept the Bloc Québécois on life support, despite the fact that in the last year, Madam Chair, they raised less than the amount that is in my own riding's war chest. Like, that is a problem of their party. They can't generate enough support from their potential donor base. And while I guess I have some sympathy with them, the job is to make themselves appeal to their potential voters to the extent that their potential voters will give them the funds to follow through. That is a reasonable expectation. The Democrats do it, the Greens do it, the Liberals do it, my party does it. I think the Bloc Québécois should do it too. So I will just say in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I do not support this bill. I think it contains several bad ideas, and I want to add finally, I do think in general, regardless of the government that's been in power the last decade and a half, I think we've been trending in the right direction. That makes me, on the whole, very happy. Thank
you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-Petrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm very honoured to be able to rise today in this House to support Bill C-364, the bill from my colleague from Terrebonne. I find it's an excellent bill that could tangibly enhance our democracy. But I'd like to just take a few seconds as an introduction to say that I'm always very moved when it is time to speak to the bill, speak to the quality of our democracy and how our society can build itself to give citizens as much possible as much power as possible in their own hands so that they can decide on what happens in their community and in their family. It reminds me of a French historian, Henri Guillemin, who said, despite all of its defects, democracy is the regime of hope. It's the regime of hope because we can always say that if we work together, we're going to be able to change society. We're going to be able to accomplish great things and to change things because the future is wide open. It's not taken hostage by a dictator or by some kind of monarchy. Democracy is the regime where all citizens are equal. They can decide on their representatives. They can decide who is going to speak on their behalf in the House. They can decide who is going to vote laws, or write laws, or amend laws in their society. So these are always debates that are very, very important. They are fundamental. And so that is why I think that altogether we should take advantage of this opportunity to reflect on the quality of our democratic life and how we can ensure that it is truly the citizens, our people, who are at the very heart of our democratic system and our election system, and to ensure that they are the ones who decide, not the bankers, not the oil patch, not the millionaires in Canada. And I think that that is what is the genuine intent that is behind this bill tabled by the member for Terrebonne.
It's important to think about this because it makes all the difference in many respects. In many respects, the first being, obviously, the fact that we're reducing the influence of money, reducing the influence of the elite, reducing the influence of Bay Street and millionaires on choices that political parties are going to make in their platforms and their programs or when they're governing. Mr. Speaker, let's just look at our neighbor to the south. The problem that is the influence of money on politics in the United States is unimaginable. That is why we must do everything we can to make sure that we avoid that type of situation. That's why reducing the limit for individual donations to political parties is important. That's why funding political parties is important. In the United States, in theory, when we look at the American Constitution, you have a good system with a whole bunch of counterbalances. It is a public good. But it has been undermined for years by the influence of money, by the fact that the Republicans and Democrats have to, year after year, get millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, in order to be able to run election campaigns. And so, to deliver congressmen and presidents to people who have pockets bursting full of money. The first thing that I learned in McGill in political studies was you think there's 2 political parties? Well, in fact, there's 436 political parties in the United States. 436 congressmen, 1 president, and several senators, and each one is an individual political party, and they will make their decisions based on the donors they have in their own ridings. That's what we want to avoid, Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce the influence of money. And I find it unbelievable today to hear liberals and conservatives, great friends in their time, to say that there's no problem with our system. I don't know what planet they're living on. I want the list of people in their riding who are able to write a check for $1,500 every year to a political party. I'm sorry, but the middle class and those that want to join it, they don't have $1,500 to give to a political party. One has to be very comfortable to be able to do that. I think the compromise that's being proposed, which is a limit of $1,500, is entirely reasonable. That's already a lot of money. That's already a lot of people for people who earn $30,000 to $40,000 to $50,000 a year. Why do the Liberals and the Conservatives then? I don't know what planet they're living on. There must be unicorns and Care Bears on it. It's completely ridiculous. Maybe the Liberals and the Conservatives have a bunch of friends that can write checks for $1,500, but real people in real life, they can't do that. Evidently, they're connected to the bankers on Bay Street, and to people who play the stock market, and to people who speculate and ruin others. They're not going to do anything to protect pensions. For example, those who work for Sears. But they'll continue to have an electoral system where the wealthiest can have their influence. And that's the same story. That's not what the Liberals presented to us during their election campaign. They wanted to reestablish trust, put citizens back at the heart of the system, reinforce democratic institutions, and they wanted electoral reform. And what happened to that? It disappeared. When it wasn't to their advantage, well, they forgot their promises. Hand on heart, the Prime Minister said it's not because that is difficult that we won't do it. Finally, it was pretty difficult. There was a consensus on the Electoral Reform Committee that the four opposition parties were in agreement. There was a proposition on the table, but when it was not what the Liberal Party wanted, well, it got thrown into the trash. Today, there's an opportunity to demonstrate in a real manner that they are ready to do the right thing for democracy in our electoral system. And I get the impression that for a second time, we're going to end up giving them a failing grade because they will prefer the current system, which give considerable advantages to the wealthiest. The proposal that is before us, put forward by the member for Terrebonne, would reduce the influence of money, would also reopen our horizons to give more weight to a better diversity of points of view. Obviously, a proportional system would be the best solution. The best solution to make sure that every citizen's vote be represented in Parliament, and it encourages people to go vote because they will be convinced that if they vote, their point of view will be represented in Parliament. Currently, under the actual system, we know that people use strategic voting, which means they're voting for the least worst candidate. So if I vote for a smaller party, my vote will be lost, therefore I will vote for somebody else. Proportional representation would be the key to opening the door to a truly representative parliament that represents public will. That's democracy. It's supposed to represent the people's will, the will of citizens. But public funding of political parties is a method that's interesting too. Because for a smaller political party, if every vote leads to getting $2, that allows them to continue to exist. It allows that party to continue to exist because they won't be getting money from multimillionaires. They won't be getting enough tax credits because they won't have spent enough. That $2 would allow small political parties to continue to exist, to push their ideas and points of view forward, to really shake things up, and that's important in our democracy to avoid end up being stuck with the same old thing over and over again, as we have seen at the federal level. Even if they know that their candidate in their riding isn't going to win, voters know that for 4 years, that $2 will help that political party, which really represents their point of view, their values, their principles. And so, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I know that I don't have a lot of time left. I would like to send out a call to Liberal members to vote in favor of the ideas put in place by Jean Chrétien by setting a maximum amount that citizens can donate and to fund political parties in order to respect the will at the time of the Liberal government under Jean Chrétien to avoid the influence of money on politics. And so please, Liberal MPs, please vote in favor of this bill. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to address an interesting bill. I'll say that much. You know, electoral reform, finances, Elections Finances Act. It's always an interesting discussion. I find. I know my colleague and friend have had a number of discussions on this particular issue, and there's individuals within this chamber that I know like to have that debate in terms of where it is that we should be moving towards how political entities are in fact financed. And I think it is something that will be one of those never-ending debates, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that there's always ways in which we might want to look at making some changes. And I think the direction as a whole that we've been moving in the last 20 or so years has actually been somewhat encouraging. And I have an immense amount of respect for Elections Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you will find from around the world many democracies, established democracies, those that are wanting to establish as democracies, will look at Canada as a case point, as an area in which, even though we might be a relatively young nation at 150, there's this sense that we have it right, and even though we're not wanting to be stagnant, we're wanting to continue to look at ways in which we can improve the system, that we don't take things for granted. And this is something in which this particular government has. We do not take it for granted, the issue of finances. We have a fantastic Minister of Democratic Reform that has brought forward legislation that will see substantial changes. And I think at the end of the day, whether it's this government, maybe not quite as much the Harper government, but governments have attempted to modify our Elections Act and Elections Finances Act to give more strength to our democracy. You might be able to point out periodically of sometimes when you get a little bit of a step back, but all in all, that we have in fact been moving forward. And I think that really applies in the area of finances. We have seen a significant shift. When I was first elected, Mr. Speaker, I can recall, and this is at the provincial level, and it's the same manner in which it would apply to the federal level. You would go to some fairly well-financed individuals or corporations, and they would pony up hundreds of thousands of dollars to a political entity. And when you look at it from that perspective, in particular, I can remember my 1988 election, where a lot of the money that came to finance the election, at least for some, was from outside of the province of Manitoba. And where is that applicable? In the sense that you can apply that same aspect to here in Canada. There was a point in time in which you could actually generate money that would have indirectly come from outside of Canada. So, all in all, when you take a look at it, we have moved significantly forward. We have a healthier democracy today than we've had in other years, Mr. Speaker, and I choose to believe through discussions such as that we're having this evening, such as the fine work that the Procedures and House Affairs Committee does, or other individuals that have a keen interest in this subject matter, we will continue to evolve and look at ways in which we can improve the system. I want to reflect on the legislation that the Minister of Democratic Reform has brought to this House. And that is with respect to leaders, leadership candidates, the Prime Minister, and all ministers. When they have fundraising events, we have committed as a government that when there is in excess, or a ticket is in excess of $200, that in fact the names have to be publicized. We talk about having a public accessible facility. There's things in which this government has recognized that we would be nice to move forward on, and we have taken action on that. We're asking our friends and the Conservatives and New Democrats, in particular the respective leaders, to look at that and maybe not wait until the legislation is actually proclaimed, but indicate and send a strong message to Canadians that they too believe in the type of transparency and accountability that we are talking about on the government side. Now, if we bring it down to how it is the taxpayer currently, and this is something that needs to be emphasized to my friends in the Bloc and the New Democrats, to try to give the impression that the elections are not publicly financed is not entirely true. There is substantial support for our elections, our federal elections, and candidates. I, as a candidate, for example, can attempt to raise money, and those fine people that decide to donate to me or to the Liberal Party through me will, in fact, get a tax credit, Mr. Speaker. So if they give a $100 donation, they will get $75 back. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, from across the way they talked about, well, these $1,500 donors and so forth. Well, in my case, and I know my colleagues' case, those are very, very rare that I would get a $1,500 donation. I have no objection in taking a $1,500 donation, but to make it very clear, whether someone gives me a $1,500 donation, which is the limit according to the law, Mr. Speaker, or a $100 donation, I appreciate both donors. Or if it's a $10 donation. My vote's not for sale. I'm not going to be bought by $1,500. So it's wrong for others across the way to try to give an impression that a member of this House could be bought by a $1,500 donation. In fact, I tell people, individuals, that my campaign's not just about money. You can actually come and volunteer in the campaign. I value my volunteers, the ones that come and knock on doors with me, the ones that put up signs, the ones that circulate brochures, and do all those wonderful tasks that are so important in having a campaign where you're trying to communicate with the residents that you want to support you. I value their efforts just as much as the individual that says, look, Kevin, I can't give you a $100 donation. I can't come out and do some door knocking with you, but I'll give you a $100 donation. Both are of great value to me, Mr. Speaker. But for anyone to think that they can give me a substantial donation or put in a phenomenal amount of hours or put up 500 signs that they're going to be getting a favor or something in return from me, that's not true, Mr. Speaker. That's just not true. That's not the way in which it works. Democracy is a wonderful thing, and I honestly believe that I'm not alone, that all members of the chamber are honourable members, and they can't be bought for that $1,500. We have taken away big companies, corporations, and unions in the manner in which they used to finance political parties. We've put it back into the individuals. The greatest growth in donations to the Liberal Party of Canada, I understand, is through those small donations that are coming from tens of thousands of Canadians every year, Mr. Speaker. It has been growing because as Canadians recognize good, sound policy that's coming from the government, how this government is supporting our middle class and those wanting to be a part of it and those that don't have the financial means, and see that the positive things that is being done by this government. A number of them are wanting to participate in the democratic process by ensuring they continue to support us. But whether they support us as a party or the Conservatives or even the New Democrats or the Greens, Mr. Speaker, democracy is very important to us as a nation. It takes money in order to finance it. There is nothing wrong with individuals giving donations to political parties. We have fantastic independent institutions like our ethics commissioners, our lobbyists. We have good Elections Canada rules that are in place to protect our democracy and the integrity of this House. And I have full confidence in our current system, and no doubt over the coming years we will see some more positive changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much time do I have? Yes. Indeed, there's about 3 or 4 minutes left for your speech. Afterwards, the honourable member will have the balance of his time available, up to 10 minutes, when the House resumes debate. The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard my colleague for Frontenac Kingston. I sat with him on the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. I don't want to cause him any distress today, but I think that's one of the most diffuse speeches I've ever heard from him. Listen, Mr. Speaker, when the committee was sitting and during the Electoral Reform Commission, there was one individual who I think deserved all our attention, who's considered to be an expert in election laws, and it's Jean-Pierre Kingsley. A very simple question from me during the hearings when I asked him a question about the link between the funding of political parties and an electoral system that is more fair. You know what he answered? Which the Liberals and the Conservatives and Liberals can stick that in their pipe. He said that the funding of political parties needs to be by dollars per vote needs to be reestablished. He's not a dinosaur. He's somebody who really cares about the vitality of democracy, because that's what we're really talking about, Mr. Speaker. The vitality of our democracy. We're not talking about whether the Bloc Québécois is in economic difficulty, if the Green Party is in economic trouble, or if the NDP is in economic trouble, or if the Conservatives had more or less money when they were in power, if the Liberal Party, which was for reform, to come back to funding political parties per vote, if their coffers are now full, now that they have power, have decided that, well, they don't really need to come back to that.
Mr. Speaker, in the Special Committee on the Elections Act, a lot of themes came back again and again. We didn't get to the bottom of everything, but there were a lot of things that were said that had to do with this. And democracy that really earns that name has real democratic debates. And if you want to have real democratic debates, you need to have a plurality of positions. That is what fundraising based on votes is good for. Citizens who leave their houses and go out to vote, and, you know, people say, why do citizens vote? Citizens are voting less. Citizens are cynical about democratic institutions. But citizens go out and vote because they have convictions, Mr. Speaker. So the absolute most basic amount of equality that you should have should be based on fundraising that reflects the votes. Now, if there was a proportional voting system, that would be even fairer, and pluralism would have been better reflected in this House. But citizens leave their house to go out and vote because they have convictions. They have convictions for about the Green Party, for example, because they know that $1.75 will be given to the Green Party for their vote. That would be the system. And so that means that in between elections, they still have a voice. And every party should be able to participate fairly and democratically in a debate. That's what a democracy is. Instead of what the deputy leader is saying. We're not armchair Democrats here. It has nothing to do with whether our coffers are full or not. This has to do with our very sense of democracy. And I appeal to every legislator's democratic values so that they can step back just a little bit from the government's executive power to really look at this. Now, you know, when you're in government, it's easy to go to cocktail parties. It's nice to go to a minister's party where they have privileged access. And this is something we've discussed in the House. The Prime Minister had to explain himself over this issue. And this reflects badly on all parliamentarians when this happens. They say, oh, well, it doesn't matter, we'll just keep doing the same thing. My colleague just tabled a bill which is fair and balanced and which allows for popular fundraising. And that is a way to encourage citizens to participate in democracy, to encourage them to vote. And that is the real issue at the heart of this bill. And I will be very disappointed if parliamentarians in this House block this bill before it can even be studied in committee and amended and strengthened in committee and subjected to clause-by-clause consideration. Why wouldn't this bill be sent to committee to be strengthened by all of the parliamentarians in this House, Mr. Speaker? The honourable member from Montcalm will have 5 minutes to continue his speech when the House resumes debate on this motion. And the time for private members' business is now expired, and the order will drop to the bottom of priority on the order of precedence. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, for thousands of years, salmon has been the foundation and main food source of the Nuu-chah-nulth Nations. Over the last 8 years, their basic rights to catch and sell fish in their traditional territory has been upheld by the BC Supreme Court and the Supreme Court of Canada. Mr. Speaker, yet after promising not to fight First Nations in court, this Liberal government is still refusing to honour these rights. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to run down the timeline so that it's on record here in this House. In November 3rd, 2009, Justice Garson of the BC Supreme Court ruled that the Nuu-chah-nulth First Nations have an Aboriginal right to harvest and sell all species of fish found within their territories. Justice Garson ordered Canada to negotiate with the nations about how to accommodate their right within its management of the fisheries. In July 2010, the nations developed community-based fishing plans for rights-based fisheries. In August 2010, DFO rejected the nation's proposals, and on May 18, 2011, the BC Court of Appeal unanimously affirmed the right of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth nations to harvest and sell any species of fish in their territories, with the exception of geoduck clams. In August 2011, Canada applied to the Supreme Court of Canada for leave for permission to appeal the decision of the BC Court of Appeal. And in March 2012, the Supreme Court of Canada did not grant Canada's application for leave to appeal, but sent the case back to the BC Court of Appeal for re-examination in light of the recent court ruling of the Lac Squalams versus Canada. Later, in July 2013, the BC Court of Appeal unanimously affirmed that the nations have Aboriginal rights to harvest and sell all species, again, fish except for geoduck. And in September 2013, Canada asked for leave for appeal to the 2009 decision to the Supreme Court of Canada. In January 2014, the Supreme Court of Canada denied the application, meaning that the Declaration of Aboriginal Right is final and the nation's rights are protected under Section 35 of Canada's Constitution. And on March 9, 2015, the Nuu-chah-nulth First Nations returned to court for a justification trial, at which time Canada attempted to justify why the Nuu-chah-nulth nations are not previously or historically given the right to harvest and sell all species of fish in their territories. And Canada provide evidence first, and Nuu-chah-nulth witnesses give their evidence after. Mr. Speaker, on October 28, 2016, the justification trial ended after 144 days of the justification trial. And here we are in December 2017, and the nations are waiting the decision of the trial. But throughout this whole period, Mr. Speaker, they've demonstrated patience. this whole time. They want to be out fishing. They don't want to be in court, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to read a quote today. It's a media release from today, and it's from the Takwiak Fisheries. And the Takwiak Fisheries refers to the fishing with permission of the Hatwiya, of the hereditary chiefs. And this is from. It's a quote, and it's about their frustration of inaction from the government. It's from the lead negotiator for the Ahousaht Nation, Cliff Atleo, and he says, "Our fishers have been waiting since 2009 to fish and sell all species in our territories, which the courts, all the way to the Supreme Court, confirmed is our right." He says again, this government has been in power for 2 years now, and we have yet to see any real evidence of the new relationship promised by the Prime Minister. They talk a lot about reconciliation with First Nations. Well, it's time to prove it, Mr. Speaker. This government says their most important relationship is Canada's Indigenous people. Why are they fighting them in court?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start by saying, as somebody that was born in Comox, it was my pleasure at the invitation of the member opposite to visit Courtenay Alberni, go back to Vancouver Island, meet with local municipal, community, and Indigenous leaders. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership is a top priority for our government. The federal government is supportive of the rights of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth First Nations and remains committed to the consultation negotiation process and in accommodating and implementing the rights of First Nations. In its decision dated November 3, 2009, as the member opposite referred to, the Supreme Court of British Columbia found that the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth bands on the west coast of Vancouver Island have an Aboriginal right to fish for any species of fish within their fishing territories, which extends offshore 9 miles, and to sell that fish. On appeal, the Court of Appeal for British Columbia excluded geoduck from the scope of this Aboriginal right. The decision also found that the First Nations have a right to fish using their preferred means, which the courts characterize as community-based, localized fisheries involving wide community participation and using small, low-cost boats. Consultations and negotiations with the 5 First Nations have been ongoing since 2010. Following the establishment of the right, the parties set up a substantive consultation and negotiation process that was modeled on treaty negotiations, with a main table for negotiations and a joint working group for technical discussions to work with the First Nations to address outstanding fisheries issues. The matters that are subject of negotiation are inherently complex. One of the significant challenges of these ongoing negotiations is that there's a different view on the scope of the right, which was described by the court as a right to sell fish into the commercial marketplace, but not on an industrial scale. Since 2010, significant fishing access has been provided to the First Nations. For example, in 2007, First Nations had 23 commercial licenses. They now have over 126 licenses and additional quota, have access to over 126 licenses, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, to help guide the discussions, an evaluation framework was developed to continue implementation of the court's decision and enable DFO and the First Nations to further test and evaluate the accommodation of preferred means fishing through local small boat fishery approaches for Chinook salmon and other species of interest to the First Nations. At the request of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth First Nations, a new negotiating process was launched in March of 2017, so earlier this spring, Mr. Speaker. The 5 First Nations and federal officials have completed a framework agreement in order to initiate and guide the negotiation of a reconciliation agreement. These reconciliation negotiations are without prejudice and are intended to assist the parties in more freely presenting their interests and exploring potential solutions. The recently established process will help develop a common understanding of our respective views and in assisting us in finding mutually agreeable resolutions to outstanding issues. I can assure that this government is committed to working with the First Nations through the current consultation and negotiation processes to accommodate and implement the rights of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth First Nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to thank the member for coming to my riding. He did come, and it was great. He heard from people, he heard from the nations, how important these rights and this settlement is to the Nuu-chah-nulth people. He heard how much we need coastal restoration funds in the SOMAS, and what we got was nothing for coastal restoration funds for the SOMAS. What the New Chalmers people got was nothing in terms of something concrete at the table, at the negotiating table, and they're still waiting for that, Mr. Speaker. The speech that I just heard actually minimizes really the rights and again diminishes the call to action from the New Chalmers people. And I really hope that the members actually listening, that I'm here on behalf of the New Chalmers people, asked for them to bring their voice to the House of Commons. And I will just read a quick statement from the chief from the Heshkut Nation. He says, well, 2 years in government, this government it's been long enough to back up their words with real action that will make a difference to our communities. We have been patient and willing to work with government. Our fishers and communities are living in poverty with unacceptable levels of unemployment. Yet right out in front of our own communities are fishing jobs waiting for our people. If this government will get on with it and do the right thing like they keep saying they will do, it'll make a difference, Mr. Speaker. And I hope this member is really listening today. They are saying nothing concrete has been put on the table.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership is a top priority for our government. Our government remains committed to the consultation and negotiation process and accommodating and implementing the rights of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth First Nations. At the request of the 5 Nuu-chah-nulth First Nations, a new negotiating process was launched in March 2017. Through this process, the 5 First Nations and federal officials have completed a framework agreement which will guide the negotiations of a reconciliation agreement. These reconciliation negotiations are without prejudice and are intended to assist the parties in more freely presenting their interests and exploring potential solutions. The matters that are the subject of the negotiations are inherently complex, but I can assure that this government is committed to working with the First Nations through the current consultations and negotiations process to accommodate and implement their rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, on November 22nd, I rose in this House to ask a question about the anti-poverty strategy. This government had committed to respecting concrete objectives to help people in precarious situations. But the poverty reduction strategy seems to have missed the mark. And yet the situation is critical, Mr. Speaker. The last report from Citizens for Public Justice revealed that nearly 5 million Canadians live with a low income. In other words, 1 out of 7 people. Worse, Campaign 2000 estimates that 1 out of 5 children lives in a family facing poverty, and 1 out of 3 children on reserve are poor. This is unacceptable, and these figures are not just statistics, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about human beings, children, and people that need help. We can't tolerate having people suffer like this because of inaction in a country as rich as ours. It's been more than 2 years that the Liberals have been in power. They've still done nothing concrete or effective to help them. The PBO himself has shown that this government's actions to fight poverty are just hitting the wall. His report reveals that there was no evaluation of tax spending, and so it's impossible to see whether the expenditures of this government are actually helping reduce poverty or not. How can this government help the poorest among us if it's not taking appropriate measures? It just doesn't make sense. The recommendations of the Parliamentary Budget Officer were clear. He said it's necessary to set relevant and consistent objectives, and it's urgent. We need to have a much broader strategy. Taking half measures rather than focusing on the true causes of poverty is simply not viable. It's also necessary to include universal support measures. Some groups are extremely vulnerable to poverty. For example, persons with disabilities, Indigenous persons, and new arrivals to Canada. They are more likely to have precarious jobs and low incomes. These are not just numbers, these are people. They have a right to live with dignity without dealing with daily stress as they wonder how they're going to be able to pay their bills. The government needs to take action quickly to help them, and for the moment, that is not what's happening. My days in my riding allow me to meet with citizens and to talk to them. And during these meetings, I can really see that the fight against poverty needs to be made a priority. Whether we're talking about low-income workers, single mothers, undereducated young men, people living with intellectual or physical disabilities, someone who's 50 years old and who's been laid off, or seniors losing their independence, they're all in need. Fortunately, in my riding, there are many organizations who work every day with people who have great needs. For example, the Partage l'Ami, the Sharing Center of Saint-Hyacinthe, and many others. I would like to thank these organizations for their hard work and commitment. No one is fully sheltered from poverty, and it's time that the government take action. So my question is simple. What is the government waiting for to implement a real, consistent strategy to reduce poverty? Workers, children, unemployed people, Indigenous people, persons with disabilities, refugees, and all of our citizens are waiting for an answer.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Monsieur le Président, merci.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question to the member opposite. This really is a priority for our government. It's very important for this country. The policies are very important for reducing poverty, so thank you for this question tonight.
Let me explain. There are more than 3 million Canadians who live in poverty, and this is completely and totally unacceptable. It's why our government is focused on eliminating poverty in all of its forms. But poverty is an issue that's very complex. It impacts people differently depending on which region of the country they live in. It impacts people differently based on their gender. Racialized people, and in particular, the racism faced by the black community is a fundamental problem and challenge this country has to face. The issues are not just economic. They are human rights issues that must be challenged. And there are issues and programs that we've put in place that are doing just this. Let me discuss some of the ways that we're working towards a national poverty reduction strategy by talking about the programs we've put in place now, not waiting for that policy to be introduced formally. First and foremost, the issue that is closest to my heart is the nouveau programme pour le logement public. C'est très important pour l'élimination de pauvreté.
It's very important to reduce poverty, particularly for these people.
Perhaps one of the most important things we're doing. It's a new program. It's $40 billion over 10 years. It's the longest and largest investment in supportive housing, public housing, social housing, affordable housing for those people in the private market. This program alone is going to have a dramatic impact. Close to 500,000 Canadians will be lifted out of core housing need, and that will put them on a path to solving some of the challenges that poverty brings to their lives. But we haven't stopped there. We've consulted straight across the country.
We've gone all across the country to talk to academics, researchers, stakeholders, providing services, and people living in poverty.
And talking and listening and supporting roundtables across the country to get the best advice we can from the people on the front lines, from the researchers, the universities, listening to Indigenous peoples and organizations as we formulate a policy. And in the interim, it wasn't just the National Housing Strategy that saw us take action. We have also taken deliberate action around child poverty. And I would argue, and I think that the facts present themselves, that the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted 300,000 children in this country out of poverty in the first 2 years of this government and has just recently been indexed by this government, are commitments we've made to solve and resolve poverty as it impacts some of the most vulnerable people in our country, children. We also have addressed the issues of seniors. 900,000 seniors have been lifted out of poverty, with 900,000 vulnerable seniors are living this experience across this country, and our improvements to GIS lifted 13,000 seniors out of poverty, the bulk of whom, 90%, are women. And this is part of our gender-based approach to modeling our programs so that we don't just talk about poverty in general, we target specific individuals, specific demographics, specific subpopulations that require our help. Additionally, we've also invested $7.5 billion in daycare and child and early learning childcare. These, again, are investments partnering with the provinces that are going to deliver significant change to people's lives who's defined by poverty, and sometimes the lack of childcare is equivalent to the lack of getting a job. Again, building stronger capacity in people's lives is part of the way we do this. When we add this all up, when we add the new housing, with the new child care support, with the new child benefit, with the new guaranteed income supplement, and the measures we've made to cut taxes, and the additional steps that you'll be seeing in the budget in the year ahead, what you see is a government that's not waiting for a national strategy to address poverty. What you're seeing is a government that's acting now to alleviate the pressure and the dynamics in far too many people's lives in this country. This government is committed to eliminating poverty. This government is committed to coordinating that through a national poverty reduction strategy, and this government is already taking action that we're very proud of that has helped Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, if they have a strategy, then why don't they put it forward? Why don't they implement it? They still haven't tabled a genuine poverty reduction strategy. A joint strategy. He said so himself, that the problem of poverty is cross-cutting. We have to approach it broadly. It's been documented for 30 years. The first resolution on the elimination of poverty was passed in 1989. Last year, the study on poverty at the UMA committee, well, all the researchers told us that it has been documented in detail, and the NDP for the past 60 years have been proposing very clear solutions to fight poverty. It's well past the time for speeches. People want a solution now. We are poorly ranked among OECD countries, and I'm happy to hear him talk about human rights with regard to poverty, but because that was one of the aspects of my bill, to recognize poverty as a social condition within the law, the Act. They voted against the right to housing, so they can't just put forward piecemeal strategies. We need a global and concerted strategy. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development.
The strategy is emerging even before it has a formal title or introduced as a formal policy, and that's because our commitment on housing, on seniors, on children, on Indigenous transformation of social circumstance is already invested in. In fact, we doubled the housing budget in the very first year we're in office, and now we're adding $40 billion over the next 10 years. We have rejected some of the simplistic slogans that have been presented by other parties. A right to housing means nothing if you don't have a housing system to access, and getting a house in Chicoutimi means nothing if you're trying to work and live in Victoriaville. So we have made sure that what we do is we frame our policies within a human rights framework, but we make sure we can deliver real housing to real people in real time, and that's the goal of many of our programs. As I said, we have been crisscrossing the country, sitting down with frontline workers, people with lived experience, organizations, municipalities, provincial services. We've been talking to those people that we need to talk to in order to deliver this policy. And one of the things we missed was because of the previous government's refusal to do an in-depth census, the real data we needed to transform the definition and transform action and motivate real accomplishment just hasn't been there. The previous government didn't even care about the poor, didn't count them. And so we've had to go back and do that work. We're doing that work, but in the interim, I can show you billions and billions of dollars that have been invested in alleviating poverty. I'm proud of this government's achievement on that, and I'm proud to say that the poverty strategy will be on its way shortly.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou is not present in the House to raise his adjournment proceedings. Therefore, it is being passed on. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.